TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, and even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. Check out the Pro Shop. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. So check out the Pro Shop and Who That to you.
Thank you for making Saint Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
Yeah. Well, all right. Like you always say, welcome, welcome, welcome. Number one sports talking D. We ain't like the Falcons. We won't blow the lead. Look, all we talk is who that, who got cut and who back. Rookies in the vets, players you should look at. It's the sports coma, you don't wanna miss it. Got the pre-game, party, post-game statistics. Get a visit from Sway, maybe DC or 5. It's the hottest thing smoking, Big Q and the guys. Go to YouTube Live, make sure you subscribe. Interviews inside the Saints locker room high. Talk to Drew, Jordan, Zach, Peyton, New Orleans, Who That Nation. Best believe when I say we bleed gold and black. Ain't a miracle or robbery could ever hold us back. No, Beastquake, Bounty Gate, let the truth be told. It's the sports coma, all we know is say Super Bowl. Yeah.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Who that to the black and gold nation, man. We in this thing. Sports Coma, day 3. We're in the building. Much love to the Great Saint Think Tank. Appreciate you guys for chiming in. Sorry, got going a little late. Had some technical difficulties, man, but we in the building. Much love to the Great Saint Think Tank. And like I've been saying for some time now, welcome, welcome, welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys as we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports family. We in the building. Day 3 of the draft, man. 3 picks already in. Cade Utton, or whatever his name is, tight end from Washington for the Tampa Bay Skunkaneers. Damian Pierce, one of my favorite college running backs, has taken the move on to the Texans, as they also have Milton. What's his name? Milton. What's his name? What's his name? Mack out there. I said Milton Mack because I'm old school. But, Mack is out there with Pierce, so that's going to be a formidable tandem that they're pulling together. And, of course, Cleveland adds defensive tackle Perion Winfrey, another really good defensive tackle in this draft. As we keep moving now, in the 4th round, the black and gold is not on the board. They don't come around until the 5th and 6th rounds of the draft unless they decide to make a move and trade. They were patient yesterday in day 3. They stood back in the cut and watched everything operate and move the way it is. So, much love to the fam. I appreciate y'all being in this installment of the Coma. Much love to the fam. As we got 2 picks, 5 and 6. What do we do with those picks, man? So much love to the fam. Much love. All right. GM Kev's in the building. Tim Dunn as well. Gundam is in the building. Brother Wayne Bradley is in the building. Who that? Everyone in Big Q. We got 3 big needs with our first 3 picks. Now let's go for more wants at depth. Thank you, fam. Appreciate y'all. I concur. All right, let's keep it going here, fam. Much love. Brother Will Dickerson, what's happening, fam? Appreciate you being in a live stream. All right, Mr. Pops 3000's in the building. Let's get that running back. That's right. Devin C, what's up, fam? Appreciate you being here. High Rise 28's in the building. Who that to you? Nola 2 Trill is in the building. Tedrick Covington's in the building. What's up, fam? Tro Blewett, what's happening, Tro? All right, Farouk, what's happening, fam? Appreciate you being in the building. Travis Johnson, what's up, brother Travis? All right, the Black Preacher Man, sports fan Khalif is in the building. What's up, my brother? How you doing today? All right, much love. What's up, Muse, baby? Much love to the queens, man. Much love, fam. Appreciate y'all. Brother Eric's in the building. What's up, brother Eric? Young City Night Ward is in the building. That OG's in the building. What's up, OG? All right, brother Torres in the building, man. Old school brother Torres in the building. Much love to that brother. Marlon Mack, there you go. I bust that Milton Mack on y'all, boy. Took y'all back in the day right quick. Milton Mack, man. All right, what's up, Shedrick? Much love to my dog, brother Shedrick. WB3's in the building. Who that to you, fam? Appreciate you. There he is. That's that WB3. There he is with the rain machine. Baraka, what's up, Baraka? Who that to you? What's up, Maul? Who that to you? It's fam. He said, Big Young worried about the free safety position. Is the Honey Badger still an option? If it was a percentage, bro, I would say percentages are very low that the Honey Badger could be that dude. But then again, you never know. I'm not going to totally push it out because the reality is the kid can play two positions. He could play cornerback or safety. So, you know, if he decides to say, yeah, I want to come to New Orleans, you think they're going that the young cornerback or safety is going to be Taylor is going to be an obstacle to that? Absolutely not. We'll find a place for him. The Saints have a lot of tremendous two-way players that have the ability to move around. It just makes more versatility if he decides to come. So, you know, if he decides, yeah, I want to be there, the Saints will make room for him. I promise you that much. I promise you that much. All right, thank you, Maul. True Louisiana was in the building. What's up, fam? Appreciate you. What's up, Belinda? Who that to you, Queen? Appreciate you. Tragic's in the building. Brother Devin Banks is in the building. What's up, Devin? Who that to you? Jeremiah's in the building. Who that to you? Smallville's in the building. What's up, fam? Montreal is in the building as well. What's up, Montreal Davis? All right, much love, brother. All right, appreciate all the family members for being in the building. Much love. Please feel free to hit upon the like button. Hit that like button, man, as we in the building. A couple of picks being made. Seattle goes for a cornerback and Kobe Bryant. Not the Kobe we know. That's a pretty cool name, though, isn't it? Cornerback goes to the Seattle Seahawks as they continue to build their secondary up. And, of course, the Baltimore Ravens go for another. What is this guy? Oh, yeah. We were talking about him yesterday, man. Massive offensive tackle there. Look at him, 6'8", 384. And the Ravens get him on the clock right now, or the Jets, and followed by the Giants, Commanders, Giants again, Broncos back-to-back, Jets again, Browns, Ravens, Commanders, Patriots, Vikings, Chargers, Browns, Dolphins, Raiders, Patriots, Ravens again, Cowboys, Ravens, Titans, Packers, Bucks, Niners, Chiefs, Bengals, Patriots, Steelers, Ravens, Packers, Ravens, Rams, and the Titans close out the round. So, man, we just get going, fam. It's still early in the fourth, man, with 5 selections coming off the board as well. So, like I said, the black and gold, don't see anything until later on. But anyway, fam, before we move into this thing, let me hit you with this story right here just to get a little bit more familiar with our second round draft pick that we got yesterday. 5 things fans should know about second round defensive back Alontae Taylor. Now, of course, a lot of people are starting to get wise to who the brother are. You know, we're able to watch some footage on it. So this is an article from Yahoo Sports and from Mr. Dylan Sanders, who's dropping the science about him. And he says the first shocking New Orleans pick of the 22 NFL draft came in the second round when they selected former Tennessee Volunteer cornerback Alontae Taylor. He brings versatility to the secondary and offers a ton of potential for an immediate special teams impact. No one really knows how the Saints plan to use him, but there's actually a lot to be excited about on paper. And then they go into it, since a lot of people are unaware just about just who the 23-year-old from Manchester, Tennessee is. Here are 5 things we think that family members should know about Taylor is on and off the field. Defensive back was not an obvious choice for him coming out of high school, right? All right, Taylor was an accomplished quarterback in high school at Coffee County Central High School in Manchester, Tennessee. He had over 8,200 yards of total offense, 75 total touchdowns. He came out of high school being recruited as a wide receiver. However, he received offers from major schools like Alabama, LSU, Georgia, Florida, Notre Dame, and Ohio State. And I guarantee if he was LSU, he wouldn't have got drafted by the Saints. That's for certain. He was given an offer by Tulane. Ultimately, he decided to stay home and go to Tennessee, where he would switch to defensive back during his first spring there. That caught on quickly as he became the team's first freshman starting cornerback in 5 years. And I guess that's something to say for Tennessee, who not really hadn't been that good, as of recent, but they're starting to pick it up. All right. His late grandmother is his biggest motivation as well. And as we get deeper into the story, it says on Tennessee's website, he lists his late grandmother, Ginger Burnett Reese, as his biggest motivator. That was backed by his heartwarming draft video, where you can see him kiss a picture of his grandmother after being selected by the New Orleans Saints, playing for something bigger than yourself. He seems to be a very high character person off the field. The 3-time All-SEC Academic Honor Roll recipient was also named as the vice chair of the SEC Football Leadership Council for the 2020-21 season. Per Tennessee website, he was voted to be the post by his peers as the SEC meeting in February 20 and was instrumental as a student voice in helping the SEC return to play during the C-19 year. He was also known for making sure of all his teammates got reps and practice drills before coaches moved to the next phase. That's pretty big. He graduated from Tennessee with a degree in communication studies. He had one of the best NIL deals of all time, right? During his time with the Volunteers, he had an NIL deal in place with Moonshine Mountain Cookie Company. How about that? They gave out free cookies to fans for every interception he picked off for 2 passes in 2021, returning one of them for 56 yards for a defensive touchdown. It wasn't a part of the deal, but he would usually go to the shop and hang out with fans that showed up for a few hours as well. He picked up the Cookie Monster nickname because of his deal. He is the 6th Tennessee Volunteer on the roster. The Saints are adding him to a long list of recent Tennessee Vols on the roster. Mr. Elvin Kamara, Marquez Callaway, Shai Tuttle, Ethan Wolf, and Bryce Thompson are all former Vols, as first-year Saints receiver coach Cody Burns also joins. Now, Taylor mentioned his close relationship. The Thompson, to the media in the post-draft interview, said that I've talked to Bryce throughout the whole draft entire process. Bryce just told me to stay humble and just know wherever I get drafted to, I've got to come in and work. He said it feels good being able to be teammates with Bryce again. Yeah, Bryce was a cornerback. They switched him to safety in the Saints secondary. And I like Bryce Thompson, man. He's a bit undersized, but he plays with massive amounts of heart. And that's 5 things that you didn't probably know about Alontae Taylor that you know now. So big ups to the young brother, Alontae Taylor, a high character individual, really intelligent. We played this interview yesterday when he got drafted. So we welcome Alontae among Penning and Olave and all of the family members. Welcome aboard to the black and gold, baby. Let's get to work. All right, now back to the draft right now, fam. You see where we are so far. When we left, Max Mitchell, the linebacker. We talked about this guy at the end of the show when we had GM Kev. We had Brother Randolph was chiming in here, and we pretty much talked about Max Mitchell and Daniel Falele, and both of those guys go back to back. One to the Ravens. Max Mitchell ends up going to the Jets to help improve their offensive line from Louisiana. So big ups to Max Mitchell, the local guy, getting the opportunity to play in the bright lights of the city. Then, of course, the Giants followed them by picking up Bellinger, a 6'5", 253-pound San Diego State tight end, to go there and help with Daniel Jones's offense. So the next on the clock is the Commanders, followed by the Giants again. So much love to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in a live stream. In a moment, I'm gonna kind of put the link in the chat there, fam, so you guys can jump right up in there and spit your game on who you think. But with the 5th and 6th picks coming up for the black and gold, fam, who do you guys think that the Saints go to? Who do you think that we get to now? Let me ask the family members that. Who do you think we get to? Let me kind of slide this over here. Yeah, so this is what we've done thus far, fam. You see Chris Olave there. He's obviously a starter. And like I said, 3 picks, 3 starters as it stands. So that's success. That's batting 1,000 for the black and gold. Chris Olave there. You know, the relationship between him and Mike Thomas, we understand that. Penning's a nasty offensive lineman who probably gonna get in a lot of fights at training camp, because if he do the type of shit he was doing in the pro day, when he take guys and just throw them into the ground, boy, you think you gonna do that to Cam or Davenport? Man, you got some shit coming for you. Davenport ain't gonna let you power drive him into the ground like that. You a goddamn rookie. Boy, this dude gonna be getting in a lot of fights, man, because you don't turn that off. Let me tell you something. And if you think you gonna throw Cam and Jordan on, could you imagine, fam? You got Davenport and Cam rushing, and he just turning, and Granderson and all those dudes, and he just power drive them into the ground. Man, that ain't gonna work, Penning. That is not going to work, bro. You got to turn it off for your teammates. But that guy don't have no switch. He gonna play like that all the time, man. He just, to be honest with you, that attitude is much needed on the Saints defense. The offensive line really do. It's much needed. We called for it. I'm glad they got it. All right, Alontae. Then we just covered Alontae Taylor. Really insightful piece from Yahoo Sports about Alontae, man. Really smart brother. Very versatile. Very fast. Loves to tackle. And we're glad to have him. He's not fundamentally all there, but listen, you got Coach Richard, who is and will get these guys up and running, baby. So trust and believe. All right, so and then of course, if you can see the next two picks right there, this is all the Saints have currently, unless they decide to trade back into the draft, is they have both a Trevor Penning, a fifth round pick and the sixth round selection right here. Obviously, the Saints have not made any other moves thus far. So okay, and of course, there is another Louisiana Lafayette product comes off the board there. And Percy Butler, remember we talked about Percy. Y'all remember in my mocks, I mocked Percy. Remember I was talking about getting that young safety right there. He plays hard, good special teams guy, really intelligent, has good size, 6 feet 194, and he's headed to the Washington Commanders. So congratulations to him. And then the Iowa gets them a safety and 2 back-to-back safety picks. The Giants, who picked a tight end, goes to safety with Dane Belton out of Iowa there. So, and they keep it moving. Now, the next 2 picks are both the Broncos, fam. Both Broncos. Okay, so here go the family member saying, let's see, it's Poppy 504 said that it'll be running back and tight end. Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, we definitely could use a running back. Clint says, what's up, Clint? Says, I nab Bo Melton in round 6. Not a bad charge. We could definitely use another wide receiver too, fam. And like I said, 5th and 6th round picks left. The Saints gave up the 7th round, but the 4th, we'll see if they jump back in there for anybody they like. I think the Saints are just being patient at this point. Looking at them undrafted guys, watch. What's up, brother John? He says Tyler Goodson out of the running back from Iowa. All right, thank you, brother John. Tragic says got to be running back. Marley Mall says all good running backs will be gone when we pick 5th in the draft. Well, let's take a look at it. Let's look at the best guys available in terms of running backs. And if you look at it, Isaiah Spiller, which I think he's going to come off the board before this round ends. Spiller's going to come off the board. John talked about Ty Chandler. He's a pretty decent back for them. 5'11", 204, kind of a scat guy there. A lot of people like P.S. Strong. I think P.S. Strong could be an intriguing back, kind of scat back guy, catch the ball out the backfield. Jerome Ford's another interesting guy too, as well. Runs well inside, catches the ball. Hassan Haskins is another guy that people were talking about, whose name in his game is power. Is one, and they mention him as a one-cut runner, style similar to Latavius Murray. He's 6'2", 230 pounds, and he does run similar to Latavius Murray. Uses the stiff arm, runs well in between tackles, will lower the boom on your ass, and it's not bad. It's catching the ball out the backfield. A lot of people not talking about Hassan Haskins, so he's available there. And then there's other guys, man, like Zovian Knight from North Carolina State, who's available up there. Abraham Smith from Baylor, who's another good running back there. That'll be available. But some of these guys will definitely be available in the 5th round when the Saints pick up. Zaquandre White is another running back from from South Carolina, who was lifted up higher than what he is, and then he just dropped off later in his draft. I mean, he was way higher than what he is. But that just goes, everybody have their own boards right there. So A lot of people like Pierre Strong. I don't think he goes to the. I think he's gonna get picked a lot higher. I know Spiller's coming off the board real soon. You see Zamir White out of Georgia. A lot of people like him too. Georgia had a lot of really good, talented players on that team, man. And a lot of people think, but I think Isaiah Spiller probably is going to be one of those dudes that's not going to even make it out of the 4th round. So anyway, that's some of the guys that we're talking about that's available there. So, and of course, the Broncos get Damari Mathis, 5'11", 196 out of the University of Pitt. That's one of the 2 4th round selections remaining. So still we got Roman and going and shaking. So, all right, so let's keep it going. Yeah, Lancer says he reminds me. Yeah, that's the comparison we said yesterday. We was breaking it down. Say, yes, Kyle Turley, his attitude, man, because if you think about it, when was the last time you seen a offensive lineman, a tackle that the Saints had with that type of temperament? The guy takes guys and he takes pride in throwing guys into the ground. Like you try to, he takes everything personal, you know, and to a degree that's good and bad because you got to teach him to control that. You don't want him doing that in the wrong time of the game, and then you pick up penalties for him doing, you know, losing his head in the game. So that's the kind of the fine line that you got to walk with Penn, and you know he has that fire. He has that mean streak, but he has to be able to be. It has to be in control where you don't hurt the team with personal fouls and all this kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? You got to play within the limits of the game, the rules of the game. You don't want to hurt your team. Okay. So anyway, yeah, that's a good count, that Kyle Turley stuff, man. It's a great comparison because Kyle Turley was a hell of a player for the Saints. Now he's remembered for ripping the helmet off of that guy and throwing it into the back of the field and getting ejected. But if you go back and remember the play, it was really Kyle Turley wasn't at fault. Now they threw him out the game because he reacted that way, but he was protecting his quarterback from a dirty hit that the referee didn't call. So, because people look at that part and all they see him taking a helmet off the guy and flinging it up the opposite way of the field, and then people throwing him out of the game, and then him walking off with his locks flowing. But see, I'm a bit of a Saints historian myself. I remember all that stuff, and I'm telling you that the referees didn't call a dirty hit on Aaron Brooks. The guy took a dirty ass hit on Aaron Brooks, and Kyle Turley didn't like it, and you know, wrestled the guy up, you know, and threw his damn helmet back over there, you know. So yeah, but Kyle Turley, man, was a hell of a player, man. All right, what's up, son of God? Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you being here. Much love. All right, brother Prom's in the building. Who that to you, man? Lancer says we need a running back. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Brian Robinson is gone, bro. Brian Robinson Jr. was gone. He was drafted, I want to say in the 3rd round, the third round yesterday. Brian Robinson is no longer there. Matter of fact, let me go pull him up. And look, my guy just came off the board. Remember I was telling y'all about this dude, EU? Remember I was telling you about EU, fam? Guess who got him? The Broncos. Broncos got this massive defensive tackle. They call the man a defensive end. He plays it because he has some athleticism to him. But he's massive. He's 6'6", 316 pounds out of Iowa State. And look at him. He gone. Guy got so many tackles for losses. He had 9 sacks. 9 sacks as a big defensive tackle like that. And EU is gone to the Broncos. So remember we mocked that guy. I was telling y'all about EU. He gone, baby. The Broncos got a hell of a player there. All right, let's move on. Let's go back and let me see, because Brian Robinson in the 3rd round was it was a really interesting round because guys you thought that would go late, like Velus Jones Jr. was a guy with Tennessee. Cody Burns, I'm pretty sure he was there late. The Saints would have got him, but Velus went in the 3rd round. A lot of people thought Velus would end up going after the 4th round. Like he'd be a guy that was gone. You still got guys like Bo Melton that's better than this guy, but he is a 6 foot tall, 200-pound receiver with blazing speed. I think he runs like a 4.31 or something like that. The guy's super fast. And the Bears said, we're not taking no chances. We like his speed. We're going to jump up there and get him. And then, of course, you've seen, and let me see who else we got. JT Woods. A lot of people thought JT Woods would go a lot later than this, but he ended up going to the Chargers. Cardell Flott. A lot of people thought Flott would go a little later from LSU. He went where in the 3rd round. And then, of course, Malik Willis was a surprise. He ended up with the Tennessee Titans, man. Tennessee's having a hell of a draft and a hell of an offseason. And then, of course, where is he at here? Tyron and TD Price, man, from LSU. Congratulations to this brother. Many people thought he would go undrafted, including myself. or a late pick, maybe in the 6th or 7th round. Man, they got this man in the 3rd round yesterday to the San Francisco 49ers. So there you go. And then as you can see right here, Brian Robinson picked up by the Washington Commanders in the 98th overall pick of the draft right here. And he's gone off the board to the Commanders. So there you go. Really interesting 3rd round yesterday that happened in the NFL. Real interesting, man. But EU, one of my favorite diamonds in the rough, is gone to the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, to the Denver Broncos. So there it is. All right. Maul Maul saying we don't need no scat bats. We need punishers at the running back position. Thank you, Maul. All right. Truth says trade Ruiz for a 4th this year. And I think the window for trading Ruiz before the draft is closed, bro, just to keep a trail with you. All right, Cliff, I would rather mind the Saints trade into the 1st round, getting a Kelvin Austin at wide receiver. Dude is a playmaker, reminds me of Sproles, the way he runs. Yes, he is, and he's still available, I want to say, bro. The guy from Memphis is who you talking about, right? Yep, Kelvin Austin the 3rd, 5'8", 170. Yes, indeed. The guy, he is a playmaker with phenomenal speed, very fast, catches the ball, has special teams applications as well. Would be interested. He's a top wide receiver that's out there right now, but it depends on what you're looking at, because Khalil Shakir is there, the Bo Melton is there, Justin Ross is there, Romeo Dubs is there. You got a few guys you can look at picking up, even Kyle Phillips from UCLA. So good call on that one. All right, and thank you, Free Game, bro. Says we destroyed our draft with Olavi, bro. Taylor, Free Game. Don't like the draft. Free Game, I don't think you destroyed the draft, my brother. No, I don't agree about that, bro. I think the Saints did a damn good job of picking up talent, bro. I don't understand why you feel like the Saints destroyed the draft by getting Olavi. You saying they destroyed the draft by trading the 3rd and the 4th round selection, which could have been used to pick up a running back and another player. That's what you're thinking, correct? But I would then say to you, yes, those players would have helped in depth scenarios, but also remember the mindset of the Saints, generally speaking, Peyton removed, is that they do extremely well in the undrafted regions of the draft. And perhaps the Saints in this draft was looking at adding starters, in which they did. Now they came away from the draft with 3 starters and 3 picks. It's hard to do that. And like Scoob said, who gave me the comment of the night yesterday, when Scoob said, man, the Saints don't usually go for need. All 3 picks was positions of need, and each player they got are starters in the positions of need. You need a wide receiver, you got a starter. You need an offensive tackle, you got a starter. You needed a safety because you don't know what's up with Tyrann Mathieu, you got a starter, and the guy's versatile. So you got 3 starters with 3 picks. It's hard. I understand with the 3rd and 4th round selection, but it's hard to talk about, the Saints destroying the draft because of the trade to move up to get Chris Olave. I mean, in essence, to move up to get Olave, we know they had a Michael Thomas component to it in my vantage point, my viewpoint, because if the connection wasn't there with Michael Thomas and Olave, the Saints would have not moved up to go and get Olave. They could just stood pat back there and got another fantastic wide receiver. But there is a connection you cannot ignore between Olave and Mike Thomas, and the fact that Dennis Allen wants to be able to, he went up there to talk to Mike Thomas because there were trade scenarios that were in rumors that was coming out prior to the draft, but before the draft. This was into the offseason, weeks before the draft came around, where they didn't think Mike Thomas, where the Saints didn't figure Mike Thomas into the future of the team because of the new coach that came on the board. So that was Dennis Allen's first interaction with his star wide receiver since taking the job. So he went out there to Cali to sit with and talk to Michael Thomas to reassure him that he was a part of the team. All this is documented. We covered it on the show. We talked about it. And the reality is, when that happened, then we understood the connection between Chris Olave and Michael Thomas, and that Michael Thomas mentors the kid. And then, of course, it's the Ohio State pipeline where you have Mike, and how Chris Olave talks highly of Mike. Mike talks about him. So what it did was it brought a wide receiver on board that is in complete harmony with Mike Thomas. Now, listen, that means a lot to have a guy that Michael Thomas, the star wide receiver, the best wide receiver you have on your team, is really cool with and really likes, that means that's a whole nother harmony component that helps the offense thrive even further. And Chris Olave is a humble kid. You know, he's a really cool dude. Go watch the interviews on him and listen to him. He's really talented. He's not as polished as you would want, but he's damn good. He's damn good. A lot of people say, you know, Williams and all this kind of stuff. And I hear you on that. He went later and he was pissed, by the way. Word on the street is that he wanted to be with the Saints. That's what word on the street was. But anyway, we won't get into any of that. And did y'all hear the one about Pickett? Thought he was they were celebrating because they thought that he was being drafted by the Saints. Did y'all hear that one? Everybody won't be with the Saints until they don't want to be the Saints. That's how that's the mentality. What's up, Mocha? Who that to you? Who that to you, Dana? Much love, Queen. Appreciate you. Brother Earl, how you doing, fam? Appreciate you being here as well. All right, St. John Butler, what's up, fam? Appreciate you as well. Much love. Future Trunk says P.S. Strong will be a good pickup for us. I know. I like him, bro. I was watching film on him. Big Bull Hoffa's in the building. What's up, fam? What's up, AJ, man? I love Taylor. Why everyone hating on him? It's just the fact that a lot of people have their hearts pretty much set on getting Tyrann Mathieu. So I guess they don't feel like the need was there. But listen, let me tell you something. The kid is going to get coached up really well by Coach Richard, man. So, yes. Yeah, Farouk, you're right. That dude tried ripping Aaron Rodgers' head off. That's why Turley reacted. Yeah, he was trying, and the referee didn't call it. So Kyle Turley said, man, you ain't going to do my quarterback like that. And he ripped it off. So that's why I say I thank the hell that thank the Most High that I got a pretty decent memory to be able to remember that stuff, because he'd be remembered as a hothead. Now, he had some moments, but he was defending his player. He's defending his quarterback. And that's what the hell I would do. Yeah, Tim said the penalty cost us the game. It did. It did. It cost us the game. It did. All right, Reginald says, who that family would it do? All right, Saints has got what they need, wide receiver, offensive. Yeah, and remember that. And like Scoob said over and over again, fam, that's a part of the game. Like in terms of the Saints, very rarely you've seen the Saints go into a draft under the Sean Payton era and have needs up there and then attack each need during the draft systematically. That happened this draft, which this is a draft that you would be one of the most pinpoint accurate drafts that we've seen. Now, the Saints came in this thing. They had multiple draft picks. They restricted the board down, got guys that they really like that fits needs, and got 3 starters and 3 picks. Let me say it again. 3 starters and 3 picks is you can't get away with that. That's perfect. Not to mention, we still have to figure out there's still contract offers for both Tyrann Mathieu, and Jarvis Landry. Whether they come, that's all on them dudes. But the Saints want them out here. If they accept the deal, they do. If not, we keep it moving. Bottom line, you know how we rock, fam. Y'all know how we do. All right, Brother Prime says Pierce or Ferguson, a new cornerback, 431 needs fill. Okay, thank you, Brother Prime. Appreciate you. All right, Brother JT, what's up, brother? Appreciate you being here. Much love to Brother JT. Appreciate you, my friend, and the rest of the fam. All right, David says 3 starters. I think we got 1. Who's the one? Chris Olave? So you don't think Penning's going to be a starter? You don't think Taylor's going to be a starter? Second round grade, fam. First round picks and second round picks usually mean, unless you Cesar Salad Ruiz, that you're going to start in some capacity. And even Ruiz is starting right now for the Saints. It might be out of position. Hopefully it's not, but we'll see. All right, Free Game says Taylor is not a starter. Poor man's Jamal Adams. Okay, see. All right, see, he's not a starter. Okay, but do you believe in Coach Richard? Let me ask you that, Free Game. Let me ask you that, Brother David. And my detractors who do not like the Taylor pick, or don't like the Penning pick, I'm gonna let you guys chime in, man. I'm gonna put the link in the show, and we're gonna have the family members and to chime in and let them get their words in edgewise, and then I'm gonna let other family members chop out who come in that might want to dispute what they're saying, because I'm telling you, thank you for your super chats, fam. But free Game saying Taylor's not a starter. He's a poor man's Jamal Adams. Well, Jamal Adams is pretty good, bro. And you're looking at him, and a lot of people say, okay, Q, this guy had a 4th or 5th round grade. Why did we get him in the 2nd round? Is it a bit of reach? Well, the Saints drafting department, if you're looking at NFL.com or the ESPN model, they have a scout system as well. Everybody's, the Saints have a scouting department, and then at some point, you have to think about the Saints scouting department and say, okay, over the last several years or so. What kind of job did the Saints do in finding talent, whether drafted or undrafted, to improve upon the team? You got to give them a good mark. I mean, even ESPN came out and said Demickey Loomis has had one of the best drafters in the NFL, and that's obvious because of all the success the team has and the reputation it's garnered as a team that really gets undrafted guys here and gives them opportunity to get in there and start. I mean, there's countless examples. There's Deontay Harris-Harty. He was a guy nobody knew about, but the black and gold went into the crevices of the smallest colleges in the country and found Deontay Harris-Harty, and he was a Pro Bowler. How about JT Gray? JT Gray, another undrafted guy, was a Pro Bowler this past season, and the Saints have several players on the team that act in a serious capacity on offense, defense, or special teams. Even if you look at the defensive line, it's littered with undrafted talent. Carl Granderson, Shai Tuttle, Malcolm Roach, and on and on and on. These guys really help out. Even in the offense, you look at guys like Dwayne Washington that comes in there and play. You look at guys, it's tons of them that step up and play. Even when we had Cam Tom here and a few others on offensive line, Kelvin Throckmorton is there. He started some games last year due to injury, the turnstile, but there are players all over, including the wide receivers room with LaJordan Humphrey, Deontay Harris-Harty, Marquez Callaway. Can I keep going? I mean, the Saints find undrafted guys, bring them in the team, and they have an impact. You know, that's big. So at some point, we're going to have to say, okay, I trust the Saints scouting department, Jeff Ireland for president, and shout to Jeff. You know, we have to understand that these guys have a good reputation, bro. And this, even though he might not have been on your board, or you might be judging him based on NFL or ESPN boards, don't mean that the Saints had him hired. They obviously did for them to make the move to go and grab the brother, because I was not aware of him, and I thought other guys should have went ahead of him. But I promise you one thing, there was another brother that went a pick before, which was Bresker from Penn State, that probably would have been the pick, and we wouldn't even be having this discussion. But anyway, I still like the Taylor pick. I'm just going to keep it real with you, fam. I think Alontae Taylor will help. All right, so give me a second, fam. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and y'all can pop in for the people that agree or disagree. You're not alienated here. Everybody got an opportunity to express their views. I'm not the dude to be like slamming you down for how you feel about why you feel and how you feel, but you know, you have a voice here, and I want to hear from you. Both the people that agree about the Alontae pick and those who don't, or the people that agree about the draft, like myself. I like the draft, and people who don't like the draft because they feel like the Saints surrender too much draft capital to make it happen. We'll see. All right, let's go to the draft a little bit, fam. A couple of players have been taken there. You see, cornerback out of Missouri was taken by the Vikings. You see Jalen Moore Davis from Alabama picked up by the Baltimore Ravens. Boy, they're tooling that defense up. Inside linebacker Brandon Smith, man, the Penn State, a pretty good linebacker, is picked up there by Baltimore. By the Carolina Panthers, and then Jack Jones, a cornerback from Arizona State, picked up there by the Baltimore Ravens. Raiders on the clock. Picked up by the Patriots. The Raiders, the Chargers, Browns, Dolphins, followed by the Vikings on the clock as well. So we this thing keeping it moving. All right, thank you, Brother Prime. It says versatility on your job and NFL keeps you employed. This is true. Thank you, bro. All right, who else we got there? Chiming in, Brother Tramal says, Q, everybody not going to like the Saints picks, but the critics should not cheer for those draft picks when they make an impact. That's almost like if you don't vote, you can't complain. All right. So anyway, let's hit the show up here as well and get it going. So if you won't get on up in the thing here, you can feel free to hit the link. It's in the chat right there, fam. All right, hold on. Let me make sure I pin it in the chat there, baby. We're going to pin it there so the family members can have access to it. So if you want to get in this thing, the link will be pinned to the top of the chat. Just simply go to the chat and hit it. All right, what's up, Brother Deputy Mario? How you doing? Fam says there's a lot of HBCU talent. When will some of that be taken? I know, bro. We talked about this, Brother Mario, yesterday on the show, and I think some of these players should go in this because there's some real good talent there. We talked about Glass. We talked the quarterback, Aquil Glass. We talked about a few other players there that should be coming off the board with the HBCU. So, oh man, it's a great point there. I don't know when did they come off, but it's got to be soon, right? It's got to be somewhere. You're thinking late in the fourth and the fifth because they got some really good players. I hope Glass falls to us, and if they don't draft him, we'll grab him in the practice squad and bring him on the team because that dude is nice. They sleeping on him because of the HBCU. So much love, brother Mario. Thank you for that commentary, man. That question. Jay Nola in the building. What's up, Jay Nola? He said, Big Q, people have to understand that our pick was chosen just before our selection. We probably didn't have time to trade down and make the best decision. Taylor would do well in the right system. Thank you, Jay Nola. Appreciate you. And yeah, that's the point because remember how it played out. And we talked about, it's like, okay, the pick that they were foaming at the mouth was Brisker's pick, remember? We were all over that. And then he got picked the pick before them, which you seen the Saints didn't kind of let the clock run on out as they was trying to figure out who they want. So that's a good point there, Jay Nola. Thank you. That's pretty good there. Yeah, and there you go. Da, 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 da. That's a Superman chair. Oh man, I gotta mess with Low, man. All right, thank you, Deputy Mario says there's a lot of HBC talent. When will it be? Okay, I got you, bro. Thank you for your super chat. I just answered that one. A black preacher man, sports fan, Khalif says, Q, how about the 2 HBCU running backs with our last 2 picks? Man, that's who we talked about, brother Eric, with Marquise Bell, man, who's 6'2", big safety, man. Would love to have him on the squad in some capacity. But yeah, they got some talent, man. And sooner or later, these guys have to come off the board. And I'm thinking, yeah, Glass is special. They sleeping on them because they're in the HBCUs. Bottom line, they are very talented. If you put up the statistics on Marquise out of FAMU and the other brother from Jackson, the linebacker who name escapes me right now, but it's several of them that's really good that should be coming off the board in the bottom of the 4th and in the 5th and the 6th. These guys' names should be called, fam. Come on. If anybody know what they're doing, they better do it. All right, Son of God said, what else we need to fill out our roster? Who that? Thank you, brother. Thank you, Son of God. We talked about the fact that the running back situation. Let's start at the top. Obviously, not a quarterback, not one that I would rather draft in the rest of the draft. Maybe you get somebody undrafted for competition. You know what I'm saying? But from the running back position, we know Alvin Kamara could be losing some time right now. Well, how about getting the running back here just in case we have to deal without Kamara, just to have somebody there to compete, in that situation. How about running back? Wide receiver. There's still several really pretty decent and pretty good wide receivers that's available right now. And there'll be some at the 5th round. Should we add another wide receiver to our wide receiver room? We added Chris Olave, is the only newcomer to the wide receiver room. Everybody else has been there last year. He's the only newcomer. Can we get some more speed there? Perhaps we can reach and get another wide receiver. That's something. A lot of people would like to have a tight end. I would not prefer a tight end at this point. Maybe an offensive guard for depth purposes to help out. Maybe that's one. I'm not really looking at the defensive line position. I would like a nose tackle. Maybe LSU's Neil Farrell Jr. would be a good pick in the 5th round, even though I think probably he'll be gone before we get to him because he's a massive interior defensive lineman. That would be a plus for us. Linebacker is another role. If they don't sign Quan Alexander back, could we use a linebacker? Because the linebackers have been sliding in this draft. Really good ones are available that can come in and possibly help. Now, people are talking about cornerback. You can never have too many good cornerbacks, and we did get a guy that's presumed to be a safety. So that might be out of the question. But like I said, but running back is something we definitely know we need because Alvin Kamara is definitely going to miss some time. So we'll see. Thank you, Son of God, for your super chat, and all the family members. Thank y'all for y'all super chats as well. So with that being said, we look at it and look who just came off the board for the Raiders is Zamir White. We was just talking about this brother out of the University of Georgia. They had a really good team, and the Raiders pick him up. Now, remember, they didn't pick up the option, the 5th-year option on Jacoby Jacobs. Did you hear me on that? They did not pick up the option. They declined the 5th-year option on Jacoby Jacobs. That's big right there within itself. On the board is the Chargers. So anyway, We're gonna bring in Brother Prime, man, on this thing and hear his commentary here. Brother Prime, welcome to the stream.
Who that, my brother? Who that?
Who that?
Yeah, well, I'm glad to join the show. And like you saw in a couple of my comments, and like I tell my students all the time, I've been saying this for years now. The more you know on your job, the harder it is for them to fire you. Because when it comes to cutting jobs, if you could do your job plus somebody else's job, that makes you more valuable. It really does. I'm happy with the draft. I think to me, the Saints I think they did an A job because they drafted for needs and not just grab the people just to grab people. Because Peyton has had that problem in the past when he drafted people and play them out of position. And hopefully this cornerback, I did some research on him, looked at some films on him. He's a converted wide receiver, and the young brother runs a 4.31.
Yep.
So that's amazing because they could move him since people talking about special teams. They could move him to be your punt returner or your kickoff returner, and give Hardy a breather there, and possibly if you want to be slick about it, they could possibly put him out there on one or two plays during the season and say, okay, just run deep. So I'm satisfied. I don't think the Saints overreach with their draft picks. I know some people upset about getting rid of their third and fourth round pick, but as you see now, a lot of people are starting to fall off. So, and like I said yesterday, it's all about money. The less draft picks that you have to pay money to, that gives you more money to possibly get a Landry or get a Honey Badger. And like you just said about this running back for Oakland, for the Raiders. I'm saying Oakland for the Raiders that didn't pick up his 5th-year option. I'm looking at I'm on the same site that you're on. I see that young guy that I like that has the Tennessee connection. I don't see him on. Did somebody draft him?
Which
He's
one, Brother Prime?
The wide receiver that I talked about during the combine that ran a 4.33 and a 4.34.
Yeah. I think the Patriots took him in the 3rd round. Taquan Thompson, I won't call his name. Let me pull him up. Yeah, he was. Give me just a second. I'll pull him up for you, bro. He was taken in the 3rd round by the Patriots. Taquan.
Right, because
Taquan Thompson.
Yeah, that's him. Could that to run a 4.33 and a 4.34. Man, come on, really. But like I said, I'm looking at the best available people still left. I'm seeing Calvin Austin III, the person that you talked about. I see that Kyle Phillips is still available at wide receiver. I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints pick another wide receiver or running back with these 2 draft choices. But just imagine this how deep this draft was with wide receivers. And what are 2 or 3 positions say it was deep at? Defensive lineman, and what else?
Yeah, defensive line, man. Let me put the depth chart up. I think I still have it up. Yeah, there it is. All right. So, I mean, wide receiver, we definitely could use another wide receiver to the room. We have a lot of young guys there. It'll add some competition, maybe another guy with some speed to help stretch out their opposing defenses. You look at with Penning, they already put these guys in the starting rotation. Mike Thomas, Chris Olave. You see Penning already operating at the left tackle position. Ramchek's at the right tackle. I don't know why they keep doing that, but they put them there so you can see their forecasting. This is what the line will look like. Penning, Andrews Pete, McCoy, Ruiz, and Ramchek. And then you see the depth behind them. But we could definitely use another offensive line. I think the Saints will probably do that in undrafted ranks.
I think
tight end,
so,
I don't think we're looking at tight ends now. But if you look at the running back situation, Elvin Kamara missing time. You got Ingram, who's slowing down. Tony Jones is good, but he's unproven. Dwayne Washington, they seldom use him. He's just mostly as a special teams player. And Josh Adams, a running back there, who's mostly a practice squad player. So, the Saints could maybe get something going there as well. So, and if you look at the defense, like you were saying, look at the Saints defensive line, and they're loaded. Cam,
right.
David Onyemata, Shai Tuttle, Marcus Davenport, then behind them, passing Contavious Street, Albert Huggins, Peyton Turner, Taco Charlton, Jaleel Johnson, Malcolm Roach, Carl Granderson. And then they got Mo Braxton, Jalen Dalton, who was starting in camp at nose tackle the last 2 years, but had 2 lower extremity injuries. The same one to sideline him. He's there. So, I mean, they're fully loaded in terms of the defensive line for the Saints. Linebacker could be something if they don't go for Quan Alexander. Who do you have? DeMario, Pete Werner, Zach Bourne, Caden Ellis, and Andrew Dowell. Why not add somebody there? And of course, you see the secondary, Paulson Adebo with Laddie Daddy. They got Alontae Taylor as a nickel back for whatever reason there. And you see Daniel Sorensen behind Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who they have starting next to Marcus May. Then there PJ Williams, Sorensen, Bryce Thompson, Justin Evans, this former second-round draft pick from the from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who was out of football for the last 2 years rehabbing, could be a surprise. I'll look out for him. And then JT Gray coming off a Pro Bowl year. And then cornerbacks, man, you see all the cornerbacks as well. With Laddie Daddy there behind him, Bradley Roby redid his deal. You see PJ there. You see Kavari Russell, Jordan Miller, and Dylan Mabin, mostly practice squad guys to fill out the roster but the secondary. So if you look at it, but I mean, really, truly, I would focus more on
running back and wide receiver.
Yeah, definitely on the offense, man. That would be my thing. I think the defense is looking pretty good. They look really good. We need help offensively speaking, to be honest with you. And I think you see what the Saints doing with those picks. That's why they reached for wide receiver and offensive tackle and got them.
Right. And you see, I agree with a lot of the Hoodats out there, including you. I really love the pickup of this boy Penning because the Saints haven't had a person like Kyle Turley since Kyle Turley. We need that nastiness, because when Turley did what he did, because I remember that game, that made me love him and appreciate him more because that's what you need. You need to have your offensive linemen to have a nasty streak in them because don't they when they're protecting the quarterback, don't the defensive ends or the pass rushers, don't they have a mean streak? So if you have a tackle, that's a mean streak. That's good. And the way he plays to the end of the whistle, yeah, you may get some penalties, but he's gonna develop a reputation fast of he's not gonna give up on people. It looked like he's real good with his ability to run down the field. He'll be real good to be on that side or whatever side he's gonna be on to do screen passes because that's what you need. You need offensive tackles to run down on screen passes. But I'm happy. I'm happy with the draft pick because we fill needs. That's just like when you spending money, you can go buy stuff that you want, or do you go buy stuff that you need? You go buy stuff that you need, and then when you feel that, then you go buy your wants. How you feel about that? Agree or disagree?
I agree. I think what you're saying makes flat out sense to me. And Penning, not only the fact that a lot of people get caught up in the fact that he's nasty, but he's also pretty athletic. He's strong as hell. And he has the right temperament in terms of taking everything personally. You just got to make sure that he's balanced. And I think the Saints, you got Doug Marrone there. So I mean, Doug Marrone, I ain't gonna say he got his work cut out for him because there's some. I'm not really concerned. I think Trevor Penning needs a few things he got to work out in this game, but I think Doug Marrone and Zach Streif and the rest of the offensive line staff is going to help get them together. But there's also Cesar Ruiz. That's the question there. What happens with Cesar Ruiz? What position does he play? Are they going to try to make him into a guard or simply try to see what he looks like at center first and then move McCoy to guard? And then if he doesn't work out, then shift him back. But, that's the thing I have. He's not a guard.
Right.
And I'm not saying that he can't be a feasible guard, but my goodness. He was drafted as a center. Prior to that, he had very little, if any, experience playing the guard. I think he played like the guard position, like one game or something for Michigan in his freshman year, I think it was.
Right.
But majority of the time he was like a center. So that mentality was from the Coach Payton era where he think he could take anybody and turn them into somebody else. And that shit don't work all the time, man.
No, it don't. It don't. You got to stop doing it because we wasted a lot of draft picks because of that. Because a lot of people, I don't hear too many people talk about it, but it was him that wanted to pick Ian Book last year, and now we stuck with Ian Book. And when I went to that game when we got slaughtered by Miami, when we had players that suited up for the first time during that game, seeing him in real life, man, he looks short and he looks slow. He might have been fast in the colleges, but this is the pros now. But I'm actually this. Did you see the footage of Penning? They showed some footage of Penning slam dunking the ball, bro.
Yeah, I seen that.
That was amazing,
He's
bro.
6'7", big guy, but athletic. Has a lot of good athleticism to him. And I like Penning, man, but I think Penning, if he go, like I said, it's gonna be fun going to Saints training camp watching guys go against Penning, because Penning's gonna do what he does, which is he wrestles with the guy, and the guy takes it to, like, he'll do his thing, and if the guy's trying to push him, he levels up his
Right,
aggression, and
right.
and then he over aggresses you, and then that leads to him, once he overpower you, because he's a strong guy. That's fundamentally put them big hands on you, that he can move with you, and then if the
He
guy
country
keeps
strong.
right, you keep doing it, he throwing you into the ground, and guys don't like that, but
And it wears them down too. Because
yeah,
when you got the pass rush and you keep on pancaking them, at some point they're gonna get frustrated and they might do stupid things and get penalties.
yeah, and
That's the
that's
way you
that,
gotta look at it.
right, and I think, and like I said, I'm gonna have faith in my offensive line coaches and staff to get the guys together. Cesar Ruiz. The question is, where does Ruiz play? Is he a guard or a center? Do they rectify that wrong and try him at center first and see if he doesn't work there, then move him to guard, as opposed to the opposite way, which struggle. We had a
Right.
couple of years of watching Cesar Ruiz struggle at the guard position, because he's not a guard, and people calling
Right.
him a bust. But we got to remember, he's being played out of position. Let's see
Exactly.
what he looks like full time in the center role, starting the training camp as a center. And of course, now as we talking, fam, LSU guys are flying off the board, man. And guys from Louisiana draft guys are coming off the board. You had Max Mitchell from Louisiana Lafayette, early on, the Raging Cajuns. He went to the Jets. Then you had Percy Butler of the same school from the Raging Cajuns. He went to the Commanders. And then you have two LSU picks within one pick of each other, starting off with Cade York, who's one of the nation's best kickers, excuse me, and Cade is now a Brown. So Cade York is going up to the Browns to kick for them, and Neil Farrell Jr., the big, massive defensive tackle that I wanted the Saints to get paid probably in the 5th round. The Raiders are picking him to go. So the Raiders end up with big Neil Farrell, 6'4", 330, fam. So we got LSU guys off the board, and then the running back that I really like, that I was talking about. Look, P.S. Strong Jr. is gone.
Oh
Guess who
wow.
got him? The Patriots.
I was just thinking about him too, because he would have been a
Patriots
perfect
got him.
fit with he would have been a perfect fit with the Saints with Pierre as a first name.
Yeah,
That would have
he
and
gone.
I see Damian Price is gone, Pierce is gone too. Or is he? Because I'm looking at this list trying to look for him. I don't see Damian Pierce.
I'm not certain on that, brother Prime, but yeah, Pierce is gone. He went early to the Texans. He was the second
Oh
pick, and he was the
wow.
second pick of this round. You know,
Wow.
he ended up going out there to the Texans to join I was about to say Milton Mack again, Marlon Mack, who they signed to a $2 million deal to be the running back. So you have Damian Pierce and Marlon Mack, the former Colt back, operating with the Texans out there in Texas. So there you go, fam. That's two really good running backs. I was hoping that Pierre Strong falls a little further, man, but
Yeah.
Pierre Strong's off the board, fam. So there you go. Cowboys on the clock. So there we go. Anyway, brother Prime.
I'm gonna say two more things. I'm gonna get off and get somebody else to come on. Let somebody else come on. Now, getting back to Penning, I just want to say this. Just imagine how pissed off he's gonna make those Tampa the Buccaneers pass rushers feel by just playing 10 and whistle. This because you know how they could become undisciplined and give us some easy yardage. So just imagine what he's gonna do. And my last statement I want to make is I really hope the Saints are considering picking up the number 9 receiver from the Breakers, because oh god, that boy is a beast. That boy is a beast.
Yeah, yeah. They play today, brother Prime. I want to say they play today, if I'm not mistaken, at 3:00. I want to say the Breakers play together. Let me make sure here. I think the Breakers play today, because they usually put them on Sunday.
So we
But I
got to
think it's for sure.
we got to who that, pal that. Now we got to break that.
Got to break that. There you go. So let me see. Yeah, they play the Birmingham Stallions, and when is that? Hold on here. Yeah, that's today. Today at 8. It's 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock tonight.
Oh wow, yeah, I'm gonna have to look at that. I'll have to look at that because that defense is really good. And they got a couple of good players on their defense, man. Ooh,
Yeah, the
they're just
defense is
running to the
awesome.
ball.
The running game is fire with them. The defense is fire
Oh, I
with them.
love their running backs too.
Yeah, the Slaughter played all right last game to help them win the game. But yeah, they are undefeated. They're ranked as the top team in the AFL. I mean the USFL. So you guys support your Breakers. They play tonight against the Birmingham Stallions at 7 p.m. I mean, it's Central Time for me, 7 p.m. on Fox. So
Oh,
check them out. They go to Breakers, fam.
okay, Q. One more thing, and I'm gonna leave and say this. Everybody want to make this noise about small schools. Two of your best players went to small schools. Sweetness for Chicago and my frat brother Jerry Rice.
Walter Payton, yes, in the great Jerry Rice. That's right. They were in there, and they have a lot of other guys too, though. Brother Prime, that's littered in the Hall of Fame. There were small school players. We talk about guys like Steve McNair. Ed McNair was tearing it up
Yep.
back in the G. So there's so many great players there. But I'm just so happy and proud of guys like Deion Sanders, who did what he did and held pro days to bring some light to the HB as the historical black colleges and players, because like we said, there's some good ones on the board, and hopefully if they don't get them, we'll get them. I tell you what, they are terrific, man. Glass and the rest of those guys, Bell from FAMU, and so there's some great players. We'll see, bro. We'll see, but hopefully we'll see.
Who that, my brother? You have a good day.
Thank you, Brother Prime. Who that to you? All right, so here we go, fam. Much love to Brother Prime and the rest of the family members. Y'all can feel free to chime back in. The Baltimore Ravens got Charlie Kolar, 6'7", 250-pound, a red zone weapon tight end there to help put their stuff together. So the teams are climbing, man, putting their stuff together. Cowboys on the clock next, followed by the Ravens again, the Titans, Packers, and Bucks, to say the least. But we're going to bring in Brother Jasper to the show. What's up, Masked Up Podcast in the building? Back to the fam. Brother Jasper, welcome to the stream.
How you doing, Big Q?
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing well. What I want to say is, Malcolm Jenkins, he played corner at Ohio State. When he came in, we turned him into a safety, and our defensive coaches we have better defensive coaches now. So this kid we picked up from Tennessee, I could see where Dennis want him at a corner, but he might be forced to play him at safety at some point if he's making plays. He's very athletic. I like the pick. I just think coaching, you could coach certain things you can't coach. He have the traits you can't coach, but like skill, you could coach that.
Yeah, I was looking him up and doing some tape work on him last night, looking at him, and I tell you, man, the temperament is there, the intelligence is there. He don't have the type of statistics that you would want to have to justify a second round pick. But
Yeah.
he does. You can see the athletic acumen, the IQ, and the fact that he's the size and speed. And plus, the really good thing about him, he's a guy that likes to tackle and is very good at tackling. And we would like to have and that's some of the key things you want from a safety back there is the fact that you want him with a high IQ. You want the guy to be able to love to tackle and be really good at it, and speed to close. So these are three of the core things that he has that I think is wonderful. So yeah, I'm with you on Alontae, man, that a lot of people are looking past and don't think he's valuable or that he deserved to be a second round selection. So I'm gonna give it to the Saints on that one. All right, look like Jasper he dropped off. Jordan Stout is the pick by the Baltimore Ravens. They pick up a punter, first punter out of Penn State. And of course, the Titans, Packers, and Bucks are on the board. So, all right, we're gonna bring in Free Game. Free Game, welcome back, bro. Free Game, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Now look how you talking. you talking in past tense. We could have been picking. Look, everybody passing us by getting picks, and you know what?
They passing us by getting picks, bro. I mean, most of these guys they selected. Some of these guys are just reserves, bro. They backups.
I'm starting to question, why did we even trade with the Eagles?
Why would you question?
We had like 2 second-round picks, 3 third-round picks.
Okay. Maybe
Look,
most teams acquire extra draft capital, free game just to move around in the draft to get guys that they want. Is that not what the Saints did?
but do you think Trevor Penning just as good as Ed Ingram from LSU?
Well, Penning was listed higher than Ingram, but I think Ingram is pretty. Well, I'm an LSU guy, so I'm biased toward my LSU guys. But to be honest with you, I think Penning might be a little bit better than Ingram. I mean, as far as what they're looking at him doing. I mean, he's a guy that, number one, you want him to have some athleticism, which he has. He's strong, he's smart, and he has a mean streak, which you want to have, which he has heart. And I think we knew Penning would ultimately be the pick because, like, Sway came on and DC came on, and they said, man, when we was mock drafting and doing all these mock drafts, that was pretty much the picks how they would fall. Go back and look at the shows when a lot of people, not just myself, but a lot of people were mock drafting and doing the mock draft season, and basically the Chris Olave and Trevor Penning picks came out just the way the mock drafters was doing. Because there was a couple of mocks that I had Olave and Penning being taken in the top 2 picks. You know, so I mean, a lot of people kind of knew Penning would be the pick, bro, to be honest with you. In Olave, that's been like something that's been there for a while. A lot of people was conditioned waiting for Chris Olave and Penning. We knew that at some point, the way things rolled out, it rolled out just the way they said it would, with the tackles falling off the board. Them tackles got the hell up out of here quick. And when we got to Penning was the last of the really good tackles. You're talking about guys that was ahead of him, like Aquanu and Neal and Cross and them guys like that. They were ahead of him on there, but he was the one that most people said the Saints was looking at, and they were right. Especially Chris Olave. That was like something I said I was like, man, this pipeline between the Saints and Olave, I just can't say, okay, I want one draft I'm going to do this my way. But I knew if I'm thinking like the Saints, I had Olave there because I knew that they had a vested interest to connecting with the Saints because of Mike Thomas. So that was a steady one right there. But the Penning pick was like, yeah, they need a tackle. So, I mean, Penning, and they mocked it out well because Cross and the rest of them guys, they knew those guys would not be there. They would not be there, and they got Penning. So that, from what I remember, from my recollection, it ran out just the way a lot of the mock drafters was labeling it.
Okay. What I'm saying though, Q, is we definitely could have stood pat because there's a lot of needs on the team. We need a running back. It's no more running backs. There's no more reliable running back because Alvin Kamara up here on Instagram taking pictures like he ain't did nothing. We need picks, Q. We need an interior lineman too.
For who? Who do you need to? Who are you trying to replace?
Man, Shaw Tuttle on a 1-year contract, ain't it?
No, I'm talking about what lineman? You talking about offensive or defense? What line are you talking about? Free game.
We need both.
You need an interior defensive lineman?
We do need an interior defensive lineman. They even have that on our needs.
They have that, but if you look at I got the Saints active depth chart up on the screen right now. The Saints they have good depth on the defensive line is the deepest thing the Saints have on the entire team. Look at it.
And one more thing. What's up with this pick? We blew the pick last year.
What pick?
With the first round pick with Peyton. Who
didn't-
drafted a person named Peyton Turner?
A man named Sean Payton.
We
Sean
blew the pick.
Peyton Turner.
We blew the pick.
I wouldn't say you blew the pick, bro.
But the Taylor pick, man, that was just a bad pick. That was a bad pick.
How was it a bad pick? I don't understand.
As soon as they picked him, I went to go look at highlights of N'Kobe Dean. Man, this dude, he sideline to sideline, man.
I know. I did like the Nicole. He was there.
He
And
was
I was-
solid, man. He was so, man. He
But
was
would
good.
your feelings be any less hurt if the Saints ultimately what they're gonna do is resign? I think they're gonna go back and resign Quan Alexander to a 2-year deal, something
Man,
like that.
Quan
to bring him back.
Alexander is not, and this the thing. This the thing I'm looking at. This the reason why I want the picks. Because Thomas have been out 2 years. We needed the picks. We needed receivers. Thomas been out 2 years, and now we rely on off. I don't think Alave is number one right now. He's not even strong enough to be a number one right now.
Okay, I mean, free game. I'm just telling you off top that the Saints, Chris Olave is a good wide. He's one of the top 5 best wide receivers in this draft. The Saints got somebody. He's going to start.
No doubt, no doubt.
Trevor Penning is inside the top 5 offensive tackles in the draft. The Saints got him. Anytime you can get a top 5 player in the draft, and then the Saints get these guys, plug them in automatically. You can see the depth chart has them listed both as starters. So I mean, then you look at the pick that brought Alontae Taylor here. He has versatility. He can play cornerback or safety, but there is a spot. But there is also the question the Saints do still have. They're interested in Tyrann Mathieu. So I mean, if Mathieu pops in and he says this, or Jarvis Landry, there's some other people that's out there. But the Saints realized that they didn't need 6 or 7 draft picks this year. I mean, how many? This is the thing and I asked this before on day 2. And when you think about the draft, the thing you think about is needs. Okay, how many? And I'm thinking like when you have a first and second and even a third round pick, you're looking to get a starter there. That's what the Saints did with the wide receiver pick. They got a starter. With the offensive tackle pick, they got a starter.
Don't say Taylor.
Taylor will start if he will start for you, bro. I'm telling you. Let me ask you this free game. Do you believe in Coach Richard?
No, I don't believe. No.
You don't believe in Coach Richard?
Not in this draft.
I'm talking about your defensive line co-coordinator who runs the secondary, Coach Chris Richard. You do not believe in him?
We haven't had a good draft since Alvin Kamara.
You're not answering my question, free game. I'm asking, do you believe in your secondary? Do you believe in Coach?
Yeah, I believe him. Yeah,
the Legion of Boom creator. Do you not believe in him?
Yes.
Okay. So if Taylor's the pick, don't you think that Coach Richard has something to do with that?
Buy low, sell high. We could have got him low. Nakobe Dean is injured. Look at no man.
I hear you with Nakobe Dean. I hear the Nakobe Dean free game, but I'm saying that Nakobe Dean, the Saints operate they don't run a 4-3, but less than 5% of the time. The majority of the time, they're in a modified nickel. That's 2 linebackers there. And there is still interest for the Saints to re-sign Quan Alexander. So I'm just saying, I'm factoring in why I'm thinking the Saints moved past Nakobe Dean, who slid all the way down. The same thing happened last year, if y'all remember, to the brother, the LSU linebacker that the Cowboys picked up. The same thing. He slid down just like Nakobe Dean. So
but he wasn't Nakobe Dean. You talking about Cox?
Jabril Cox slid down. But what I'm saying is Nakobe Dean is an undersized inside linebacker, 5'11", who's really good at what he does. But the Saints passed on the guy because they seen the value in Alontae Taylor and what he could bring.
Our best linebacker ever is undersized.
I hear you, but I'm saying, I'm making the point that the Saints have a plan here. They're operating with a plan. They're not just out here willy-nilly. They're operating with a plan. They got this brother because Alontae Taylor to them fits a need. And Coach Richard, who runs the secondary, I believe in Coach Richard. I've seen what he did when he was in other places. I've seen what he did for the secondary last year. You've seen what he did for the secondary last year. He had PJ Williams having the best year of his career. Ken Crawley having one of the best years of his career when he was playing with high confidence. He took Paulson Adebo, who a lot of people was questioning. Hell, Paulson Adebo ain't playing in a year. When he went out, he was hurt that whole year. That year he ain't playing. He came in there and started the whole year for you. He helped Marshawn Lattimore define this game, helped Marcus Williams define this game, and had other guys, young guys, and veterans playing on another level. You don't think he'll do that for a talented player like Alontae Taylor?
But look, though, look. I want you to see the beachfront. I want you to see it. Okay. I want you to see Sky Moore for the Kansas City Chiefs running touchdowns. That we could have picked up, man.
Bro, I got you, bro. I got you on that. But I'm telling you, don't sleep on the Saints undrafted players. The Saints are gonna fill these needs. We always do. When
that's our strength right there. Now, if anything we find some people out of about out of nowhere.
Well, this is what I'm saying is that you got to have a little bit more faith in Jeff Ireland and the rest of the Saints scouting department. Those guys know what they're looking at in these players, man. And like I said, Alontae Taylor wasn't on my radar, but I can understand when I went and looked at the film what they were looking at when they made the selection in the second round to make him the guy. I mean, and like I've said, remember when I'm saying this, remember your history, recent history at the safety position over the last several years when I mentioned these traits. Number one, Alontae Taylor is fast, really fast, which means he has great closing speed. He has a high IQ. He's organized. When they had him setting up, and I covered this in the Yahoo Sports article that I just played at the start of the show to get people familiar with who Alontae Taylor is, because that's the issue. A lot of people don't know who he is. So when I said let me share this article with the family members, it goes about how this dude is versatile. This man was a high school quarterback, very successful, which means he has the propensity to know as from a former quarterback what quarterbacks to do. That's a big part of the game when you play quarterback and you're now a safety. He's super fast. You know, he's a guy that's a team player. He has a high morale. And this guy is total Saints. I mean, he got great closing speed. He loves to hit and is a great tackler. Remember this from your recent.
I said he's a poor man's Jamal Adams.
But you say that like that's like a Jamal Adams is a fantastic safety.
But so jack all trades. I want somebody to turn over the ball. He only had 2 interceptions, man.
Bro, like I said, the only thing I can tell you is that when the time comes, like the Jamal says, when the man starts excelling, are you gonna cheer for him free game?
I'm gonna have his jersey on.
Jamal says, "Hey man, when he start whooping ass out there, don't cheer for him."
I'm gonna have his jersey on.
All right, free game. Look, bro, I want you to chime in after the pick, man. And I don't get it, bro. I think the Saints have 3 picks. These guys, they have some solid players that came on the team. And like I said, these guys overall, the Saints have improved with these draft picks. They really have 3 picks, 3 needs. They did need a starting safety. Matthew did not say that he was coming to the Saints. The Saints went out and got this brother. This brother is going to be a force in the secondary. And like I said, man, the secondary, I mean, the scouts for the Saints and Jeff Ireland, they do great work, especially if you're looking for what you're looking for. Don't be surprised the Saints find value in the undrafted rank. They always do. All right, free game. So chop back in, my brother, and we're gonna get you back in after the picks, yeah?
All right, man.
All right, who that, bro? All right, free game, man. Free game is not amused, bro. So how do the family members feel as well? Big ups to the fam. Thank y'all for being here. Hit the like button, fam. Much love. Jay noticed that Big Q Taylor was a good lead. I know, bro. Bro, you're absolutely right. I got this article for the family members and I shared it from Yahoo Sports. It's True Saints Wire. And what it's showing is that it tells you about all of the things that people did not know about Alontae Taylor. You know, all of this stuff. It talks about his dedication to his family. I just read the whole article when it's starting the show. Like when he got drafted, he kissed the picture of his grandmother. Look at this. Let me see if I can pull this up so you can see this picture right here. This is what Alontae Taylor did. He got a picture of his grandmother in his hands that he loved. When he gets drafted by the Saints, he kisses the picture of his grandmother. Look. He ready. Let's bring this brother here, man. They sleeping on this brother. They sleeping on him. Isn't that awesome, y'all? Isn't that awesome, man? He kissed the picture he had in his hand, kissed the picture of his grandmother during the draft. The kid's phenomenal, man. He's a good player. He got a lot of versatility to him, man. And coming here, there's guys that used to play with him, like he was talking about Bryce Thompson, and guys that know we got tons of Tennessee players here, including new wide receiver coach Cody Burns, who comes from over there. So we've been noticing the pipeline of talent coming out of Tennessee. We had Alvin Kamara and so on and so forth. But like I said, Marquez Callaway is another guy we got up out of there. So it's just keeping it going, man. It's just keeping it going. But just like Marquez Callaway and a lot of these other Tennessee guys surprised the black gold, Alontae Taylor's coming. And he's going to play. So don't sleep on him, man. Don't sleep on Alontae, man. Don't sleep on him. All right, so big ups to the rest of the fam, man. That was cool, man. That means a lot, man. Because you got so many of these young ball players are just in a bubble. You know what I'm saying? Of reality. Don't, just living in a whole little fake ass world, and they all full of themselves. That's I can't stand them type of players. I can't stand them. I don't like that because they got this self-centered, it's all about me ass mentality, and I can't stand them type of goddamn players. Can't stand them at all. Like Singletary said back in the day, don't like them, don't want to coach them. I can't stand them type of dudes because, number one, it's not all about you. You represent a certain percentage of the equation, and everybody else represents the other half. If people don't support your ass, you won't be able to get up there. So it's not just you. It take other people that you're a culmination of, and that's how it works. You're a combination of people's thoughts. And you think you came in the world with all of it? No. You got people that give you the game here, the game here, the game there. And if you humble enough, people will keep giving you the game and help you along. But if you one of these type of people who figure it is all about you, you a piece of garbage, man. And that's what like old Dick Gregory used to talk about. He said, ain't nothing but a handful of athletes in the world that's worth something. All of them nothing but a piece of garbage. And that's in his words. Old Dick Gregory used to ham them up. He said, not only a handful of them worth anything. So anyway, like I said, he ain't one of those guys. Alontae Taylor's a fantastic guy that's all about the team, man. And I'm glad to have him as a member of the Saints. So a lot of people don't like it, man. But hey, bro, you gonna start cheering. And you heard what Free Game said when he started balling out, he's gonna get his jersey on. Jamal said, you better not put that goddamn jersey on. It's over. That's right in the groove, You know, man, it's over. Oh, man. That's funny, man. He always killed me with that one, man. But anyway, fam, yeah, it's a long way to go. We almost at the end of the fourth round. 1, 2, 3. We got several picks remaining here. So it's going down. It's a game. It's a game. It's a game. Oh, man. I love old Dick Gregory, man. That old brother, man. Rest in power to Dick Gregory, man. He used to educate you and make you laugh all at the same time, man. All right. So anyway, yeah, this very interesting comment by Jay Nola right here, man. He says, Alontae Taylor finna be what we thought Vinny Vaccaro was going to be and more. It's strange, bro, how our minds work, bro, because when I was looking at footage of him and even his stature, even his face to a degree, he reminds you of Vaccaro. He really does, like by looking at him. But you're absolutely right. The 1 year we had with that year, they were comparing Kenny Vaccaro as they were saying he was the second coming of Earl Thomas. Y'all remember that? And I was like, Earl Thomas. But that first year, he played his ass off. That second year, not so much. And then after that, because the defense changed and then he lost his confidence. And then he wasn't the same player after that. You could tell. But then he went on to Tennessee, and he had a better career. He had retired since then, but he had a better career in Tennessee when the pressure was off of him. But my goodness, this is great commentary right here, Jay Nola. Great commentary. Taylor finna be what Kenny Vaccaro was going to be and more. I agree with you. I love this comment here. And remember, let's pin this in our brains right here and come back to this, because this is a great comp right here about with Alontae Taylor, man. This is a great comp right here. This is great comp, man. Great comp. Because I was looking at him like he kind of reminds you. He looks similar to him in stature and everything, because they were lean players. Even, from a complexion standpoint, they kind of mirror each other. You put them next together. But man, Taylor he got a lot more attitude and confidence, but it's not cockiness. You know what I'm saying? It's not cockiness. He's a dude that just is a good balance, and the Saints know what they're doing, man. Marlon Mall says, facts Q, them critics will flip-flop on these picks like Brown on the court, or better yet, that's that Crowder, the flopping fish that is Jay Crowder. Raheem, what's up, fam? Says Dick Gregory's story is amazing. Showtime did an outstanding. Yeah, I heard about it. I didn't see that documentary. I'm gonna have to look at it. He had a very fascinating life, man. Very interesting, man. Jerome says, have that quarterback. Yeah, no. You're talking about the dude from is it Law Tech? That big quarterback? I know Bailey Zapp got picked up from Western Kentucky. I remember I mock draft him. The Pats picked him up. So there you go. The Patriots got him, and you got about 6 more picks left. The Steelers on the clock, followed by the Ravens. The Pack, and look like the Saints are going to stay out of the 4th round, fam. What's up, Colorado? Good afternoon to you, fam. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah, the dude got some good energy, man, and good intensity too. Yeah, he got some good intensity, man. Really good. Tron says he has the Saints attitude. Yes, indeed, man. And that's the awesomeness about this thing. All right. So anyway, Kev says, who's still on the board? Well, Kev, let's take a look at that, my friend. Let's see who's still on the board. Sam Howell, the quarterback out of North Carolina, is going, if they don't pick him up in the next six picks. And I'm surprised that the Patriots went with Zapp over Howell. They picked Zapp over Howell in his draft. Kelvin Austin III is another fantastic receiver. I don't think this guy. He gonna be gone. Tariq Wooden, the cornerback from UTSA. Sam Houston, Zylan McCollum, the cornerback. They got wide receiver Khalil Shakir. JoJo Domain is there, the Nebraska linebacker. Isaiah Likely from Coastal Carolina. A lot of people was talking about him late in the game. Darren Kennard, the offensive guard for Kentucky. He should be going real soon. Then you look at the rest of these guys. Offensive tackle from Penn State, Rashard Walker. Safety, Varen McKinley III. Donovan West, the center from Arizona State. So they got quite a few people out there. Kellen Diaz from Arizona State is also available. Kyle Phillips, the wide receiver from UCLA, is out there. You got some offensive linemen there. Matt Walesko from North Dakota, he's out there as well. Ty Chandler, the running back, is still available out of Carolina. So they got some players that's out there. Jerome Ford from Cincinnati is another one. So, I mean, Bo Melton from Rutgers is still available. DeMarco Jackson from Appalachian State is still, there you go. Some of our other guys there, Appalachian State's DeMarco Jackson. Could he be picked? The linebacker there. So hopefully we start seeing some of my HSBC guys come off the board here. Matt Butler out of Tennessee. This is a really good defensive lineman as well. Eric Johnson from Missouri. The Saints, remember the Saints went and talked to this brother. This dude got a 9-stop motor. He pretty special in his own right. Carson Strong from Nevada still sitting out there. And you look at Justin Ross from Clemson. This is DC's guy. You like 6'4", 205, but good size. Underwhelmed this year. And like KT astutely made mention of the fact that it was because of the quarterback play. And there are other players involved. Leon O'Neal Jr., the safety from Texas A&M. And there's quite a few guys that's still available that's out there. Damone Clark, middle linebacker from LSU, is still there. That'd be cool to get him on the Saints, man. So there's quite a few guys that's available, man, that's left in the draft, and we'll see exactly where they head. But going into the final thrones of this thing, Isaiah Likely, just talked about him, and the Baltimore Ravens selects Isaiah Likely, who he ain't likely anymore. He's definitely the pick, so they got him up out of here. Likely to Ravens, just went over that. Yeah, we just talked about him, and now he gone, huh? And this fourth round fam is really disappointed me because Neil Farrell Jr. is gone. He went to the Raiders. Cade York, LSU best kicker in the draft, he's gone to kick for the Browns, so they're going to do good there. Zamir White was another interesting running back. He went to the Raiders as well. And it's quite a few other players. Big EU. Remember we talked about EU. I mocked him and I was telling the family members about EU. 9 sacks as from the defensive tackle position. He was picked up by the Broncos. They picked him up this round. You see Percy Butler from Raging Cajuns. We mocked him. He's gone. Falele, the big, massive offensive tackle from Minnesota, he's gone. Perion Winfrey, who's good, he's gone to the Browns. Damian Pierce from Florida, who we was talking about, would be a good back. He's gone to the Texans. So quite a few good players that we were looking and hoping. And P.S. Strong, he ended up with the Patriots. So a lot of good players that we were hoping didn't stick around. They got picked up. Hassan Haskins, the big, burly, heavy runner. Why the hell the Titans need Hassan Haskins and they got these guys here just can't get enough of power, man? Good grief. They got Henry out there, and you mean to tell me you're going to pick up Haskins too? They're trying to power run your ass into the ground, man. So, I mean, my goodness. And that go Zach Tom, the offensive guard, goes to the Packers, trying to improve them. And then the Ravens and Rams and Titans on the clock close out the fifth round picks up Saints in the building. All right, so yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, I know, Kevin. I remember we talked about EU. I was hoping he slided late, and he was like one of my diamonds in the rough. Broncos say, "Nah, we know all about that dude," and they got him. Yeah. Did Alabama running back get drafted? Yeah, Tron. He's gone, bro. We just talked about him, man. He is gone. He got picked up. I want to say in either the third. He got picked up in the third round. He went to the Commanders. I want to say. Is he? Let me see here. We know Tyron Davis Price from LSU ended up going to the 49ers. That was one. Here he is right here. The Commanders got him with the 98th pick overall. They picked him up last round. So there you go. Picked him up and got him up out of here. So the Washington Commanders end up getting him. So yeah, quite a few players, family, that ended up, getting the hell up out of here, man. So unfortunately. So the Saints are being patient, fam. Saints are sitting back in the cut. Let's look at the fifth round and see where our black and gold pick at. I think they pick right in the center of it. There it is, 161 right here. So the Saints at 161. Do they make any movements? I don't think so. Look like they've been patient. If they was going to do something, they would have moved into the fourth and pick up something. The Saints just going to do the knowledge. And whatever they don't get, they'll clean it up in the undrafted market. You know how the Saints do. All right, big ups to the fam, Louisiana Zoo 85. Much love, fam. Appreciate y'all being here. Please feel free to hit the like button, fam. If you didn't hit the like button, please feel free to hit the hell out the like button and help us out. And feel free to subscribe to the channel. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. And feel free to share the shows on your social media feed. Let them know we're talking Saints in here, baby. It's all about the black and gold on this beautiful Saturday. We're here for the summation of the draft. All right, Raheem says it's all about the Saints, but let's not forget the Breakers game tonight on Fox. Absolutely. There it is, my friend. Got it up there. April the 30th, 7 p.m. Central Time, my time frame. I'm pretty sure y'all know your time frames on Fox. The Breakers are undefeated. I think the Stallions are undefeated too, so this will be a good matchup as well. So both teams are 2-0. The winner will not only keep the record clean, but also take control of the South Division and be the leader of the USFL. The Breakers are on top. Very excited to be a New Orleans family member here, man, because to be honest with you, there's some great football being played. Really, really interested. Watch the Breakers if you hadn't gotten an opportunity. What's up, Mocha? Who that to you, fam? Says Tennessee running game fell off after King Hurry got hurt. Yeah, now you got a power back in Haskins running there, man. Why? Goodness. My goodness, they got another power. They got a Henry Light. So, man, that's going to be awesome watching that. Kyle Phillips is still on the board. I want to say he is, Kevin. I want to say Phillips is still on the board, man. Let me make sure here. I want to say he is. I think he is. And the Ravens are on the clock. Let me refresh my page to make sure. I want to say Kyle Phillips is available. I'm going to look for him. Yeah, there he is. There he is, Kevin. He's still available. Kyle Phillips out of UCLA. He's still there. All right, so yeah, they're gonna have some guys that'll be available when they fall to the Saints. We just got to keep an eye out for these guys and see what's shaking and baking. But yeah, right now, fam, we getting to the only a couple of picks left before the end. As you can see, Damarian Williams out of Houston was the pick for the Baltimore Ravens and Rams, and then Titans close out the fourth quarter, and we get ready for the fifth quarter for round 5. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? All right, Nola Dynasty says Kelvin Austin and Deontay Hardy gonna have DCs up at night with Jameis. Yeah, he's still available too, fam. Yeah, you know, he says going out. He says Kelvin Austin going out. Thought I was going to confuse my bad. No, he's still there. Neville, what's up, fam? Appreciate brother Neville being the stream, and big ups to everybody else. It's Poppy 504 as well. Big ups. Austin and Phillips are still on the board, correct? All right. T Scott, what's up, brother? Says draft. Hold on here. Draft Mumford. Let him compete with Ruiz. Okay, thank you there. Brother T Scott in the building. Kevin says Matthew Butler, another Tennessee vote, still on the board. Yeah, he's still up there. I like that dude too, man. Him, they're pretty damn good. All right. Yeah, I don't think Austin's going to stay on that board, fam. I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams got him. You know, I ain't trying to make nobody, you know, but yeah. But Tramal says Sam Howell. Yep, he's still up there. Sam Howell is still there, man. They put that. And Strong, too. Don't forget Strong is still available. The quarterback out of Nevada is still sitting up there. Okay, Trey said Steelers got him. Q. Who the Steelers got, Trey? Who did they get? What about Josh Johnson? I think Josh Johnson is still available, bro. Let me pull up my wide receivers. But I want to say that Josh Johnson out of Tulsa is still available. Hold on. Yeah, because I think I see. Yeah, here he is. Yeah, there you go. He's still available. Yeah, he's still available, Kev. What's up, Nelson? Who that, fam? Appreciate you being here, bro. All right, Linda says Saints need to draft my cousin, Ubone Odiem. He's still available. Patiently wait. All right, thank you, Linda. Appreciate you. What position he plays? He sounds like an offensive lineman of some sort. Is he on here? Let me see. I don't know. They might not have him listed on this board. Yeah, it don't look like they got him listed up here. Let me know what position he plays. All right, but anyway, yeah, 2 picks left before the end of the 4th round. What's up, Lee? What's up, Lee? Who that to you, fam? Appreciate you. Oh, Kelvin Austin. Yeah. I think he's still available, though, isn't he? Yeah, he's still. I think he at the top of the. Yeah, hold on. Oh no, he's gone. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right. He snuck up out of there, man. Yeah, they must have took him when I was watching. Let me go see who got him, man. He said who got him? Let me see here. He must have snuck out of there when I was talking. Yeah, there you go. Yep, you're right, bro. Steelers snatched him. Damn. Yeah, I liked him, man. He's gone. Steelers got speed there. Yeah, they got him right before Isaiah Likely. I don't know how I missed that one. All right, 2 more picks from the Rams and the Titans are left. All right. Devin says, how you feel about running back Devontae Price, Q? Devontae Price? Hold on, let me see if I can pull him up here and get Price and look at him. Devontae Price from Florida International FI. I think I don't remember too much from Price, to be honest with you, Devin. You know what I'm saying? I didn't scout him too much, bro. But based on what they're saying is 6'1", 210. Price presses the line of scrimmage. He has enough foot speed to shuffle behind blocks and accelerates through holes. He has the second gear to go the distance when he gets a seam. He's a hands catcher, flashes as a route runner, has the potential to develop into a big play threat after the catch. He's lost 2 fumbles in 21, so his ball security needs to be better. So that's the pre-draft analysis on Devontae Price. He's 6'1", 210 out of the Florida International, Devontae Price. So he's still available, bro. And according to the board, is listed as the 4th best running back available. So hadn't had an opportunity to scout him, bro. But based on the breakdown right there, it doesn't sound like a bad player. You know, doesn't sound like a bad player there. Thank you for the question. And of course, the pick was a cornerback, Jacoby Durant from South Carolina State, 5'10", 180 for the Rams as they're trying to gear up that secondary. Titans is the last. Titans had a fantastic draft thus far, man. A fantastic draft. Zaquandre White is still on the board. I want to say, bro. I was looking at him earlier as a guy, and he fell some behind a lot of other backs. Like you can see, they got Ty Chandler, Jerome Ford, Karen Williams out of Notre Dame. You see Price we just talked about, and then you see Zovian Knight, and then down here you see Zaquandre White from South Carolina. So yeah, they got him way down here, but I think everybody got a different board here because I thought he would be ranked higher than where he is, but he's still available there. So, and to the family members talk about the HBCUs, I like a lot of those guys are still available there. So, yeah. And we're gonna keep it moving. So Tennessee on the clock to close out the fourth quarter. All right. Yeah, they did have a really good draft, man. You know, good draft by the Titans, a strong draft. Anola Dynasty says 161 got to be a value pick. They can't be looking at need at 161. Already went 3 for 3 for needs. I'm feigning for a BPA. Okay, so what would the pick be there for you guys coming up in the 5th round? What should it be? Okay, the Saints smartly address the needs. What are the needs? I mean, those are starters needs. What are the needs that's out there that are starters? Are there any more starters? Now you're going into the 5th round, so I probably would say that you're not going to find a starter, not right away, with the 5th round pick. These are depth pieces. These are special teams guys as well that help out. You're not looking at a starter with the 5th pick, even though you have a very curious situation with Elvin Kamara that needs some remedy. Do the Saints feel good about the running backs they have? Could we do committed with Ingram, Tony Jones Jr., Dwayne Washington, and Jamal? What's his name? Jamal. What's the brother name here? What's his name? Jamal. Josh Adams. Excuse me. But this is, you can see right here, the Saints running back room. Are we confident with that? And if not, then should that be the next selection for the black and gold at 151? Should that be? Because if you look at the position, if you look at the running back position, so hold on, let me get to the right spot. Ty Chandler's there, and I'm pretty sure about time to get to the Saints, which is several of 8 picks down once the round starts, that they probably can get a good running back depending on who they're looking at. You know, a lot of people talked about Tyler Algier. I know that's the guy that KT was bringing up yesterday. He's another big back that runs with power. Could the guy be out BYU be a guy? Because you're looking, I mean, I don't think the Saints are looking at a scat back at that position. They would rather have a power back with a little shifty ability. I mean, Ty Chandler's 5'11", 204. Jerome Ford is 5'11", 210. He's pretty decent running backs. Kyron's more of the scat back a kind. We talked about Price. Abraham Smith from Baylor is another running back, 6 feet tall, about 215. How about Tyler Batty? He's an undersized back at 5'8". You see Zovian Knight. Snoop Connor's another undersized back, 5'10", 220 from Ole Miss. He's another big back, one-cut runner. And then there are others, and we talked about Zaquandre White at 6 feet, 206. And, you know, we talked about Tyler Gibson, and a lot of people do like Tyler Algier. How about Kennedy Brooks? A lot of people thinking he'll go a lot lower than what he initially is. But, I mean, at some point, is that the pick, or the Saints visit back to wide receiver? Something tell me it's going to be like a wide receiver. The family member saying it's running back. Ingram washed up, says Hero said SE37 says Ingram's washed. All right, Nola Dynasty's Kennedy Brooks. Yeah, I know, bro. I mocked him before. Debo vibes, only failing because of the C19 year. He had 1,000 as a freshman. I know we all big fans of him here, though. Yeah, I've mocked Kenny Brooks, man, and he's a running back that can handle the workload. Whether they see him or not, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Nola Dynasty's Haskell Garrett, defensive tackle from Ohio State. Is he still available? Hold on, let me see here. Let me look him up right quick, fam. See if he's there. Yep, there he is right there. 6'2", 300 pounds. Still available. All right, so yeah, I mean, is it wide receiver? Some tell me this might be wide receiver, fam. We'll see. David Jones says Sam Howell in the 5th. I'll take it. How about that? All right, David. All right, running back. Kenny Brooks will be a steal, says Brother Devin. Brother Will says running back. All right, BPA all the way. All right, Saints don't need 4 quarterbacks. Okay, that was Mocha. All right, LM says we need big and fast. I like white. Okay, thank you, bro. All right, Devin says 3,000 yard season. Yeah, plus 212 touchdown seasons, and he averages over 6 yards per carry. Yeah, Kenny Brooks would be an interesting pick right there for the black and gold. So yeah, but a lot of people were saying that he got a lot of snaps there, and it created wear on him. I'm like, man, you ain't gonna be running the ball by itself. The Saints gonna operate running back by committee. That's what they're gonna do. So Kenny Brooks wouldn't be a bad selection, man. Actually, Kashawn says running back. T. Scott says, what brother T. Scott says, get a wide receiver. No, Vallis is gone. Vallis is off the board. He was gone. Okay, and they saying, let me go back to the draft. And Howell got picked up at the top of the 5th round by the Commanders. So there you go. Howell gets drafted. Strong is still on the board, though. Strong out of Nevada is still on the board, fam. So yeah, that's the end of the draft. A 4th round happened, started at 5 as in is. The last draft pick was Aqua, tight end out of Maryland. The end, the 4th and the 5th starts off, and we are fastly approaching the Saints pick. We got the Seahawks, the Giants, the Bears, the Commanders, the Bears, the Falcons, the Broncos, the Seahawks, the Eagles, Cowboys, Browns. Hold on, I lost my place. Oh, there it is. Browns, Jags, Seahawks, Colts, Chargers, Saints at 161. So there you go, fam. So my goodness, how many picks is that? It's a bunch of damn picks before you get to us. So anyway, this should run pretty fast. Howell goes to the Commanders, Chiefs on the board, followed by 2 picks by the Giants. So we'll see what's going on if some of the guys that we like come off the board. All right, Nola Dynasty said after that pick 6, it went viral. Saints fans said, I don't want to read no more. All right, Collinator says running back or outside linebacker. Thank you, Collinator. Who that? Is Poppy 504 says wide receiver, running back, and linebacker. All right, thank you, fam. All right, Brother Jonathan says another linebacker will suffice. Demario Davis might have maybe 1 or 2 years or so. We need to fill his position, even though we have Pete Werner. Thank you, fam. Appreciate you, bro. All right. 16 picks to go. All right, there you go. All right. What's up, DJ? What's up, DJ DS D Smooth in the building? What's up, D Smooth? All right. True Lose Animal says Saints went with the 161st in the 5th round. They draft running back Ike Turner, the 3rd from Buchan University, home of the Smacker. You know what? So, all right. Thank you, Jamal. All right. True Louise Animal. All right. I never heard of the Smackamos. I never heard of them. All right. Thank you, fam. Appreciate you. T. Scott says, Q, who was that wide receiver from LSU that ran the 4.3 but never played? 4.3 that never played? Oh, you talking about, oh, man, what's his name, man? He played a little bit. He ain't played much, though. Oh, man. He surprised them in the combine with his speed. Let me see if he's still on the board. They probably might not even have that man listed on the board. Let me see. They don't even show him there. They don't even show him on the board here. So yeah, I forgot the brother name, but he surprised them, and then that was last year. You thinking about? No, I mean that was matter of fact. It was last year. What I'm talking about? That was last year, and I forgot where he ended up. He got signed by somebody, but I forgot where he ended up. All right, and there it is. Kentucky gets offensive lineman Darian Kennard. This is a good pick. This guy fell. This is good offensive lineman, 6'5", 322. He got some tackle applications, but they like him better at guard. So has some versatility to him. And the rich keep getting rich as the Kansas City Chiefs just keep pouring it on, man. So Sam Howell ends up with the Commanders. They get a quarterback in the future behind Carson Wentz. And then the Giants have 2 picks back to back, followed by the Bears and the Commanders again. So yeah, it's just like whirling dervish. Giants twice. Bears got 2 picks in the next 3 picks after the Giants 2 picks, and then the Bears again. So it's like Giants, Bears, Commanders, who just picked to start the thing off, and then then you got 2 Bears in there, then the Falcons pick. Then it's back to the Broncos and then the Seahawks again. So we'll see what those picks is, but it should run pretty good. All right, so hit the like button, fam. If you hadn't hit the like button, please feel free to hit the like button. We got over 200 of us in there. Please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and share the show's link on your social media feed. All right, we're going to bring Brother Prime in. Brother Prime, welcome back in, bro.
Oh, I'm glad you let me in, man. I was just listening to what you're saying. And I'm going to say this. A thought this came to me. I'm looking at inside linebackers. I would like to see another wide receiver, but I'm thinking that I would like to see another one because it still got some decent ones there, but we already have some guys that we need to see what they could do. Aesop and a couple other people. And like I said last year, even though it wasn't that good on offense, those receivers got a lot of playtime. And I think it made them good. I think I was impressed with Callaway. I'm gonna tell you right now, Traquan Smith should not be on this team at the end of camp. They really shouldn't. And for all you LSU people that say why the Saints don't drafting the LSU people, I'm gonna give you all 161 Demoni Clark, inside linebacker. And free game, come on, bruh. Really? I can name 2 players that got Super Bowl rings that the Saints either they were low draft picks or they were free agents. And who and Q, educate the
Yes, sir.
crowd. Who are those 2 people I'm talking about?
The two, repeat the question, Brother Prime.
Who are the 2 Saints players that got Super Bowl rings? One of them wasn't drafted, and the other one was a very low pick. Late pick, I mean.
2 of them, a late pick.
A late
Well,
pick. A late pick
is that Colston?
Yes.
Colston is one, and the other undrafted guy, Pierre Thomas.
There you go. So all this argument about we need somebody that's drafted that could play running back. We got 2 players there, and I know everybody talk about Michael Thomas. Right now I might get some heat, but to me, your boy Colston, you gotta give him respect. They never picked him for the Pro Bowl, but he's one of the best receivers the Saints ever had because of his attitude, and he didn't shake the boat. This guy that we got, that's the cornerback. More young brothers need to realize that. And I agree with you saying about athletes with attitude. A lot of these young brothers need to realize you can have all the talent in the world, but if you have a piss poor attitude, you're gonna see yourself out there. Look at that nut that the wide receiver that was with Tampa Bay. All the talent in the world, but he can't keep it foot out of his mouth. Plus, he needs some psychiatric help. So, young brothers out there that play sports, that do anything, listen to me. You know there's things that you cannot do that other people can do, and you know, like I said before, the more you know, the more valuable you are. But excuse me, it's all about your attitude and your behavior. You got to be that person. And the guy Taylor, he fits the locker room because that was very touching for him to kiss the picture of his grandma. That shows he respects his elders. And we have lost a lot of that in our Black community because I see it on a daily basis as a high school teacher of 27 years, been in Houston area for the last 22. And I see so many young brothers and sisters that just don't respect adults. And I'm glad he still respects his elders because we got a lot of kids that grew up with friends and not parents. And that's why we have most of the problems we have now with a lot of the young people. What you got to say about that, Q?
I think it's very accurate, bro. I think there's a lot of problems in the educational system. I think it's the culture. A lot of the culture that a lot of people believe that were created by us, but then co-opted and weaponized against the people. And that's why you see so much the link between the prison system and how the music culture is pushing. It's not any empowerment. It's just it's this pure degeneration. It's a machine that creates degenerates, and it promotes a degenerate culture. And I'm using the old school word that Esther used to use when she called it heathen culture. That's what it is.
That's exactly what it is because
heathen culture.
Because you see, it was with the gangster rap, you got the young brothers. Now you got this new form of rap that these like the Cardi B's and them are glorifying this being, farm tools and glorifying that heathenist attitude. And little girls coming to school with these eyelashes on, and I've told a couple of them, y'all putting yourselves in danger when you come to school just like that, because you don't know what kind of sexual deviance you have in your neighborhood or in the area of the school that you're walking around. You're putting a big target on your forehead when you dress like that. And I have 3 daughters, and none of them dress like that. It's just ridiculous. But I'm gonna tell you, if Clark is there, the Saints might draft him, because would you consider the wide receiver room too crowded, or you think we could possibly pick up one of them? Because we probably gonna pick up some free agent wide receivers too, because a lot of them not gonna get drafted.
Yeah, I would. I think that the wide receiver. I mean, it's more the merrier to me. I think the only other positions uh, that are what you would call safe positions, probably Mike Thomas and Chris Olave. I think those are the starters you're looking at. Marquez Callaway's is there with Deontay Harris Hardy to compete. But then the more the merrier. And then the best, it just creates more of a competition in the room and makes the room overall better. So, and it's been a point of emphasis on the wide receiver room last year to upgrade the talent. So more the merrier. So if they do add, in which they will, either through the draft or undrafted wise, they're going to add talent in the linebacker room. They're going to add in the wide receiver room. They're going to bring some linemen in, both defensive and offense, a couple of secondary players. And if we don't get a running back in the remaining a couple of rounds of the draft, that as well. So the Saints work magic in the undrafted. So whatever they don't get in the draft, don't be upset about it. Just know that by Sunday afternoon, you'll have at least a dozen or less players that'll be added to the team in form of undrafted college free agents. So I mean, this is where the Saints shine. So that's why you can see the Saints kind of giving up those picks to move on to get players that they want, which are starters, by the way, that will start for them this year. And then the rest of those guys, they can build the depth. This is depth pieces and special team movements now to add to the depth, 5, 6, and undrafted.
One of my choices just got picked up by Buffalo, the wide receiver Shakir. Just got picked up by Buffalo at 148. Well, he's off the board. Tell me what you think about Darren Bevis, linebacker from Cincinnati. If you had a choice between him and a guy from LSU, who would you pick?
The guy from LSU.
I know you would say that. That was a sucker question. That was a sucker question.
Listen, let me tell you, Brother Prime. Man, listen. Our LSU linebackers are fierce, bro. And you've seen the run on LSU talent the last round. You've seen them come off the kicker. I mean, we're coming off the board. You've seen a guy that many people thought was going to be undrafted, and TD Price was taken in what, the third round? Yes, the third round yesterday. People were saying that this man, if family members asked me, say, "Q, you think TD Price gets drafted?" I say, if it does, it probably be either late or he's undrafted. And I say, you know what, he probably will go undrafted. And then in the third round, TD Price gets picked up by the 49ers, past all of the other backs that were ranked higher than him. So that goes to show you that everybody's board is different depending on what teams you go to. Everybody scout sees these players. You might have some similarities at the top 5 or 10 or 15 players, but underneath that, all of these guys are valued differently because depends on what the team is looking at. They can envision a player, look at him and say, man, with his skills, we can terraform him into this, that, and the third. So, I mean, it depends on the vision and how you can kind of assimilate this player into your system. And if he can work with what you're doing. So I think a lot of that was involved in our pick, the second round pick with Alontae Taylor, where a lot of people didn't know and thought that they had other guys that were better at the position, but the Saints felt like he was a better fit style for what they're doing. People can't get around that. And you're right, Khalil Shakir, who a speedy wide receiver with a little size, that's 6 feet tall, just under 200 pounds, is off the board and going to the Buffalo Bills. God dog it, them Buffalo Bills are doing a damn thing. But Brother Prime, I want you to pop back in after the picks.
I will do that.
With your analysis. Thank you, bro. Peace. All right, that's Brother Prime chiming in, man. Much love. Is Tennessee on the board? You asked me about wide receiver on Tennessee. Is Tennessee's the wide receiver from Tennessee on the board? Let me see if he's still on the board. Wide receiver what's his name, bro? A wide receiver from Tennessee on the board. Oh, I don't. Oh, you talking about Velus Jones? No, Velus is gone, bro. Velus is out of here. All right, yeah, he got picked up by somebody else. Brian, what's up, fam? Appreciate you. What's going on with you, man? All right. Yeah, they know they running backs free mind, and they got TD Price, man. Picked him up, man. I was like, man, that's good, man, because TD Price was a hell of a running back for LSU, man, and it's pretty good. All right, what's up to the rest of the fam? Appreciate y'all being on the live stream. Much love. All right, let's keep it going here, man. All right, we got Kev with GM Kev's in the building. Kev, welcome on in, bro.
Yo, what's up, bro?
What's good, bro?
Man, how many picks we got before we get to ours?
Well, let's see here. We got it's moving pretty good. So, Khalil Shakur, the wide receiver from Boise State, was picked by Buffalo. Then you got a tight end from Nevada and Cole Turner picked by the Commanders. And the Saints are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 picks away from their selection. But it'll be a quick 11 because this round, the fifth round, usually move pretty good.
Yeah. Man, that was a good pick by Buffalo, bro. That Shakira dude, man. I'm surprised he dropped to the fifth round, you know?
Yeah, I know, Kev. And that's something that we was looking for as wide receivers. But about time the Saints get to hopefully, we'll see. I mean, I'm thinking if the wide receiver's a guy, perhaps Bo Melton's there, because Bo Melton is a guy that we mocked and talked about with some good speed there. Kyle Phillips is intriguing, but Bo Melton's sitting right there. So I don't know if he lasts until the Saints pick it, or even that's the pick. It might be Justin Ross from Clemson. I mean,
Think he's gonna stay up there?
I don't think Kevin. I think Ross is probably the next guy to come off the board. I'm surprised he hadn't already came off the board already. Like I said, everybody's board is different. So the Texans they might make Ross the guy, man. We'll see. Because the Falcons could use him, the Texans could use him, the Falcons will use him. You got several teams that's ahead of you that can use Justin Ross. So we'll see if he falls, man.
Do you think so? You think the Saints going offense with this pick?
161. If it is offense, perhaps a wide receiver. A lot of family members saying running back. I'm thinking maybe another wide receiver, running back, wide receiver. And that's pretty much what we sitting at. But a surprise pick, I guess if you have a surprise pick to throw in there, I guess it might be Strong if they wanted them. We did mock Strong late in the game. So
the running back?
The quarterback. So that's a surprise pick. A surprise from Nevada.
He's still on the board?
He is still on the board, bro. He's still on the board. He's still there. So, let me pull up the QB. He's number one quarterback there. It's Carson Strong. Man. Still on the board in the fifth round.
Hey, you know what? People gonna trip out with this one, bro. But I know we was talking about it a few months ago on a Tough Tiger Talk.
Yeah.
And if we would have had our third and fourth rounder, I would have snatched K Young, bro. K York.
Yeah, Browns got him, Kev.
Dang.
Browns got him. Browns got K York. And Neil Farrell is gone too. He went to the Raiders. So yeah, our LSU guys getting up out of here, man. King Lodge said, "What up, Q?" And family members, would have been nice to have more picks, but I trust the organization. Thank you, King Logic. Appreciate you, bro. Jonathan says Mark Ingram can hold up until AK come back. Whoever follow up to help Mark Ingram. Well, you had Ingram and then Tony Jones Jr. So I mean, he's good when he's healthy. But that's been the thing, man.
Falcons got Algier.
We just talked about Algier, man. At 5'11", 220, power back from BYU. So
yeah,
that's a tough one. So we marching down, fam. It's marching down to that Saints pick. Put in the chat who you think the pick is going to be, family. I know you won't position, but I'm gonna kind of challenge the Great Saint Think Tank. I know you guys are super intelligent, man. Some of the smartest in the business. I want you guys to tell me not only pick a position, but the position with the player for the 161 pick. Put it in the chat. Let me know. I'll highlight you. Brother Brian said we need 2 running backs, actually, because AK is an uncertainty. I don't want Strong. Give me a Quill Glass. He a QB, and I don't know. Some of our historical Black college brothers got to come off that sooner or later, man. But Kev, who do you think the pick is going to be at 161 position and player?
I wouldn't be surprised if they go guard, bro. Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma. And that's gonna shock you, like, what? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if you're not, sold on your guard position, You still got to move a center and make him play guard, and then if you got to look at injuries and possible COVID stuff, so you're gonna need bodies, and a guard is a position you need protection from. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go guard.
These some good picks I'm getting from the family members. It's Poppy 504 says Carson Strong QB from Nevada could be the pick. In the 5th round wouldn't be a bad bet, to be honest with you, if they were looking at a quarterback. Strong arm. He had that knee issue. Boy, that knee issue ripped him all the way down to the 5th
It's tearing
round,
them up. Yeah, it's tearing them up. Yeah.
Brother Prime says Beavers or inside linebacker Clark. So you're looking at linebackers, looking at backing up Demario Davis and our young wide receiver, running linebacker there. David Jones. Okay. Jones says Butler of Tennessee, who's still a good tackle, very good tackle there. Yep. All right, yeah, Algiers. We just talked about Algiers, man. 5'11", 225, heavy back, man. Earl says, sorry, Big Q, but we got some spoiled fans now. I can't tell you how many drafts I've seen. Shaking my hands. Earl, you've been around for a while, bro. You got a thick skin, so you hear it all. I hear it all, bro. That's why I'm like, it don't really kind of get to me. I just try to hear people's sides and understand, why you feel the way you do. Because sometimes you can have a discussion with them, and sometimes you can meet even ground, Devin C says, running back Kenny Brooks, the value is great. Yeah, I'll agree. Kenny Brooks is being severely disrespected in the rankings here, to be honest with you, fam. Big time. And we talked about Kenny Brooks. I mocked him a few times. All right. Dontrell says running back and linebacker. Put a name to him, Dontrell. Who you got? All right. So who else we got? Top of the boot says QB Cole Kelly of Southeast Louisiana. Okay, Cole Kelly. Remember we talked about him, the 6'7" quarterback that the scouting report listed as bad built. So I mean, yeah, we remember him. All right. Thank you. LaKendrick says Dupree. Who's Dupree, bro? Put you got the whole name in the position, the throw in there. Nola Dynasty says Saints really on one though. We wanted wide receiver, offensive tackle. Many wanted DB, so it's 3 for 3. Seems like the census is running back for pick 4. We'll see if they listen for real. Thank you, Nola Dynasty. Appreciate you, bro. Jerome says, is the offensive tackle from Washington State gone? Yes, he is gone. He's gone. He's not there anymore. Okay, Big Bull says Zaquadri White. Okay, I got you from South Carolina. Thank you, bro. Brother Derek Isaac says Rosenthal. Okay. Okay, Rosenthal. That's not a bad call there, Brother Derek. Thank you. All right. Brother Brian says, is Zahimir White gone? I don't think so. I think he's still on the board. Let me pull up the available list right here. Yeah, I think he's still on the board, I want to say. Hold on here. Is he? Yeah, that's the Quandary White right there. And you talking, and you said Zamir? You mean Zaquandri White? Yeah, well, is it Zamir? Is it Zamir or Zaquandri, Brother Brian? Because there's no, yeah, it got to be White. That's what you're talking about. All right, so yeah, he's still available there, man. He slid down according to some, but then again, a lot of this be predicated on who the team actually likes. All right, 504 says Tyler Chandler of North Carolina. Okay, kind of a scat speed back there, catch the ball out the backfield as the Seahawks take a cornerback, a 6'4" cornerback from UTSA, former school of Davenport there. So that's intriguing. For Wooten was sitting up there for a while, Kev.
Yeah, I know. I thought he was going to go a little earlier, but that's a good pickup by him, though, bro. They needed secondary help, So, yeah, that's pretty good for him, bro. I mean, you could get good value in these late rounds. It's not all about first and second round. You could get starters in the 5th round, bro, and a 6th if you play your cards right.
That's right. If injuries occur, man, they could play right into it. T. Scott says James Houston's still available. He's still on the board. He hadn't got drafted yet. Kim Phillips, what's up, Kim? Said we absolutely need a running back. Thank you, Kim. All right. LaKendrick says Aiden Williams. Okay, thank you, fam. Appreciate you. All right. What's up, brother? Kendall says we need a pass catching tight end, the kid from A&M, Winnemeyer or Mitchell from Virginia Tech. Okay, thank you, brother Kendall. Okay. All right. Yeah, White got drafted. Okay, yeah. All right, so Earl says, is this the best draft I've seen part of? The next one, of course, was the year we got Kamara, Ram, Lattimore, and the rest. I mean, it's yet to be determined, but listen, by the
Mhm.
efficiency of how the Saints are operating. Very efficient draft, bro. They're going after guys that they like. And 3 picks, 3 starters is hard to, is very concise. It's accurate draft that a lot of family members they're not getting caught up in the names. Like some of these guys are ball players. They ball players. And they got a need, they fit a need, and the attitude too of what the black and gold trying to do. They did their research on these guys. It could be,
Jaguars
bro.
to move back up, Q. They don't move back up. They see somebody they like. Who they go and get?
Well, I mean, if it's the Jags, bro, it's no telling, man. No telling if it's the Jags, bro.
I would
I
think you
don't
need
know.
to help Sunshine out. What's the quarterback name from Clemson? I call him Sunshine though, but
Oh yeah. I can't think of the man name with all the flowing hair.
yeah, with the Florida, yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know. Maybe they give him some offensive line help, perhaps.
Could
I
be
mean,
a receiver.
it could be. Could be. I mean, you see some defensive players available right there that they're moving up to, perhaps to get. So they're moving around. They see somebody they like, maybe an offensive lineman or
Yeah.
something. So I
Yeah,
mean,
they did good. They got Trevon Walker and Devin Lloyd, bro.
yeah, this is pretty. It's interesting, man. With some of these teams trying to fill these needs, you see the
Yep.
black and gold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks. 7 picks to the Saints pick, fam. So, all right, there you go. Devin says Kenny Brooks reminds me of Nick Chubb. Yeah, he got a real powerful style to him, man. And I wouldn't be mad at him, man, if the Saints grab at him. Jamie says Kim Phillips. We have Ingram, Elvin, and Taysom. Why do we need a running back? Well, Taysom's not going to be used as a running back. He's going to be listed as your tight end. So they're taking Taysom out and exclusively keeping him to the tight end room, which in my opinion makes Taysom a lot better because the problem is we were moving him around all over the place in these different rooms. And this will be the time where he could just stay a tight end and impact the tight end room. I think that's phenomenal. That way he don't step on the feet of other wide receivers that's trying to develop, like, Marquez Callaway and Chris Olave, the rest of these guys. He stays in his room and he needs to help that room out. And I think that's phenomenal that they had that idea to do that. So Nola Dynasty says Windermeyer, Kendall, what a call. That is a good call because the Saints were looking at him, and I think he is there though. Let me see if I could pull him up here. I think he is still sitting there at the tight end position. Yep, you got Mitchell sitting at the top, and there he is. Windermeyer's right there.
Yep.
So yeah, he's sitting there waiting, fam. But is that? Let me see with the Jaguars. Did they make the call yet? No, they're still looking at it. All right, so we'll see what they moving around to see what they can go and get. Sonny says, I don't see why there's a problem taking the corner when most teams roll out 3 and 4 wideouts. And do y'all think DA forgot how the defense looked when Lattimore went down? No, I don't think he forgot.
That's a good one. That's a good comment because the experts saying, Q, that the analysis saying that we should draft a cornerback next round. I was like, that really? So, but I don't see a high cornerback. The highest one on the board right now is Kalen Barnes from Baylor. He's the highest rated cornerback right now. 6 feet, pretty decent. He a Texas dude. He mocked for the 5th round. So PFF was like, I mean, they on point. It's falling exactly, bro. And I did a few of them. And this dude, I hope they don't do it though, bro. But this dude, JoJo Doomon, kept on falling to me, and the Saints picked him in this round, bro.
That's the linebacker, right?
That's the linebacker. But here's the thing about
injuries, though, right?
He got 2 ACL injuries. But who did they draft before at linebacker who had 2 ACL injuries before? Q, they done it a few times already, right?
Drafted?
Yeah, they got well, not ACLs. Your boy out of Florida had the 2 shoulders. He had the shoulder stuff. Anzalone. Yeah. And Kikaha had like them ACL. They
he was a defensive end though.
Yeah, they was gonna probably do as a hybrid or something, But still, we drafted guys that had those injury problems before,
Well, at the
he said he good now though. He said he good,
Well, I mean, if he's healthy, why not, bro? We'll take it. We'll see, man. Linebacker is the position you're looking at because I think the Saints go back to Quan eventually at some point. We'll see. But good comments, Sonny. You're right. There is definitely a rollout of 3 and 4 cornerback position. Of course, C19 roll around, and then guys get hurt, and then you get thin real quick at the cornerback position. So I can respect the versatilities of guys like Taylor, who we just drafted, and guys like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who could play multiple position. Snoop Connor of Ole Miss, man. We just
You got
looked at
Snoop
Snoop,
Dogg.
5'10", 220, heavy runner, and they moved up to go get him to bring him in there. So Snoop Connor's the pick for the Jags. We get closer to the Saints Cowboys on the clock. All right,
Well,
so
it let you know your boy wasn't quite ready to come back then, ETN.
yeah,
He might be not ready for the first part of the year. So, yeah, because, he had that serious injury last year.
Yeah.
So they probably going to hold him out the first few weeks just to make sure he okay.
You think about
Yeah.
Thunder. You talking about Thunder and Lightning. If you're able to use a guy like Snoop Connor
Man,
and ETN together,
and
man, that's not a
ATN,
bad
that's
fit.
going to be nasty.
Yeah, and remember, you watch how Connor plays when he was running for Ole Miss, and then you think about like the guy Algieri, who from BYU. Those guys are the same running style. 5'10", 5'11", 220-pound power backs. So you can see the guy that they're trying to power up or load up on some power backs right here. You see what the Jaguars did, and of course you see the move when they got Algieri in the last round. So the Cowboys on the clock. All right, Kev, stay right where you are, bro. We're gonna bring in brother Hanson, bring him in the stream. Welcome on in, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Q, how you doing, man?
Doing good, my brother. Welcome to the stream, man. How you liking the draft, bro?
Hey, man, I'm loving the draft. I don't mind what the Saints did with the cornerback pick. I definitely love the first two picks. Those were the picks that was mocked to us in the first place. So I'm very excited about those two picks. But Q, I was wondering this. The reason why I'm first of all, let me just say I've been watching you guys for the longest. I'm just figuring out how to get on there. So, hey man, I'm happy about that. But let me just ask you this real quick, Q. Do you think because so I've been watching the comments from Dennis Allen, about the cornerback who we drafted. He's saying that he's going to keep the player at that position and possibly get a lot of reps at special teams. Do you think that opens the door for Tyrann Mathieu to come in now that the position at safety is still open?
Yeah, bro. I think you got something there, bro. And we talked about it. The versatility that Alontae Taylor brings. But yeah, if we started the show, family members asked me, say, Q, what you think this closes the door? I said, if we're going with percentages, chance to a degree it does. But then again, if you get a guy like Matthew here and he says, okay, Saints, I'm coming to you, bro. You mean to tell me gonna say, no, we got Alontae Taylor? No, that they're gonna make room for that, bro.
That's a fact.
For real. Because you know what, Tyrann Mathieu is ready to contribute right away, and Jarvis Landry and Tyrann Mathieu, those guys are still out there.
Yeah.
And the Saints are very interested, and they both know that. So it's only a matter of time before we figure out which direction either one of those goes. So I think the door's still open to a degree for Tyrann Mathieu.
Yeah, Mathieu, I mean, he's following the Saints too. He's literally watching every pick, applauding the picks. He applauded the pick for Olave. He was like, he put the fire emoji up there for them. Yeah. So I think, he's excited. He's probably excited about coming to the Saints. You know what I mean? I think that the door's left open for him to come. Now, will he take the money? Will he accept the money that we're willing to pay? That's one thing. So I hope he is. And man, look, I'm up here in Minnesota, man. So I'm holding it down for the Who Dat Nation up here in Minnesota. So just wanted y'all to know, man, I'm always watching, man. I'm always on. Now that I figured out how to chat and everything, I'll be on there all the time, man. But thanks a lot, Big Q.
Thank you, brother Handsome, man. And anytime, bro, pop back in after the picks, bro, and let me know how you feel about them, bro. You're welcome anytime.
No doubt, my brother. Thank you.
Who that?
Peace. Who that?
All right. That's brother Hanson chiming in all the way from Minnesota, baby. Way up there in Viking and Timber Wolf and territory up there, man. So much love to that brother way up there, man. It get downright cold up there. You talking about what we be getting, man. Them poor folks be up there. Boy, it be downright cold. But good to see a Who Dat man out there giving them hell up there in Minnesota Viking land, man. So much love to you, brother Hanson. All right, so fam, here we go on the board. You see, Matt Walesko went off from North Dakota. That was a pretty good pick by the Dallas Cowboys, getting Walesko there. Kev trying to improve their line. Jerome Ford is off the board too, bro, going to the Browns next, so you can see, the power running backs coming off the board, bro.
You could see, I was looking at the Cowboys and they've been doing this for the last few years, man. They loading up on the offensive line. They got 2 offensive tackles, right? So on the board right now, that guy's still up there. What's his name? Kirch. He's the highest rated tackle, I think, still on the board right now. Will we go back and get another tackle?
I wouldn't be mad if you do, because maybe one with some versatility. I still see. You look at the Saints front 5 linemen, and you got Hurst as the swing tackle there. But we could definitely use, and Lamp. I don't forget Lamp. I like Lamp a lot, the former offensive lineman from the Rams. I think Lamp helps a lot and could surprise. Like if Cesar Ruiz don't get on the square and make things shake, Lamp might push him for the starting position. You also have big Kelvin Throckmorton sitting there too. So I can see the Saints, and then I'm not big on Ethan Greenwich or Kelvin Throckmorton, so I wouldn't be upset if the Saints went and got an offensive lineman who has the ability to play some tackle and guard there. So I wouldn't be mad at that at all. So, yeah.
Well, think about it, Q. His name is Kellen Deach. Remember, we
Arizona
him.
State.
Yeah, but
I like him.
He was mocked for the 3rd, but I'm like, damn, how did he fall? So check it out, his measurables. He's 6'7", 301, right? 301 pounds.
Right.
It says he's one of the highest graded Power 5 tackles in the country. He didn't lose much in pass protection, something we need, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's only allowed multiple pressures only once in 2021. Only one time. So dude's not getting by him like that. See what I'm saying?
Right. That's a great call, Kevin. We mocked Deesh several times. And New Wine Mind says, yes, I forgot to mention Landon Young. We picked up Landon Young last year, who has the ability to play tackle and guard. So that does improve. So yes, I like that thought process there. And it's the old school with Sean Payton. They usually keep 9 linemen. But with the C19 stuff rolling
you need
around,
them.
You need to be able to use, and we've been getting better with that, Kev. We've been using the practice squad as an extension of the roster, as opposed to going to the street past our practice squad players, getting guys and bringing them onto the team and playing them like we did that wide receiver that we picked up from the Indianapolis Colts, who wasn't hitting on nothing. So we've got to get better at, especially in the C19 stuff going forward, and the injuries, to be able to utilize the practice squad like an extension of the roster, and just don't go shooting over the practice squad to the street and getting the guy and moving them over the practice squad into the active roster. That don't make no sense.
That's that development.
Right, the practice squad is set up where those guys have some exposure to what you're doing, whether defensive, offensive, or special teams wise, so have an idea of what you're doing. So you want to grab from there and bring onto the team if injuries were to occur. But we can't be like, okay, like at one point, Dwayne Washington was a running back that gave you 5 yards per carry. And then all of a sudden we just decided, he ain't a running back. No, he's just a special teams dude. So if we're serious about our running backs, that he should get a fair opportunity if injuries were to occur, then we have to slide reps to him, as opposed to just say, you know what, we're going to look past you, forget you, Dwayne Washington. We're going to bring Taysom Hill in as a running back. You see what I'm saying? We got to stay on code with what we're doing as far as that's concerned. So,
but Q, if you got a guy like Kellen Deach and drop, he's ranked number 77. Did you hear anything like negative on his profile?
No.
For him to drop from 3rd to go to almost a 6th round, that's a big drop.
That is a big drop, because he was saying that's supposed to go. I remember seeing him saying that he was a 4th rounder. And some I seen some as early, nothing earlier than 3rd, but I see 3rd and 4th. But for him, because the tackle position, as you said, they ran out the gate with the tackles, and I thought he would go, right behind some of those other guys. But the way the boards has set up now, you see defensive players coming out there, you see some wide receivers, you see the power running backs, and that kind of making those guys drop. But that's good value to get Kellen Deach at that position.
It would be perfect. But think about this: if you, like you said, we would hope that he could play some guard. I'm quite sure this dude ain't giving up multiple pressures. You put him at guard at 6'8", bruh. Come on, man. We need that, because how tall is McCoy? Like 6'1", 6'2"?
Eric McCoy is 6'3".
Shoot, man, this dude's 6'8". That's 4 more inches. You know what I'm saying? This is a monster right here, bro.
Well, but like I was saying, we'll see if the pick, that'll be a good value. Speaking of good value, the Indianapolis Colts just got Eric Johnson from Missouri State, man. I was talking about Eric Johnson. This is a hell of a player. The Saints went and scouted Eric Johnson. This dude has a non-stop motor, caused all kind of problems inside, got a ton of tape. This was a good, solid pickup for the Colts in the 5th round to get Eric Johnson out of Missouri State. My goodness, this dude is going to be a beast for them, man.
Man, they having a great draft with this depth, bro. The Colts.
Man, the Colts doing a really good job, man. I got to give it to them. We got 2 picks, man, before the Saints on the board. We got the Chargers in front of us, fam. Who you got? I heard a few of the family members were saying their thing as well. But who you got? Do you think it's offensive? Yeah, Damone Clark is still available, and you heard Brother Prime ask me about him, and I told him, I said, hey man, listen, who do you got? This guy, that guy. I said LSU.
Yeah, he would have been
Damone Clark. Yeah, but Kev, we talked about Damone Clark on Tough Tiger Talk, man. This guy will be a wildebeest, and plus it'll kind of push off the naysayers, not naysayers, the truth sayers, to be honest with you, about the fact that Saints have been really allergic to taking LSU players in the draft higher than the 7th round. The last time we took a player high in the draft that was an LSU player was Devery Henderson in the 2nd round.
Man, that was like in 2005 though.
Many moons ago.
Yeah. So
I mean, yeah, this is the thing that we have to really kind of consider moving forward. But you see, Obinia, the UCLA defensive tackle, is off the board. Saints on the clock, fam. Black and gold is on the clock, fam. So we own the clock here. So
where we going?
So long before we got. I don't know, Kev. This is a good one. A lot of people thinking running back here. We'll see if it's a running back. You mentioned the offensive lineman. Let's look at some of while we got an opportunity. Let's look at some of the best people available on the draft right now. Kevin's guy, JoJo Domain, is up there, the linebacker.
That JoJo Domain.
A lot of problems with injuries, but they say he's healthy. Kev says he's healthy and ready to go. Cornerbacks, you want one, Josh Joby out of Alabama, 6 feet, cornerback, 182. I don't think it's him. Offensive tackle, the top one rated is Rasheed Walker out of Penn State. He's sitting up there. You see the Kellen Dietz, who we talked about from Arizona, 6'7", 300-pounder, is sitting right here. So, and the Saints on the clock. We'll see what the pick is momentarily. If it's a wide receiver, is it Bo Melton? He's sitting up there. Is it Kyle Phillips? He's sitting up there. If it's a wide receiver, did we get one of those guys? If it's a running back, do we get them? Is it Carson Strong? Is it Justin Ross? If the Saints were smart, it'd probably be Justin Ross.
Justin Ross is still on the board?
Justin Ross is sitting up here on the board and fell all the way to the Saints.
I didn't know that, bro. Like, okay, man, that's
Saints on the clock. If Justin Ross is on the board for the Saints, if they smart, Justin Ross would be the guy.
Hey, is there any way we can go back and get 2 picks out of this 5th round, bro?
You can trade back into the 5th round if you want to. That you can do that, but whether or not the Saints see it is something that they want to do. It's yet to be determined. So Justin Ross, another wide receiver. Matt Butler, the big guy from Tennessee, is a good one. I mean, they got some really good players in the 5th round the black and gold could reach to, but they can't go wrong with either one of these guys. So if it's a linebacker here, we'll see. And the pick is in. All right, let's see. The pick is in. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be, black and gold? Who's the pick?
It better not be JoJo Doman.
If it is, I'm going to blame Kevin the whole way. I'm going to blame Kevin for it, man. Kevin kept talking that JoJo mess, man. JoJo. But anyway, we'll see. The pick is in. Let's see what the Saints are going to go with right here. So, man, listen, if it's a running back, they got some guys. It probably should be the wide receiver from Clemson, Justin Ross. Just to shut DC
that would be
up.
smart.
DC been pushing them for, I don't know, a million years now.
That'd be smart. I like that. In the 5th round too, that's good value. Great value.
Or is it the quarterback? Is it Strong? Is it Strong? We'll see momentarily and see what the Saints are going to do with the pick here. Let me put a little sound to this thing, fam, so we can hear what the pick is going to be right here.
Man, they went on commercial, man. The Saints DA still thinking about it?
I think they put the pick in and just went right to commercial.
Hey, no, he got somebody listening to the show over here like, hey, man, look, they said, what? DeMarco, he went linebacker.
Yeah, they went to commercial break on.
He said, don't get JoJo. They don't like JoJo. Don't get that.
They went to commercial break on our ass. I said, hold on. Yeah,
they got DeMarco Jackson from Appalachian State.
Okay, well, that's pretty good, man. If they got him here, well, that's not bad, man. If they picked him up here,
They need a
Let's
linebacker though.
is that what is that officially? Is that the
Yeah, that's
official
what I'm
pick?
seeing. That's what I'm seeing right here. The pick is in. They got DeMarco Johnson. He's 2021 Sun Belt Defensive Player of the Year.
Yep,
This
it
dude a
is. There
beast, bro.
it is. There it
Yep.
is. Appalachian State's DeMarco Jackson. It's up. All right. Pre-draft says Jackson. This is our 5th round pick, family. We got a linebacker
Yeah.
here from Appalachian State. He's the only FBS player in the 2000s with a season that included 120 tackles, 19 tackles for a loss, 6 sacks, 6 passes defended in 21. He sifts through traffic and shoots gaps between the tackles. He's rangy, defender who runs well and chases with good effort, but he shows some tightness as an open field tackler in coverage. Jackson is an instinctive pass rusher who closes well. His measurables 6'1", 233 out of Appalachian State. So there you go, fam. The Saints get a linebacker, inside linebacker, DeMarco Jackson out of Appalachian State. So yeah, there you go. The Saints improving the defense and get a linebacker that fits another need because, of course, we don't have Quan Alexander and Pete Werner. If he gets hurt, remember Pete missed some games. We got the ever ready Demario Davis, who's the Iron Man right there. Only thing stopped him was C-19 last year. But the Saints go with this gentleman right here, and they got him DeMarco Jackson in the 5th round, fam, linebacker. So Saints having a solid draft, man. I must say, man, fitting needs.
Filling needs. They
Filling needs, man. Every pick is a need. And if they go into the 4-3, I don't know if he starts right away, but because he in the 5th round, if we get Quan Alexander back, hopefully we get Quan Alexander back in the building. But it's a good linebacker to have to fill in for the position. So, but what you think, Kev? We're gonna bring in Prime and
they had a mock that
Sean back in Uncle Paul. I'll get you in there.
They had a mock in the 7th round, UDFA. So they was predicting he might go in the 7 or be undrafted. So it's a little high again for the Saints, but they do need a need. I'm glad they just didn't get JoJo Doomman, bro, because I had a feeling, bro, they might would have snatched him if he had them ACL. So they did go linebacker. The Mox was right about that. They're gonna go linebacker this round. I'm glad they didn't get JoJo Doomman, bro. So, I guess we'll see what happened, bro. But yeah, it's a little higher than what he was supposed to be at, but maybe they liked him, something they see on tape they like.
Well, let me go to this, fam. I got a profile up of the 5th round selection. The Saints to get DeMarco Jackson from Appalachian State. Production would certainly qualify him as a hidden diamond in the rough. What does he have to offer a team? And here you go, 6'1", 233. He's a senior from Appalachian State. You can see his measurables right there. A former 2-star recruit out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, where he attended Broome High School. Jackson was a running back coming out of high school, and he was the 249th ranked running back in the 2017 cycle. Running back. This dude was a running back. He was 61st ranked prospect out of South Carolina. Jackson was the Herald Journal Defensive Player of the Year in high school at linebacker while rushing for over 3,000 yards as a running back. Jackson is the cousin of Maurice Morris, a former player with the Seahawks and the Lions. A true leader on the defensive side of the football. For a smaller school, Jackson was very productive. In his senior year, he recorded 119 tackles, 20 of them for a loss. He had 6 sacks, an interception, 5 passes defended, and a forced fumble, 27 pressures, and 51 stops. He ended his career with 291 tackles, 35 for a loss, 11 and a half sacks, 3 interceptions, 14 pass defended, 55 pressures, 127 stops. Jackson received All-American nominations for PFN, 2nd team, Field Steel, 4th team, PFF honorable mention. He was a Sun Belt Defensive Player of the Year and was a first-team All-Sun Belt in 2020 and 21. Jackson attended the Reese's Senior Bowl, where he was solid all week, and the 2022 NFL Scouting Combine. As you can see, the 40-yard dash puts him at 4.55, and you can see the rest of the measurables right there, 33-inch vertical jump, and everything else, 125 on the broad, and you can see the splits right there, and you can see the strengths here. You see, and they're showing them thick build and a more compact frame, very good athlete with excellent short area quickness and burst, good overall change of direction, excellent lateral agility, reads run keys well on counter and gap runs. You see the Louisiana's Q4, 14, 15. Miami, you can see the Q scores. A quick penetrator who flies downfield with good physical nature, good overall run defender who needs to clean up some tackling issues. carries good pop on contact when tackling, great bend and lower half to evade contact with coming forward. And it's so much more on this guy, as you can see, man, with him. So, I mean, not a bad pickup for the black and gold. And they get it. So the summary on Mr. Jackson is DeMarco Jackson is an explosive, undersized linebacker who does a solid job of processing the game in the box with great penetration skills, pop on contact, struggled to keep himself clean, and was often washed away from his run fit by climbing offensive linemen. I appreciate his quick trigger coming downhill, his impressive range to cover space, his pursuit hustle. I'm not one for comparisons, but they typically do both players a disservice. But Jackson is a slightly less effective version of Nakobe Dean if we were to use a comparison. If a team loves Dean and misses on him in day 1 or early day 2, then Jackson could be a target for them on day 3. How about that, Kevin, for them to throw that in there? I think he fit well into Martindale's scheme because of his ability to drop in coverage, and his traits shows when he pressured the quarterback, he will likely be a situational sub-package linebacker to start his career with the upside of becoming a solid will linebacker.
Yep.
Okay, Free Game should be happy. Thank you, Free Game. So I've seen him play. He's really good. So we mentioned Nakobe Dean. And the
we
fact
talked
that if
about
you
him.
miss out on Kobe Dean Cab, you end up getting DeMarco Jackson. So
you get a Nakobe Dean guy, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and we talked about that, like when they came in with the Alontae Jackson pick, we was like, man, not Devin Lloyd, but Nakobe Dean was up there. That would fit perfect to what we wanted to do on defense. But this guy, you needed a linebacker though, because still in all, Quan not signed yet, Q. So you know that's just the truth right now until it happens. But yeah, bro, this is a good need.
All right, so much love to the fam. Appreciate y'all being on the live stream. Got Uncle Paul in the building. Uncle Paul, welcome into the stream, bro. How you enjoying your draft so far?
What's going on, Q and fam?
Good, bro.
What up, Paul?
Much love to you, Uncle Paul.
Man, listen, I have no complaints. So we got Penning. I've been hollering Penning for the longest, man. I want that big boy. I'm telling you. And I was listening to y'all talk. All they gotta do is just slide Landon Young over there to go up. What y'all think about that?
Did he play guard?
Well, yeah.
I don't think Landon Young. I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna be cut out to be a tackle. I just don't think he's got the. He to me, he's not physical enough. Just he's a big guy and all that, but you got to be, you got to be physical. You got to say, listen, this is my quarterback, and I'm not finna let you sack him. This is my running back. We finna get these 5 yards, and that's what I love about Trevor Penning. He got that nasty fight for every yard type of attitude. He said, in his bio, he said he's one of the players that he plays to the whistle. He don't stop till he hear a whistle. And that's what we really need on the Saints offensive line, because, like I said, Sean Payton really hijacked the Saints offensive line when he got rid of Larry Warford, and then Nick Easton and Will Clapp. So, we're still trying to get over that, because that's one of the reasons why they played so bad. And send Throckmorton somewhere. I don't know where, but send him somewhere, because he does not need to be a New Orleans Saint. I mean, the guy is terrible, man.
Yeah, he been on this roster for like what, 3 years, Q?
And he still ain't played no better, y'all.
Y'all know.
Y'all think.
Yeah, so I thought they probably would go O-line too. They could have went either way, but they don't have I think a lot of it gonna depend on the undrafted guys too. But they needed more picks in the draft to try to loosen up some ends.
Send him to the old Swagman building. That's where they gonna send him.
Man, I don't know, bro.
Well, Q, I was right about inside linebacker. I'm sorry you didn't get your LSU player.
It's all right. I ain't mad at the pick to get DeMarco.
I love this draft. I love that we finally drafted for need and not best available player. We get what we need. We need depth, and I have a feeling that Quan is going to be re-signed. And if I had to choose between Honey Badger and the wide receiver, I would say Honey Badger. How about y'all?
Yeah. I mean, because he a proven player. Look at his resume. He a champion. It's hard to go against that. You know what I'm saying? Plus, we know him. He's a home dude. You know what I'm saying? But
exactly, because I think Landry's pricing himself out of a job.
True.
Yeah,
and not being an impact receiver, That I really thought he would. You know, it's hard to go in there and demand top dollar, and then the people look at your stats and all. Come on.
That's the problem with a lot of these young people these days. They overvalue themselves too much.
You know, this is the sad thing about the young man, Damone Clark, bro. Like, I don't think nobody's gonna touch him, Q. And we talked about that before the draft. Y'all was high on him, and I was high on him too. But I'm like, bro, when you get those spinal surgeries and all that, bro, and you know you're not gonna play this year, nobody's not touching him, bro. You can see it, and it's bad because he's a really good player if healthy, bro. If he's healthy, he's probably gone in probably third or fourth round. We know that. So I feel bad for him that that happened, bro. But you know, that's bad, bro.
All right, fam. Give me just a second. I'm about to put. We're gonna have a little audio here from new fifth round draft pick linebacker DeMarco Jackson, and hear what he have to say as we patch him in here, and hear what his thoughts are. Put one in the chat, fam, if y'all can hear DeMarco Jackson, our newest Saint to join the Black and Gold. Here he goes.
Sir.
DeMarco, congratulations. What do you feel like your strengths will be in the NFL? We see where you're a guy who's around the ball and gets a lot of tackles. What do you feel like your strengths will be in the NFL?
I mean, for me, I say my strengths are just my instincts, my preparation, and just being a ball player, just high IQ. I play, like I said, I'm ready to play any position they need me at will, might, and I'm a great special teams guy as well.
Which have you been more comfortable with, Will or Mike?
I mean, really, in our type of defense, everybody plays the same position. So, I mean, I that Will and Mike, I'm just ready, just excited to get the news and get to work.
Marco, were you guys in a 3-4 at App State?
We was in it was a 3-4, but kind of like we had an edge rusher always coming from the field or the boundary, depending on the calls. Really like a 4-3, a stand-up 4-3.
Do you feel like your blitzing ability is kind of something that's maybe a little bit underrated? It seems like you had a good amount of pressures.
Yeah, I feel like if you watch my tape, I feel like I got to the ball I get back there pretty good. I feel like that's something I can home in more and make something happen, make some more things happen.
What do you think makes you effective there? Is it just explosiveness, studying the opponent? Like what's kind of the key to being effective as a blitzer?
I would say explosiveness and just studying the opponent, just days just studying, watching a bunch of film, watching a bunch of reading the numbers and stuff like that.
I was reading the bio and it says that you do some bull riding and calf wrestling. Like, what is that? Is that kind of your thing growing up on the farm?
Yeah, so like me and my family, we had cattle farming, and that was like a thing we did, like calf wrestling and things like that. So I mean, it was a hobby of ours.
DeMarco, what was your contact like with the Saints in this pre-draft process? Were they like kind of one of the teams that were on you a lot, or you didn't hear from much?
So I mean, I interviewed with them going through the Senior Bowl and and pretty much they came and worked me out on pro day and it went silent. And I was just surprised to get the call, you know.
Do you know anything about what they do defensively? Like, I don't know, do you watch like the Mario Davis stuff or anything like that?
Yeah, I watch players. I don't really I watch my defense a lot going through app, but I watched a lot of players and their skills to try to, just to grab things that help them out at the next level and try to emphasize it and use it in my game.
DeMarco, why don't you share with us what your day's been like, just waiting to get the call?
So for me, I mean, I woke up, I was probably up about 6:30 this morning, just waiting, just thinking on it. And for me, it was just, my stomach was in knots. So, I mean, going through the whole draft process, you just watching the TV and you just have a list of teams that that could be possible, but you just keep waiting and waiting. And I mean, it was just like like this. My stomach was in knots. Then when I seen the call, it was like my stomach dropped and just a bunch of relief and just ready, like relief and just happiness, you know.
How big do you think the Senior Bowl was for you, just like as far as getting drafted?
For me, I mean, it was a great opportunity. I'm thankful that Jim Nagy hosts the Senior Bowl. It was a great opportunity meeting the other players, meeting the coaches, getting out there to go against the top talent, and just showing your talent. So I feel like it put me in a great spotlight, and I'm glad I got to be a part of that.
DeMarco, you said you look at a lot of players to see what you can learn from them. Who are some of the ones that you've been able to take useful stuff from?
So like linebacker-wise, I watched a lot of coming in, watched Devin White, Fred Warner, Darius Leonard, just a lot of like Bobby Wagner. They just clips they got on YouTube, and I just like watch I like to hear them talk, and I like to watch their film.
Marco, what was your experience like coming down here for the New Orleans Bowl? Like, what do you remember about being in the city then?
I mean, for the New Orleans Bowl, it was pretty locked in. It was pretty locked in, and pretty much I didn't really went to ate at some places downtown on Bourbon Street, and really it was like my first time trying some like oysters, and it was pretty good, like fried oysters.
Works for me. Got to get you off of Bourbon Street though.
Yeah, yeah.
Marco, you're the third player Saints have taken from the Senior Bowl. Did you meet Trevor Penning, Alontae Taylor, either one of them at the Senior Bowl?
I mean, we passed through the hallways, but I never really like got a chance to like sit down and talk to them. There was a lot of interviews, a lot of practice time, so I didn't really have the time to sit down and talk. But we definitely crossed paths.
What's some of the stuff you do on special teams?
Say that one more time.
What's some of the stuff you do on special teams?
I mean, kickoff, punt return, kick return. Like, I feel like if you go through my App State history, special teams is how I made my way to the field.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, fam. That's DeMarco chiming in, giving his thoughts on being drafted. So congratulations to DeMarco Jackson from
Marco
Appalachian
Polo.
State. As you see on screen, we got the highlights up. Watching him make plays, man, the DeMarco highlights, and he runs. You can see he making things happen, man, on screen. So a lot of great stuff going on here, man.
It's like an intelligent young man. I was just thinking about something that Coach Tomlin said a few months back about players, and that's why I appreciate Jameis. Jameis wants to play for the Saints, and like Tomlin said, he said, "I don't want hostages. I want players." And that's exactly what you need on your team. You need people that want to play for you. How y'all feel about that?
Yeah.
Well said. Well said. I agree.
High energy guy. He seemed like, very passionate too, but this was one of the needs that we say the Saints needed at linebacker. We wanted it earlier, but we got a guy that gives the same kind of physical abilities, right, Q? If you look at it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, yeah, we did need this because, and so, like you look at it, DD is getting up there in age. And as of right now, we haven't signed Quan back. We don't know how that's going to go. So if you was to look at injuries, hoping that not, but if you look at injuries, COVID, whatever else might happen, and you get down in the season, you need bodies. Yeah,
right.
You need,
and this should keep our defense fresh. I agree with you. It should keep our defense really fresh.
You got 17 weeks now.
Yep. And we got people that go from sideline to sideline. That's the most dangerous defensive players anyway, when you got people that can go sideline to sideline.
Yep. I agree.
Thank you, Michael. Michael says, good pick, y'all. Good pick, y'all. Right. We doing good by drafting for need and not best player available. Thank you, Michael, for your super chat, fam. Appreciate you. 504 Cole says, this dude grew up wrestling cows. Saints got a damn beast in the fifth round.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Well,
like,
you know that
dude, man.
Yeah, another country boy, and he's a cowboy. Yep. And y'all know the history of the word cowboy, right?
Yes, we do.
So he's a true cowboy, not a pretender. Good for him.
Yeah,
country strong. All right, yeah,
Attitude.
he better stay off of Bourbon Street. Keep him off of Bourbon Street.
Yeah.
All right,
And
fam.
away
So
and
anyway,
away from Shishi's.
definitely away from Shishi's. We don't need him on Chef running down there to Shishi's. That we gotta keep him away from that. No doubt about that.
Man.
The hell with that. All right. So anyway, much love to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream, man. The Saints get and let's take a look at the Saints draft up to the minute, fam. These are the picks for your black and gold, man. Chris Olave, Trevor Penning.
My brothers,
with the
I'm
two
about to make
first-round
a run.
picks.
I'll be back, Q. I gotta go make a food run.
All right, brother. Prime.
Popeyes.
All right, bro. Peace. All right, brother. Prime is there. Okay, let's take a look at this, fam, because we've done pretty good in my estimation. Saints got Chris Olave, starter there, next to Mike Thomas. Trevor Penning, starter opposite of Ryan Ramczyk. You did end up with Alontae Taylor, who's a question mark, but he does bring versatility. A lot of people think he started at the safety position. Let's just stay starting at the safety position if Tyrann Mathieu is not signed. So that's the complete sentence.
Yeah. We got the money, though, don't we?
You got the money.
Yeah.
And this was a great commentary made by several of the Saints, great Saint Think Tank family members, was the fact that the Saints don't need all those draft picks. There are not a ton of needs to fill. Now, you had a couple of starter needs, and the Saints appeased those with the first 3 picks, 3 starters, with the picks, Barron, Tyrann Mathieu not signing with the black and gold. Jarvis Landry is also a guy out there that they're looking at. These could be players that come to the black and gold, in the near future. So we'll just have to wait and see on that. But Alontae Taylor is a guy that brings versatility, as he can play either the safety or cornerback position. So there's versatility there. And then, of course, DeMarco Jackson, I just got you showing film of him. You heard him speak for his introductory draft conference with the Who Dat Nation about his style of play. And listen, watching the tape, he's physical, man. He was made to play the linebacker position, and definitely insurance if Quan Alexander doesn't return. High production there. And of course, reason why I think in tons why we hear so much about DeMarco is because of small town college at Appalachian State, Kev. So that's a big part of it too. So
yeah, it's a good job by the scouts, man. Not just going with all just SEC or Big 12 or something like that. They spreading their wings a little bit because there's a lot of guys on the board that's ranked higher, but you look for a specific need. A guy who got specific traits that he can cover tight ends and all that. That speed, you need that, bro, because you're gonna play a lot of teams this year that use that tight end. And you're gonna need somebody to cover him. Now that look, check this out. That's not Pete Warner's strength. People got to remember that's not his strength covering tight ends. His strength is to be up in the box, helping out with run support and all that.
Right.
Very limited on certain coverages of running backs and tight ends out the backfield. But if you got these tight ends that can stretch, you need linebackers sometimes can run with them. And if they know that Dede can handle them on one side, well, let's just flip the offense on the other side and make whoever the other linebacker cover. So that's what they're going to do.
Absolutely phenomenal draft that the Saints are having. I got to give them much credit, man, to this one. It's totally a meticulous, very efficient draft. The Saints knowing exactly what they need and are pulling the trigger to get the guys that they want and bring here with the right mentalities, the talent, everything. So you got to give them credit for staying on code with the needs and not just being drafting somebody as a project or whatnot. So got to give them a lot of credit for that. As we can see the board right now, currently Kyron Williams ended up going to the Rams from Notre Dame, the little scat back there. He goes down. You see the safety Tyson Anderson end up going to the Bengals there. And then you see Deron Bland, the cornerback out of Fresno State, joining the Cowboys. Braxton Jones, offensive tackle out of Southern Utah, joins the Chicago Bears. The Vikings are on the clock, and the Saints are sitting pat. One more draft pick for the Saints left to do in the 6th round coming up. So good calls all around, man. So, but go ahead, Kev. You got something to say? Then Uncle Paula will bring him.
Yeah, bro. It seemed like the Vikings been on the clock every time I look up. Like they've been on the board again.
Along with the Giants and the Jets too.
4-5-5. Michael DeMarco's 40 time is a 4-5-5. Just to let you know. All right, Uncle Paula, you're on the clock, my brother. How you doing?
Oh, I just sit back and enjoy it, fellas. You know, I'm glad they got Mr. Jackson in there, and you know he's got. I'm really hoping he has success. You know, the last name Jackson, man. If he's just a drop of what Ricky was, he's gonna be a phenomenal player. You know, and that was smart because, like you said, GMK, we don't know if the Saints gonna be able to get Quan back or not, and then you know
Right.
the Mario, he's long in the tooth barring
Hmm.
injury. But, you know, as you get older, especially playing, you know, position where you got to be doing a lot of running, you know, like linebacker, corner, wide receiver. After you get
Hmm.
over 30, man, I don't care how good a shape you in, you know, Father Time has a way of slowing things down. You know, even if DeMario don't get hurt, you know, we saw that with backup Zeke, we just get slow on certain plays, you know. And
Yeah.
then, you know, and two, it's making it harder and harder for Zach Bond to get him in the mix with Mr. Jackson there now. What y'all think?
Well, he's supposed to be rushing the passer anyway. Man, it's so crazy because don't they still got Caden Ellis?
Yes.
So, man, I don't know how to. Some of them gonna be special teams, but Zach Bond is a third round pick, so you gotta get something from him, bro. You got to, unless you could. I don't think they would put him in a trade package, but I don't know. But that's really confusing because the guy. And I heard somebody talk this morning about that. Like, I don't know if it was another Saints channel, but they were saying like, I hate when coaches draft a guy and try to make him to be something else, and when it don't work out, you just like, well, you ain't got no use for him. Just be on special teams. Like, but bro, I rushed the pass and I was like all Big Ten. So why you not letting me do that? That's what I would be saying if I was him. Like, bro, like, so I don't know.
You're right. I mean, it's Coach Payton, man. Coach Payton thought that he can do a lot of stuff, man. And then, like the Cesar Ruiz thing, like we would challenge him, like that pick makes no sense because okay, it makes sense if you do what you say you're gonna do, which play the man at the center position. And then
Yep.
when he first comes in, that's not exactly what happened. When he first arrived, he's like Mel Q. He was going to play the center position, but he got hurt. No, that's not how it happened. We covered it here. When he
Yep.
first got drafted, Coach Payton then said that no, I won't see what McCoy could do, what Eric McCoy could do. Eric McCoy, you know what he can do. He's been doing it before he got here. You drafted the center because you wanted to replace you wanted to improve the line because you felt like we got beat up the center of the inside of the line. So Ruiz was brought in the steady. It was to be that steadying force. He was supposed to be that center. And in my estimation, he was one of the top centers in the draft. He wasn't the best one.
I
They had
know.
some drafts had Badassy, who was the Dallas Cowboys center, higher
Yep.
than Cesar Ruiz. The Saints were like, well, we wanted him a first round draft pick, took the brother. In essence, he could have been available in the second round, a lot of people thought. But anyway, he came
Hmm.
here and Coach Payton said, well, I want to see what McCoy can do. So he kept McCoy and played McCoy for, what was it, 8 straight practices? It was like 7 or 8
Sure
straight
did.
practices
He was out.
before. And then people kept after him, like myself, say, man, what are you doing playing McCoy first at practice to see what you like? You ain't never seen McCoy before. You've been seeing what McCoy could do. You had a full season or so of McCoy. We need to
Yep.
see what Ruiz can do. And then he finally switched Ruiz after 7 or 8 practices in there. He's put Ruiz at the center, moved Coy to guard, and Ruiz played like 2 or 3 practices, then got hurt. Then they
That's right.
scrapped it for the whole year. Then
That's true.
they came back around and he kept it at the guard position. So we need to see what Ruiz could do at center to justify the first round pick, is what I've been saying, because he's not a guard. Now, that's what it comes down to. We have to figure that out. We know what McCoy could do. I believe that if McCoy moved to guard, McCoy would become a Pro Bowl guard this year if he moved to guard. I promise you that. He would be an all-pro guard, and it would be a good thing to do to put him at guard because he can help Cesar Ruiz progression at the center position. He'll be sitting right next to him. He'll
I'm
feed
glad
him
you brought
information,
that
let
up,
him know
Q.
everything.
I'm
They
glad you
shouldn't
brought
have had
that
to
up.
do that though. But right, you in a position you got to do that now. But all of us old on here old enough to know that we seen the Saints do this before with a player. Y'all remember what they did with Will Smith when he came out of OSU, right? They tried to put him at linebacker. And thank
True.
God somebody in that room was saying, you know what? No, this dude is not a linebacker. He's a defensive end. Did you see what he did against Miami in the Rose Bowl? Like
Yeah.
somebody had some intelligence to change that because that dude was standing up playing linebacker, getting burnt up, ate up, turned upside down out there. I'm like, why is he at linebacker? Didn't make no sense, bro. But we've done it before. And this is
We've done
before this is before Peyton. This was in Haslett era.
But not,
So
but the reality, fam, is that Coach Payton is hasta la vista. He's off in the wind. We got Dennis Allen, who's a bit more meticulous, obviously, especially in this draft process, at least under the black and gold umbrella, in which you've seen him drafting guys according to needs and stand on code. This was a very good draft. You got to give him all the credit in the world. A lot of people ain't gonna like it. A lot of people feeling that it will point at Alontae and say Alontae is the problem, or Chris Olave, because we gave up the 3rd and 4th round picks to move up to get him. But the truth in points, the Saints felt like they didn't need all those picks. And you acquire picks to move around how you want, not always to draft guys. You get what I'm saying? It's not always I'm going to draft several players here. The Saints can see, well, we don't need all these needs. We got a few needs here or there we need, and we'll take these extra picks and we'll maneuver to get this player that gives us more value. That way we can operate accordingly. We don't need all of these extra players to pay. We'll just
that's what it really came down to. You said something very key, Q. I was just about to say it. It's about that paybook. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, if you draft less, that's lesser players to pay. You know what I'm saying? So you keep that book really open, a lot of extra money in your piggy bank. So on a rainy day, somebody get hurt, or somebody in that waiver wire, you got a little change to go out there and grab somebody. You know?
Right. Absolutely, bro. And I think that's the thought process you see on the screen. Overall, fam, a lot of people can't hate on this draft. To be honest with you, this was a good draft by Dennis Allen coming in. And a lot of pressure's on Dennis Allen because he's picking up where Coach Payton's leaving off. And Coach Payton's a guy, ran this team for many moons, had a lot of success down here. And for you to walk behind in his shoes, to try to step in his shoes, you're gonna have to be on your square. And as you can see, he knew what the needs were offensively speaking, and he went there and got 2 starters to help out. And then the Jarvis Landry card is still out there. Tyrann Mathieu card is still out there. So this still yet to be done. And we still have 1 more pick left and also undrafted guys. So we still not done yet. So please, if you have a negative disposition about the Saints draft, at least wait until all of it's done before you then assess it as a F. This is an F draft. No, you never know. All the other stuff we are not done. We still got another pick and undrafted people to sign. The Saints get to work on them undrafted guys. They got a list now that they're looking at of guys they're gonna pull in. They get the best undrafted guys, bro, to come on here. So we're gonna see.
It's too early to call it an F, bro. The F will mean that like a lot of things went wrong with these players for it to get an F. You know what I'm saying? So, but no, we can't judge that yet. That takes sometime. It may take 2 to 3 years to see a full good grade of it. Like some guys develop or something too. It could be injuries while they out, like Turner. We still don't know yet because he got to come back fully strong and see what impact he can bring. So we can't say F right now. We just got to wait and see, bro. Like that's just what it is, bro.
Right, and this is a point right here. Thank you. Jerome says everybody ask yourself, where do we need a starter at right now? I mean, you pretty much your team's starter wise, everything's pretty much done. And then of course it's 3 moves that we could think about, right, family? There's 3 moves. We mentioned the Jarvis Landry thing that's out there. He's still making a decision on where he wants to go, whether it's the Browns or Saints. That'll come to fruition in the near future. Same with Tyrann Mathieu. That'll come to fruition in the near future. And also the Kwon Alexander question. That'll come to fruition in right before training camp, just like it did the last couple of years when Kwon Alexander wants to be here, but the Saints are allowing the market to set his value. And the Saints right now, family, still have a lot of money. The Saints have money, fam. How about that? We have money and we are pleasing the needs, man. This is something rare.
That is what we've been preaching. That's what we've been preaching the whole time for the last few years on the Sports Coma, is that at some point you're gonna have to go in one of these years in the draft and like be very particular about your money. You might not see a lot of splash, you might just see a piece here and there. But Mickey Loomis has came out and said, look, we're trying to be better with the money right now. That's what y'all wanted, right? You know what I'm saying? We don't want to keep kicking cans down the road and owe this person and owe this loan and going back trying to get this loan. No,
You got that right.
we need to have money in hand just in case something happens. So, and if you look at it, we still won 9 games through COVID, through injuries. We just need a few things here and there to be right back in the playoff hunt. So we don't need 7 picks, 8 picks. I would have loved 7 or 8 picks, but we don't need it. So now I think they're banking on that, hey, we still in the running for Matthew. And if you sign him, man, oh my God, that means that Taylor don't have to come in and be rushed into a spot he's not really ready for, right, Q? He can learn under a veteran that has championship qualities. That would be perfect.
Yep.
That would be perfect.
That'll help him out. I think that really will help him out. Instead of like last year with Paulson and Debo, he had to be thrown in the fire right off.
Yep.
You know, he had his ups and downs, but I think he's gonna be wind up being a shutdown corner before it's over here. You know, and maybe even taking that number 1 spot from Lattimore. You know, he's had his injury issues. And I'm glad you brought that up, GMK. If you look at it, the Saints past 5 top picks, all of them have one thing in common. All of them ate up almost with the injury bug. What y'all think about that?
And that's another thing, not drafting injured players. Here we go again. They banking on guys to be ready day 1 to come out and be ready, bro. So they've already had the few first draft earlier picks the last couple of years. Dude's been injured. So everybody been waiting on your boy from what's that defensive end? I can't think of his name now, but he's always hurt. And then you see flashes of him, and it's like, dang man, can you just give us that for at least 16 games? Nope. So
Davenport. I don't see Davenport ever play the full season. That's
what I'm saying, bro. So you might see them. That's why you see them reach for Taco Charleston and all these other guys like that. Another first round pick that probably went to a bad situation. Dude can play. You know, he going back and forth with Twitter on Twitter with him and the Cowboys. There's some stuff going on now, but dude can play, bro. So I'm not mad at what they did with that, man. They got to be smart going into it. You got guys getting older too. So what you gonna do? Just let them get old in front of your eyes, and you ain't got nobody to come in and just and help them out. They need lifts too. Lift through the season, bro. So yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Kevin. I'm great points. I mean, we talk a lot about, the draft, and I have to say, based on a lot of the drafts that we've been a part of watching Coach Payton, and not to say Coach Payton had, Coach Payton had a lot of good drafts, but the madness of the reaching, the gambling, the reaching for players and stuff that don't work out, like the madness that was the draft that we got Haloi Kakaha and what's his name, the cornerback they were comparing to Richard Sherman, but he was really Sherman tall people.
Stanley John Baptiste.
But I mean, it's good. It's refreshing to have a draft like this where you know what you're looking at. The Saints went out and appeased the biggest needs that they had, offensively speaking, wide receiver and offensive tackle. A safety who could play cornerback that could fill in position if Matthew's not the guy. DeMarco Jackson to come in, once they get Quan Alexander, because like you said, you could bring Quan in for a couple of years, still have DeMarco Jackson learning behind him. So eventually, when Demario Davis moves out the way, you still have DeMarco Jackson, Pete Werner there, and the defense becomes young and aggressive because DeMarco Jackson and Pete Werner, these are 2 physical linebackers that are really intelligent that will get after you. So when we get them all up on the same page, the defense is definitely trending in the right places. So very solid draft by the Black and Gold. We still got 1 more pick left in the 6th round. As we got 5 more picks from the bottom of the 5th and then the start of the 6th round. So very cool all the way.
You think they think they're going wide receiver with the 6th round?
I don't, Kev. I'm thinking probably it's going to be a lineman of some sort, whether it's offense or defense. I'm thinking it might be a lineman of some sort. Although wide receiver doesn't sound bad. I do. Let me see if I can pull up who will be available because a lot of guys are coming off the board. I see Matt Walesko come off the board to the Cowboys. That was a good pick by the Cowboys to get Walesko from what was it, North Dakota State. So Jojo Domain, that's Kevin's guy that's still available up there. And they got some hell of a players that's still up there, man. Kellen Ditch is still available, the offensive lineman. He might fall to the 6th round, Kevin. Wow. Bo Melton is still available out of Rutgers.
That's KT guy, Bo Melton. He was there.
Yeah, Bo Melton still there. Matt Butler, the physical defensive tackle out of the University of Tennessee. He's there. You also have Justin Ross, who I don't think is going to make it to the Saints, but if he makes it to the Saints, Ross should be the pick for the Saints to get Justin Ross, 6'4", 205, with a 6th-round selection. I hope he makes it. I got my doubts though. So I mean, there's still a lot of talent left in the draft for the black and gold to appease. And of course, one of the family members talked about the tight end position. We go tight end. Both James Mitchell and Jalen Whittemire are still available at the tight end position. Even KT's guy from San Jose State, Derek Deese Jr., who's the son of the former 49er, he's still available as well. So, I mean, depending on where you want to go here, the Saints obviously appease the linebacker position. But is it an offensive lineman? Is it a running back? A lot of people say running back, Q. Well, there are guys on the board. I mean, there are a few guys that's left on the board to look at.
I don't know if it's running back. They probably wait undrafted for that one, though.
I mean, Kenny Brooks is there. Kenny Brooks will be good value in the 6th round.
Yep.
Yeah,
He
would be a good choice there.
Yes, he would.
But it's like I said, they certainly got to bring in another back. With Kamara being suspended indefinitely, you don't want to be depending on Mark Ingram and Dwayne Washington. That's, to me, that's just not gonna work. It's just not. Dwayne Washington really hasn't gotten a shot. Tony Jones Jr., he's been injured off and on. So if you're trying to be a run first, pass second offense, you got to get that running back room together too. What y'all think?
Well, I mean, and also remember the history of the black and gold to throw out there to the great Saint think tank. Remember that we do our best work, and I've said that ad nauseum in the undrafted area of the draft, getting those college free agents. But remember, a lot of the undrafted running backs over the years is what'd you say, Kel?
Matthew Butler. He gone.
Butler's gone. Okay.
Raiders got him.
Yeah, Matthew. Wow, the Raiders got Butler and Neil Farrell Jr. What the hell?
My
God,
doing? Man, they try to.
It's building the wall.
They try to win. They got the new stadium. They got people in there.
They already said you're not running on us.
Yeah, you talking about really tough players there, the Terry. Good Lord. But yeah, the finish the running back game. We've got a special guest we're gonna bring in momentarily. But to actually go through the undrafted market and get a running back, how many of them over the years, fam, that's been so productive for the Saints from out of the undrafted area of the NFL? I mean, Pierre Thomas, come on.
Yep.
That's Mr. Undrafted production for the black and gold. Pierre Thomas, Corin Robinson, Chris Ivory, Mike Bell. It goes on and on and on for undrafted running backs that the Saints had a massive amount of success with, and it could be the same. But Kenny Brooks, man, if he gets drafted, hopefully he gets that, but we'll see.
Kyrie Robinson.
Be interesting, but we still got 4 more picks before the end of the 5th round and then the start of the 6th. Let me see what a black and gold pickup at in the 6th round, and they look like it's going to be right in the middle of the damn draft, huh? Hold on. Let me see. They got to be. Did I miss something? Oh, there they go. 194 right there, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 picks puts you damn near in the middle of the draft. So for the black and gold pick at 194. So with that being said, let me bring in my dog, Big Low, to the stream. Big Low.
Big Low.
What's happening, brother?
What in the world, Bo? What's going on with you, man?
What's going on,
draft weekend, man? Y'all enjoying the draft weekend?
Enjoying it pretty good, bro. How y'all doing over there with Brother Fatno? I know he's building up a great squad for you guys over there.
Man, every time Terry Fatno walk into the room, all we hear is dun 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 dun. 00504, Bo. That's what he is.
Lord,
well, listen, bro. This is the draft that he has so far, bro. And you see Drake London,
the quarterback.
That's your new Mike Evans right there, Lo. Drake London. You see, you got a defensive end. You got a linebacker there, Troy Anderson out of Montana State. You got your quarterback of the future in Desmond Ridder. Outside linebacker Malone, and then you got a hell of a running back, a power back in Tyler Algiers from BYU, Lo. Oh, man. That's a Superman draft.
Man, I and you know, I want to come on and talk with y'all about your Saints draft and everything.
Yes, sir.
But as far as that first pick, where you said we got our Mike Evans of the future, let me ask you something, Q. If you strap for resources, right? If you strap for money, right? You got trouble paying bills.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to pay your rent first, or are you going to pay your light bill first?
I'm gonna pay my rent first.
Why are we paying our light bill, Bo?
That's a good point. You can pay the light bill and lose the apartment or the house. The lights ain't going on.
Exactly. Why are we paying the light bill, Bo? We got a wide receiver who runs. I'm hearing rumors about a 4.6 40. They said he led the nation in contested catches, but that's probably they were probably contested because he couldn't get away from nobody. You know, but I mean he is 6'5", I think like 230. I mean.
The Cowboys did it again. They got Damon Clark. Oh my goodness, they
They
get all
did
that.
it. The Cowboys did it. They went back to
Damon
LSU, bro.
Clark.
The last 2 years they drafted LSU guys. They got the other
LSU
linebacker.
yeah.
I ain't fooling with
You
you.
better watch out. The Cowboy defense might be coming back.
I ain't fooling with you, Q. Oh man. Man, so tell me what the Saints got going on over there, because I've been keeping up with y'all. What y'all? I see that y'all making some moves. Y'all look like y'all got 2 starters off top.
Well, and bro, the Chris Olave pick, a lot of the Who Dat family. Well, not a lot. A segment of us. Well, I'm starting to see as a small segment of the family members. I'm to put a poll up about them that's saying they didn't like the fact that the Saints moved up and gave up the 3rd and 4th round pick, along with the 15th pick? I think we originally had, Kevin. Or was it the 16th? We gave up
We were 16.
the 16th pick to get up there and to get Chris Olave at 11. So it was they know who they wanted. They went and got him. I'm not mad about that. Chris Olave starts next to Mike Thomas. We know that Mike mentors him. They got a good relationship. They're really cool. That's harmony. The 19th selection in the 1st round, Trevor Penning. Now you know him, Low. Nasty offensive lineman, likes throwing guys into the ground, physical. Sets the edge for us in terms of our tackles with Ramczyk and Penning. Alontae Taylor was some people felt was a bit of a reach, but the Saints like him because of his size, his speed. He's a safety that can play corner. He has good speed, good size. He can tackle really well. Coach Richard, who's co-chaired the defense along with Ryan Nielsen, likes Alontae Taylor, I'm telling you, and could turn this guy into something stellar if we don't get Tyrann Mathieu, who's also going over whether or not he wants to be here. DeMarco Jackson out of Appalachian State, you familiar with him? Another fantastic linebacker who's in the mold of Nakobe Dean. Nakobe kind of slid a bit. A lot of people was upset that the Saints didn't get Nakobe Dean, but they ended up with DeMarco Jackson, which I think that'll kind of alleviate a lot of the hate. But as it stands, bro, 3 picks, the first top 3 picks we have are considered starters in my book, based on what Tyrann Mathieu does, if he decides to come here or not. Jarvis Landry is also in the equation. He's decided between the Saints and Cleveland. And DeMarco Jackson pretty much sets up as a reserve linebacker behind DeMario in case Quan Alexander doesn't return to the Saints, going a different direction with Quan Alexander. So it's very interesting, to say the least, bro, about how it's all shaken. But listen, I am so happy. This is the first draft that we've had in a while without Coach Payton. Dennis Allen and the brass have done a wonderful job. They were aggressive in the offseason. They acquired the draft capital, and they've ultimately had a very solid draft here, man. And I must say they had a very solid draft, and I'm very pleased.
Yes, y'all definitely. Y'all had a solid draft. Y'all had a solid offseason. I ain't gonna lie to you. The way that y'all move money around, and I was listening before I came on here. It's one. Okay, Q. I got you. Okay, I got you, Q. I mean, that's who he is, though. He's 00504. That's who he is. As a matter of fact, it's crazy because I actually seen your boy Mickey Loomis in Atlanta about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I don't know if anybody's heard, but they had Matt Ryan's going away party at the Blue Flame. This is not a joke. This is serious.
You gotta be joking, bro.
I look it up, Google it. They had Matt Ryan's going away party at the Blue Flame. Mickey Loomis was there. He was ordered. I was like, wait a minute, that Mickey Loomis? I didn't realize it was him until he started talking. He was like, let me get some lemon pepper wings. That's Mickey Loomis.
That is Mickey. That's him, all right.
I said, that's Mickey Loomis. He was there with Terry Fontenot. I said, see, they working together, man. They working together.
Well, you got Pace over there too now, Lo. Come on.
Man, boy, I tell you, it's rough, boy. It's rough. That's all I can say, Bo. That's all I can say. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I can say this though, right here, Big Q. During the draft, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I was hoping that y'all would get some good picks because this rivalry is at its best between the Falcons and the Saints whenever both teams are good.
Mm-hmm.
That's when this rivalry is at its best. So I was cheering for y'all to make some good picks, and I was also, of course, cheering for us to make good picks as well. But I'm just worried about us holding up our end of the bargain.
I think y'all all right, Lo. I think we everything will be fine, bro. And it's a lot going on between both. I mean, it's transition. You had a quarterback that was there for years, bro, and now he's gone. Now you have Mariota that's there now, so it's a reshaping. Olakun's gone. He was probably one of the best defensive players you had last year. He got up out of here, and you got to replace. So the defense needs some help. Offensive line needs some help. You got a new quarterback there. Need some wide receivers with some weapons there. And the Saints did what they did. Like I said, I love the Saints draft. Atlanta's draft don't seem like it's a bad draft to me. You look like you got the quarterback in the future of Ritter, who might be playing faster than you think because Marcus Mariota, my goodness, bro. That dude you get within a foot of him, he hurt.
I know.
So, I mean, if you can keep him upright, Mariota it gives you some production, but that's been the problem his whole career is that he keeps getting injured.
Yeah.
That's so true. And he ain't got very little mobility. Good Lord.
I mean, he got a little bit of wheels on him. He can move around a little bit, but he's one of those guys that in the coaching world we call him fine china. You got to make sure that you take care of him. So, he will break easily.
Bro, listen, I can't help but to notice this, Lo, my boy. I can't help the Dallas Cowboys, man. They show shop at the LSU store. Them people, not only did they get remember they got our linebacker last year, man, and now they got Damone Clark.
I seen that they got Damone Clark. They love them LSU boys, man.
Man, my goodness.
They know where the best food at. That's why they keep going to that restaurant, LSU.
My goodness, man. My goodness, fam. They got Jabril Cox last year, and now they got Damone Clark. And that what Cox is playing safety for him?
Yep.
Yeah.
He was hurt last year, so now he gonna come back healthy. And Clark gonna be out the whole year, but man, if they can get him back healthy going into next season, they're gonna be stacked, bro. Gonna be stacked.
Boy, them Cowboys, man, they keep shopping at the LSU store. Talking about Lyle Collins and all that, man. I mean, my goodness, man. We need to learn stuff from the Cowboys and start doing that. The Cowboys know to come all the way from Dallas to go to LSU, and the Saints right up the street. We can't seem to get nobody from them people, bro. I just don't understand sometimes.
Man, Q. I mean,
right down the
street.
Like,
UGA just won the championship, man. We can't get nobody from over there. Jordan Davis was in our
Is that-
backyard.
Is that the case
Tulane-
for Atlanta? I
Tulane?
didn't, Lo, I didn't even think about that, bro. Is that the case for Atlanta too? You guys don't go after Georgia players?
We never go after Georgia players. I mean, you seen all the Georgia boys that win in the first round. Trayvon Walker,
First overall.
first overall.
Jordan Davis.
What? All of these guys.
Wyatt went to Green Bay.
Wyatt.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, all of them, man. Quay Walker. I mean, all of these guys that we had, they was right in a 40 minutes up the road, and we didn't bring none of them home.
None of them.
One of the best defenses that we've seen in a while.
Yep.
And you know, we hurting on the defensive side of the ball. So not only did we go off and get a 6'5" wide receiver that I could probably run faster than on the day I didn't eat. You know, you didn't get no. I mean, So I don't know if you know this. So the second round linebacker that we got, Troy Anderson. He used to play quarterback.
Okay.
Last year he was playing both sides of the ball. He's our version of Taysom Hill, except he played quarterback and middle linebacker.
Wow.
Yes. Second round, Bo. Second round.
Yeah.
Come on now. The boy looked like he's scared. It's like if I went and watched some of his tape, he looked so uncomfortable tackling people because he's never tackled people. You know? You know what I mean? I ain't trying to be funny, Bo. Second round though, man. Come on now.
Well, how you gonna be your linebacker, Lo, if he don't want to tackle nobody?
Hold on.
I don't know what
that's
what I'm trying to figure out, man.
So let me get this straight, Lo. Why do you think that is, bro? What you think about that move to get a guy like that? What do you think? Give me the breakdown, bro.
Man, I'm gonna tell you. The reason why they got him is because he was the fastest linebacker in the draft. I think he runs like a 4.44, 4.3 40, 6'4", 250. But he played at Montana State. If you had trouble tackling, I mean, you could get there all day long. I mean, a lot of people get to their jobs on time every day, but that don't mean they're good at doing it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just gonna be a situation. He go get there and meet Alvin Kamara in the B gap. And Alvin Kamara finna shake his drawers off and go on about his business. I mean, it don't matter if you could get there on time. You need to actually do it. I don't know why. I watched the kids' highlights. Most of the highlights was him playing quarterback. I'm like, what in the world, Bo?
Like, well, what you think? Well, Lo, get to the bottom of it. What you think it is, bro?
It's 00504. That's what it is. That's what it is, Q. It's 00504, man. That's what it is. I ain't never seen nothing like this before. Nakobe Dean on the board. First of all, think about this, guys. You had Kyle Hamilton on the board. And what did your boy Terry Fontenot do? He zip-lined from the ceiling in 00504 fashion and said, hey, let's take a wide receiver. Like, what? Come on, Bo. So I was at Mercedes-Benz Stadium whenever they made the pick, right?
Business John Payton again.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. But I was at Mercedes-Benz Stadium whenever they made the pick. And whenever they made the pick, everybody just got quiet. Everybody got quiet. Jeremy Shockley got on the stage. He said, how do y'all feel about the pick at LA? Everybody just started booing.
That's bad. That's bad. Right off the bat.
Yeah.
No. That's bad business.
That's terrible, man.
Low make a lot of sense, bro. You know what Low's going through right now, Q, is what we went through with LSU in 2019. When I know a lot of times when, you know, you have a team that's right in your home state, and a lot of us favor them because like they're in your home state. And if you don't have the best players, if you go outside of it, be like, okay, well, that guy from USC is better than anybody we got at home. But if you got guys that win the championship in your state and you don't pick any of them in them early rounds, you gonna feel that. And we felt a lot of that, bro, because we was like Jordan Jefferson, the guy who went to KC, Edwards Hilaire, other guy that Dallas got last year, but he was injured. Man, it just didn't make any sense, bro. Like how if they the champions, they've beaten the best. How you not get one of those guys? I don't understand. What's going on with that, bro?
Well, you're right. Maybe bring a bid for a tryout, but let's draft.
Man. Listen, Lo, I get what you're saying, bro. But listen, I think Fontenot, bro, is gonna put it together, bro. I mean, I know you don't want to hear that, but I'm telling you, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Fontenot eventually pulls it together, and I think at the end of the day, it's gonna be fine. And like I said, a lot of these the Detroit the linebacker pick a side.
Man, Low mad over there, bro. Like what?
Besides the Anderson pick, when I'm playing quarterback, bro. Listen, it's a method to the madness, man. It's not just the man trying to sabotage you, bro. I disagree with that, man. Big time, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if y'all ever heard that Wale song with I forgot who was the boy singing on it, but I think Terry Fontenot's trying to sabotage our team, yeah.
Is it true? Is it true?
Nah, man, I'm just cutting up, man. You know, of course, I'm just as confident as ever, you know, especially those 2 weeks out of the season whenever we play the black and gold. I'm just as confident as ever that, you know, we're going to successfully be successful, you know.
But besides Troy Anderson, though, Lo, Malone is not a bad pickup. Ritter is probably going to be playing by mid-season based on Mariota, his injury situation. Tyler Algier is a battering ram running back from BYU.
Yeah.
Drake London, even though I don't agree with Drake London going at 8.
Exactly.
I really didn't. I don't agree with that. I think that pick should have been somebody else, maybe Garrett Wilson. I would even have put Dotson ahead of getting Drake London at 8. I think he kind of reached on it, but I can see what they're trying to do insofar as trying to have big physical weapons for a guy like Mariota to get to. Drake London, who's a 6'4", big old wide receiver. You got Pitts, who's what, 6'5", 6'4", 6'5", big wide, 6'6", big tight end. So I can see what they attempting to do, but I was kind of see why they didn't go and get another wide receiver. There was another speed component to kind of balance the wide receiver room there. I didn't see him, but a lot of people putting a lot of stuff on Patterson in terms of him doing it and being a better part to the offense coming up next year. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that Atlanta has to do both defensively and offensively, especially when they destroyed themselves by getting rid of Matt Ryan. When they came out and tried to go after Deshaun, they should have told Deshaun Watson no thank you and kept it shaking. They just said no, we want him, and they did everything. They pissed off Matty Icehouse wife, and Matty Icehouse probably would have forgiven him, but when his wife got upset, bro, that was a done daughter right there, and they had to move him up out of there. So they just kind of had to react after that, but they should have told your boy no and just left it at that. Left them alone.
Well, apparently the thought is they said that they're trying to create the same kind of. They said Terry Fontenot was trying to create the same type of offense that the Saints had. So he's trying to get his Marcus Colston. He's also trying to get with Kyle Pitts. He has his Jimmy Graham. So that's what they're trying to create. They're trying to.
But where's Elvin at?
That's the question, bro. I'm finna go out here and start warming up right now. See if I can get me a spot on the team.
You probably could, Lo.
See if I still got some pop in the hips, bro. See if I still got some pop in there, you know. But
Lo, you sound a little bit down, bro. Say it ain't so.
Hey, man, I'm good, bro. I'm good. You know, I'm just, you know.
Yeah, he a little mad, bro. He a little mad.
We gonna make it.
Come on.
It's tough times in the city, Lo. Is that what's going on, bro?
Man, shoot, why? Man, all I can say is God is good. That's all I can say.
Oh man, it's all good, Lo. Bro, you got a pick coming up, man. Y'all pick before us, Lo. We got one where at 194. Atlanta got a pick at 190. What is it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks before you at your pick, you pick, and then we had 3 more, 11 before our draft. So we got our final selection in the 6th round, 194. Lo, what you want for the Falcons, bro? What you got going on, brother? Y'all got so much, bro.
Yeah, I know it, man. I know it, boy. It's tough. We robbing Peter to pay Paul over here. I think that we might need to go interior offensive line. I think one of the main reasons why they got Ritter and Mariota is because, I mean, you know, Cameron Jordan, he said it himself. It's Matt Ryan, he was the easiest sack because, you know, he was a statue back there. So they know with as shaky as the offensive line has been, it's one of those cases where they need to get somebody who got some wiggle in their hips.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, I mean, I don't see there was no drafting of any offensive lineman to protect the statue that is Marcus Mariota.
Yeah,
I mean, he might slide a little bit better than Matty Icyhigh did, but there was no offensive lineman here. And I was, you know, they went wide receiver, then 2 defensive picks. What you think about the 2nd round pick? You had a chance to look at him on the slick low. What about that guy?
Yeah, I look at him. So Arnold Ebiketie, the defensive end from Penn State. He's legit. He's legit. He's a dog. I think he's like 6. Oh, it's right there. So he's like what, 250? Real fast. It's one of those cases where if we could single him up so he could play that outside shoulder, I think he could easily be a 10 sack guy. He's also one of those guys who could work real good in that stunt and that I front, that 3-4 front. So he's gonna be attacking that B and that C gap consistently. As far as that other 2nd round pick and Troy Anderson, that's the one I was telling you about. Who you know, he played quarterback and played linebacker. Like I said, he's fast. He can run very fast. But me and Big Game James, he was watching it with me when I was live on my channel, and he said, you know, the highlights we were watching, we were like, I mean, he's fast, but he kind of looks like he don't know what to do once he gets there. And you know, tackling, you know, guys at Montana State and tackling Alvin Kamara, that's 2 totally different things.
This dude gonna be a starter for y'all though, Lo. He was a 2nd round selection, bro. He
know.
also played running back too, quarterback, running back, as well as linebacker.
He was quarterback, running back, linebacker. They said he punted the ball a couple of times, and somebody said they seen him selling popcorn in the stands a couple of times.
Yeah, I bet, bro. He doing it all, man.
You know,
man.
So the rumor is that Deion Jones is on his way out, one of y'all LSU boys, because he doesn't fit. Yeah, he doesn't fit the scheme.
You got to be kidding.
Yeah, man, he doesn't fit the scheme.
How could you not make Deion Jones fit the scheme? I mean, he fits any scheme for you.
Nah, man. See, because the thing is, we run the 3-4 defense, which means that you got to have those bigger linebackers. You know, Deion Jones, he was always a little bit undersized. Whenever we was running the 4-3, he had a chance to keep clean a little bit more, so he wasn't, you know, meeting those guards and those centers that often, you know, 2-3 yards down the field. Now it's like these guards and these centers, they're meeting him not 4 and 5 yards down the field, and he's not being able to get a running start. So with him being in 220s, it's really tough for him to sift through that trash.
So what y'all gonna do, Lo? Y'all gonna trade him?
You gonna trade him? Right. Good question, Kel.
Well, so what everybody was saying was before this draft happened, there was a rumor that we were going to trade Deion Jones and Grady Jarrett.
Damn.
I don't know if there
that's the defense there. You starting fresh.
Exactly. And that's why everybody was wondering if we were going to get Jordan Davis, because Jordan Davis was going to be the guy, you know, everybody was thinking was going to be taking Grady Jarrett's spot.
Well, I'm glad you ain't take him.
Me too.
I don't want to see him twice a year, Lo.
Man, boy, that's a lot of man to be trying to block.
That dude awesome, bro.
Yeah, man. So like I said, I was at the stadium on Thursday They gave me a locker room tour, and all Grady Jarrett stuff was still in there. So I'm assuming they must have made up their mind and they're going to keep him. But Deion Jones stuff wasn't in there. So
what?
I don't
So
know.
what they going to what?
Surprising.
But they going to when is the trade supposed? I mean, if he's not in there, he's the center of the defense for you, and I mean that's very surprising because I didn't realize that was going on there. I didn't realize Deion Jones was.
Well, last year he wasn't the center of the defense. It was Foye Oluokun.
And he's gone.
And he's gone. And I
To
think
Jacksonville, isn't it?
They broke him off. So I think that's why they
Oluokun
got
was a
the Troy
beast, man.
Anderson guy. Oh yeah, he was a monster.
Yep,
he was a monster. But yeah, I think that's why they got this Troy Anderson guy because he's bigger and he can run, and everybody's comparing him to Brian Urlacher.
Really?
But you know what, though, Lo? I think that you guys had a better pick at linebacker from your own state with Georgia Bulldogs than that guy that y'all picked.
Brother, you see, you making my blood pressure go up.
Oh, my bad, bro.
I just playing, bro. I'm just playing, bro. But yeah, I mean, Quay Walker, and the Kobe Dean.
Right.
I don't know if y'all heard, but the reason why he failed so much is that he had that shoulder injury, and that went all the way down to his pec, and he refused to have surgery.
Dang.
Lo, we got a super chat. Maul and Maul said a super chat here. Said the Falcons need an episode of Ayana Fix My Life. That's a Superman mess.
Okay then, Molly Ball. I see you, Bo. I see you. Molly Ball, you keep that hate out of his heart, man.
Come on in here, Jamal. Come on in here, bro. Let's talk, bro.
Superman mess. That's messed up, bro. Thank you.
If it's okay, Big Q, can I keep the tradition alive?
Yes, sir. Lo, you got it, brother. Go for it, bro.
Okay.
You got it, bro.
Shouts out to you, Molly Ball, even though you got all that hate in your heart. You know, he says the Falcons need an episode of Iyanla Fix My Life. Dun, dun, dun. That's a Superman mess. Now,
No. No, you gotta do it the right way, bro. Come on. No, bro.
He said the Falcons need an episode of Iyanla Fix My Life. Dun, dun, dun. That's a Superman mess. So you know, that could you support my homeboy Big Q. I had to read it. You know, so I appreciate that, Molly Mall. Dun, dun, dun. That's a Superman chat.
No. He said mess.
Dun, dun, dun. That's a Superman mess.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
Oh,
Appreciate
man.
it. Oh, Lord, man, you the best, man.
Y'all boys crazy, man. I can't fool with y'all, man. Y'all boys out the
Oh, that's
chain.
too funny, bro. That's too funny. Thank you, Marlon Ball. All right, so yeah, 8 picks away, bro. Before we pick, the Falcons got 4 picks coming up. My dog Lowe's in the building from the Big Low Country Podcast. He in the building. Please subscribe to Low. He's a super cool dude. He's the Atlanta Falcons man, doing great work over there, covering content right there, dropping some knowledge on us about Deion. I didn't know he was that was the kind of friction going on in the building over there with Deion, bro. I thought that, you know, if anything but Big Grady and Deion, that's the core of the defense with Oluokun gone.
Yeah. And see, that's a lot of people don't realize. A lot of people didn't know this, but Grady, they've been trying to get him to sign an extension for the last 2 months, and he hasn't signed it yet. And so I think he's kind of trying to see what direction they go into moving forward. But Deion, a lot of people are saying that he might be a post June 1st cut.
Damn.
Since this trade didn't go. Yeah.
That's, man. Now I can see his frustration, Q, because it's like, okay, if you're gonna let Deion go, you're gonna replace him with this guy that you pick. Like, it was better linebackers on the board to me, in my opinion, to get if you're gonna replace Deion, bro, than this dude that didn't really play linebacker his whole time in college, and then like you say, he he not really he iffy on tackles. That's not good, bro.
I mean, he ain't the starting linebacker. Low, you got 3-4. Who the other guys are?
Yeah, so we got Michael Walker, and since we're running the 3-4 defense, I'm assuming. So we also have Lorenzo Carter. Now he's a former Bulldog, but he's been in the league for what almost.
He kind of old.
He has seen a few pecan seasons.
Right.
So it's one of those cases with him where he's been around for a while now. I think Abedi Katie, the guy that we drafted in the second round, the first second round pick that we had, I think he's going to be our other outside linebacker, the one that's going to be scraping. Since he's 250, I'm assuming that he's going to be playing weak side. So he's going to be our wheel or our striker, depending on their terminology and everything. But so I think those might be your linebackers. But just think about it, fellas. Just imagine if you're really good at what you do, like Deion Jones is, but the people who are over you, the people who's supposed to put you in the situation to succeed, aren't doing it because this is just the way that they do things. That has to be frustrating.
Why are they running a 3-4 defense though?
That's what Smith wants though. That's the defense that he favors. I don't see why he running that defense though. Didn't he operate with a 4-3 with a lot of success? I don't understand the 3-4 concept with that defense. They would do better with 4-3.
Yes, they would. So Dean Pease is our defensive coordinator.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
from the Patriots. He used to be with the Patriots back in the day.
Yeah, he used to be the Patriots and the Ravens. He won the last Super Bowl with the Ravens.
Yep, there you go.
Yep.
So that's what he does. Dean Pease, he's like 70 years old. So y'all know just like I do, those older coaches, they sit in their ways. They're not going to change how they do things. They've been doing the same thing since the Israelites came out of Egypt. So they're not going to change how they do it.
Well, if you're running a 3-4, Jordan Davis would have been the because you need a solid nose tackle to run that 3-4, bro.
Yes, you need that boy whose blood type is bacon grease to run that 3-4. But Grady Jarrett, and that's another thing, fellas. Grady Jarrett, he's not the type of guy. He's not a 3-4 nose tackle or a 3-4 end. Because Grady Jarrett, to be honest with you, he's a little short and stumpy. Like he has short arms. That defensive end in that 3-4 scheme, you want him to have long arms because he's gonna have to set that edge and look over that tackle's shoulder, make sure nobody's coming his way before he goes and clean up everything for that linebacker on the edge. But Grady Jarrett, he's more of a gap shooting guy. Just pick a gap and go, kind of like an Aaron Donald. Imagine Aaron Donald playing the 3-4. It's like a lot of our relatives. It just won't work.
Yeah, it makes sense, bro. When you start a player like that, like you said, we didn't know what was going on in the Falcons building because I would have had no idea they was thinking about letting Deion go. And that matter to cut him too, to cut him, bro. Right? Oh wow.
Hey man, so the thing is that next year, with everything coming off our books, Julio Jones is coming off the books. Matt Ryan's coming off the books. We don't know what's going to happen with Calvin Ridley. As of right now, Calvin Ridley is still a Falcon.
Yeah.
But next year, we're going to have $140 million in cap space. So they're just looking like, hey, we might need to just start all over.
Just got to get through this year. That's how they probably thinking.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you also got to remember too, fam, that what occurred with the Falcons was they got a bit greedy when they reached on Deshaun Watson.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they spoiled their timeline by a year because really they were hoping that they would go, and I think they would have been Matt Ryan's last year, right? Right, Lo? His final year, this upcoming year, right?
Well, now he had 2 years left.
Yeah, 2 years. But the last year was what was this I think that Hassan did. My understanding was Hassan by the fact that they were going to kind of have Matt Ryan this year, and then they would have a successor to follow him after next year. They would kind of remove themselves after next year, but their timeline was speeded up because they got greedy looking at Deshaun Watson, who took the money in Cleveland. So, and that just destroyed the Falcons' forcing them to go and grab Mariota because I knew he wasn't a guy, but they was forced to get at him.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you get Mariota, okay, as I said, you build up the offensive line around Mariota. I think the line need a little help there, but you tell me, Lo. But you got to protect Mariota because of his history. He can't take punishment.
Exactly. Which is why they really didn't have no choice but to get a quarterback. You know, I'm just glad that they went ahead and got Desmond Ridder instead of trading for Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, that was something that was on the docket too, and that would have been a bad move. So Ridder is probably going to start. I say, you know, before the 5th game, if they can't keep Mariota up right, and Ridder has all that experience in college, played all those years, bro. I mean, he's a guy that can make the throws, and his future is bright with Desmond Ridder. You just got to get him some more weapons there. But the Atlanta on the board though, Lo. Atlanta's on the board 190, bro. Where you going with it?
I'm thinking I need to go. I'm thinking we need to go guard. I'm thinking we need to go guard. Yeah.
Yeah. The guy from Oklahoma is still up there too. They were talking about he's one of the top rated guards on the board.
I seen that.
Yep.
I would love to have him on the squad.
And you got the guy from Virginia Tech too, Lakita Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's still up there. So
I don't know if it's Lacitas or Lakitas.
Lakitas.
Okay.
Lacitas. I don't know, but yeah, he's up there though.
You got a Georgia boy up there, Lo. Jamari Slayer.
Yeah, he didn't get as much time, but you know, to get recruited and in your career with Georgia, I mean, any of these. One thing that a lot of people don't realize, any of these big schools, LSU, Georgia, Alabama, even if you didn't get as much time, like that's still a huge accomplishment to end your career there.
Yeah,
right. This is true.
Now,
I was thinking, Lo, if you erase what happened this offseason, wouldn't it have been smarter just to beef up the O-line, give Matt Ryan another year, and then just after you beef it up in the first few rounds, then, you know, slide in some defensive spots here and there. Like, wouldn't that have been simpler to do that?
I mean, yeah, it would have been, but I mean, to be completely honest with you though, bro, we really need to try to get this defensive line right. It's like, last year we had only 18 sacks, and over the last 15 years, we've been the last team in sacks. I forgot like what the total amount is. So it's like, you know, have you ever heard the term like generational wealth?
Mm-hmm.
Like we've been lacking in generationally, the Atlanta Falcons have had a poor pass rush. So it's like, I think that getting to the quarterback would help. See, they made that pick.
Well, you had Wyatt up there. He was on the board.
He went to Green Bay though, huh?
Yeah, Green Bay snatched him. Y'all could have got him. If you want to double dip and if you really wanted to go on D-line that bad, and if you would have kept Matt, you could have double dipped and got Wyatt.
Exactly.
He would fit perfect for y'all, bro.
I mean, because I ain't gonna lie to you, I think we could have got that big bodied wide receiver in the 2nd round with Christian Watson.
Or even later.
Yeah.
That was they reached for that one. Because they look at these, Mel Kiper lying to him, he done got paid you, he done took a check.
He was upset about Walker going first overall. I said, I can see why Kiper was upset. That guy ain't pay him to go up there.
He paid.
Man, Hutchinson paid me. Walker ain't paid me.
Yeah, he paid him.
They don't take money. Mel Kiper doesn't take money, Q. Oh,
okay, that's who you got, Lo. Justin Schaefer out of Georgia. That's who you got at guard.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay. All right, then I'll work with that.
Justin Schaefer.
That helps. Every day of the week. Twice.
Well, Lo, that kind of shoots you down, though, bro. Your theory is that Atlanta don't take people out of Georgia, bro.
I think they were listening.
That's what it must be, bro. Because
like I said, 00504, he's still tuned in to the Saint station. See?
Hey, Q, they listening because Dennis Allen, he took a little time before he got the last pick with that linebacker. He probably he picked that card up and it had JoJo Doman on there. We was like, you better not do that. You better not. You better not. He said, hold on, y'all go to commercial. We'll be right back. Hold up. Oh man.
You got off with that one, Q. You got off with that one. I got to give that one right there, boy. Well, I can't wait to tell the coaching staff. I said, boy, I'm gonna go. I would say, hey, y'all, on Q, he got me, boy. On Q, great think tape, boy. They were trolling me hard, boy. I said, man, that's rough right there, boy. That is rough.
We love you over here, Lo. You know how it go,
yeah,
brother.
Man. Oh yeah, man. You know it's all love, my brother.
That's a good pick, though.
Yeah,
Oh,
Lo,
yeah,
you got
I
a
like
guard there, bro.
I like it. I'm very happy with that pick. I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
I think he, 00504. I think he's just trying to make sure that he don't completely blow his cover. So he's trying to, do some things right, until he actually sabotages it.
Old Count Blank, bro. He hired them, bro. So I think it'll be all right, bro.
Man.
He do look like a vampire, though.
Yeah, Count Blank. That's what I call him.
A 1920s mobster.
There you go. Count Blank. Count Blank, man. He in the building walking around there with that.
Bro, how many picks the Cowboys got, bro? They back on the board again?
The Cowboys on the board again. 3 picks for the Saints, man. Well, actually, the Colts on it, then the Cowboys, then the Saints. So black and gold, man. It's lining up, fam. We got it's dwindling down pretty fast. We got 3 more picks before we go, 2 more picks before we get there. Colts, Cowboys, black and gold. And of course, low them, he got the offensive lineman out of Georgia to help him there. The Minnesota Vikings, every time Kevin turns around, the Vikings is on the board. They were just on there a moment ago. They got Jalen Namer, the wide receiver out. I mean, people got 1,000 picks this year, man.
Bro, for real.
Them people got 1,000 picks
going
this
into
year.
this, though, Q.
Man,
certain teams got like about 12, 13 picks.
Bro, let me look at this, man, to see. Look at all these picks to Cowboy. This is Cowboy draft. Here you go, Tasha. Look at this. Look at all these damn picks here.
Good gracious.
They got Tyler Smith out of Tulsa. Sam
cool.
Williams, a linebacker out of Ole Miss. Tolbert out of South, wide receiver Tolbert out of South. Okay, I like him.
Yeah.
Wisconsin tight end Ferguson. Matt Walesko, another offensive lineman, actually pretty good. A cornerback, Deron Bland from Florida State. Fresno State, excuse me. They got our guy, Damone Clark from LSU. Arkansas, John Ridgway, the defensive tackle. And that's the final pick of their draft was this last one, which is Devin Harper from Oklahoma State, another inside linebacker. So, yeah, there you go. And let me see about the Minnesota Vikings, Kev, because you're right. Every time we turn around, them people on the board.
They're on the board. I'm like, hold on, bro.
Okay, you see they got Seen there out of Georgia, Booth out of Clemson, Ingram out of LSU, another LSU guy. They all know except for us. Asamoah out of Oklahoma, that was a good pick. And you see Ty Chandler, lined up for North Carolina. Vidarian Lowe from Illinois, offensive tackle, and then Namer, and they got a final pick, which is in the 7th round. These people loaded up with picks, man. I tell you what, man.
AQ, they highlighting receiver for us, like, well, the pick ain't in, but they was like, hey, this guy out of Michigan State on the board, like, Mel, like, he done got a check for this spot, so like, hey, Saints, I need to go and get this receiver, bro. I got this check, you know what I'm saying? So
Saints on the board, fam.
He's on the board.
Now, who y'all gonna get? Who y'all think y'all should get?
Might be a running back or a wide receiver. I say Justin Ross out of Clemson. That'll be my call. Or either Kenny Brooks out of Oklahoma. That's the 2 guys I go for right here. Y'all put in the chat who y'all think it is. Great Saint Think Tank. Y'all tell me. Haskell Garrett ain't a bad call either. But I think it'll be wide receiver or running back here. Kenny Brooks out of Oklahoma or Justin Ross, who fell a long way from Clemson, the 6'4", 204-pound wide receiver. That'll be a really good selection for the Saints heading out in this thing, getting it. So we'll see what it is, man. And also, Kev, your boy's still available. I know I keep throwing the quarterback out there. That just, just how
Who's
I do.
that?
Carson Strong is still out there. Zappy's gone. He went to New England.
Zappy went to New England?
He went to New England. Strong is still out here, bro. So, I mean, there you go. Strong went all the way to the 6th round, man. Do the Saints finally reach at a quarterback here? I say no. I say we end up with Ross. So we'll see momentarily.
I think it's going to be a receiver, bro.
Okay, they're saying the pick is in. All right, is the pick in? Who the hell is it? It's a wide receiver?
I think so.
Is it a thinking? Hold on here. Let me
agility there, not a quick twitch guy. But
Jordan Jackson,
he's going to come
Air
in.
Force, defensive tackle.
What's his size? You would think he's more inline, but he likes to play on the outside. He's just a big catch radius guy. As a quarterback, you love to have that. Maybe he catches on as a number 3 tight end and can
No, that's for
contribute
the Colts. I'm looking at. All right, so they
We
said
got
Jordan
Jordan
Jackson. Jordan Jackson. All right, let me pull up Jordan Jackson here. Yeah, be a big defensive tackle here. So Haskell was available, so they went with a defensive tackle to close out. Where is he? He must be listed as somewhere else at a defensive end or something.
Man, yeah, I don't even see him on the board like he in the rankings, bro. I don't even see him in the rankings.
Nah, he ain't up there.
Yeah, they got him listed as a DN on here. I'm looking on here now.
Or is he DN load? He must be on.
I could read off his measurables to you if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead, Lo. What you got, my boy?
So they got him listed at 6'4.5", 294 pounds out of Air Force.
Okay, yeah, he ain't even up on their draft board here.
Man, I know. That's why I'm like, damn, where this one came from?
So last year he had 7 tackles, no sacks, no interceptions.
Or could it be a depth piece, Q, you think, and a rotating player?
Probably so, bro.
Yeah.
6'4", 294. There you go. Thank you, Lo, for that. He's on the board here. And for the Saints, and we're going to probably hear from him momentarily. Let me see if I can get that. Hold on. Give me just a second. Let me get that set up because we're going to hear from him. 6th-round pick, 6'4.5", 294 pounds. You can see his measurables with his arms and his hands right there. And they consider him a priority undrafted free agent. Saints said, no, we're going to get him Jackson. And this is the bio that they have on Jackson right now, is the fact that he has contributed since his freshman year for the Falcons when he played 11 games as a reserve defensive end, 7 tackles, 2-time All-City selection from Jackson Bowles High School, became a starter in 2018, earning second-team All-American Mountain West Conference honors with a team-high 12.5 tackles for a loss, including a safety, and 4.5 sacks among 54 total stops. Jackson was an honorable mention all-conference performer as a junior with 38 tackles, 4.5 for a loss, 3.5 sacks, 1 block kick in 13 games, 12 starts. He opted out of the 2020 season, rehabilitating a shoulder injury and working as an Uber Eats driver. Now you're saying, isn't that amazing? Jackson finished his college career garnering second-team all-conference recognition in 21. 41 tackles, 12.5 tackles for a loss. He had 7.5 sacks and 12 starts. So the guy's versatile, man. And
man, they just showed him
7.5 sacks and 12 starts ain't bad.
Yeah, they just showed him some highlights, bro. That's a big dude coming through that, bro. He fast too for to be at that size, bro. Like, damn, you know. I see why they picked him. You know.
Here you go, Kevin. They said high motor tweener.
Yep.
With some intriguing physical traits, but a lack of consistency of both defensive and defensive tackle. Jackson is at his best when chasing down the line or attacking the pocket with a secondary rush fueled by hustle. He's lean, his lean lower half and lack of knee bend might always be culprits in holding the point of attack, but his snap quickness gives him a shot in one gap scheme. Lateral quickness and active hands give him some life as an interior rusher, but he needs to upgrade his skill set if he wants to become more than a practice squad candidate. His strengths has experience at both defensive end and tackle, initial burst off the ball to threaten gap, rapid response after diagnosing the play, excels in closing out run plays from backside, rush hands stay busy with chops, rips, and slaps, effort level creates pressure in secondary rush opportunities. His weaknesses are lack of girth and lower half to play inside, doesn't bring enough pad pop into first contact, struggled to withstand downhill blockers against Wyoming, not a natural knee bender and unable to stall wash down blocks, upright tiptoe pass rush caused by tight ankles, below average agility when rushing off the edge and gets himself blocked before getting into a rush counter. He needed to be coached up.
Yeah.
We got Ryan Nielsen here who would take this brother from Air Force, Jordan Jackson, and turn him into a contributor. Remember, 6th-round selection by the Black and Gold, man.
Yeah,
not bad, man. And this draft is pretty much, unless the Black and Gold trades back in, this draft is pretty much a done data, man. What you think, Kevin?
I'm sorry.
I think he's gonna be a development guy. This is a guy who they gonna work with. You always see the scouts like pick a guy or two that they see raw potential, and how they can mold him. So they're using a little imagination of what this guy probably could be. But I think we're a little shocked because there was some nice receivers up there you could have got, or but
I would have
yeah,
went with Ross, man, to be honest with you. But
I
it
thought
is
they
what
would
it
have
is.
hit either Josh Johnson still on the board out of Tulsa?
I think Josh Johnson is still available too.
Yeah, I was surprised at that one. Because really the experts saying this guy is probably going to go undrafted, and you probably could have just still brought him in without drafting.
Could be.
I'm looking at him. I'm looking at him on PFF right here, Q. I can give you some numbers that I see on here if you like.
Yeah, go for it, Lou.
Yeah, so they said that. So it looks like he was lining up at DM more back in 2019 before his injury. He lined up outside of the tackle 283 times. He lined up over the tackle 242 times, and in the B gap 128 times. Now, over the course of his career, his pass rush win rate was 16.1%, which is pretty doggone good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
He had a pass rush grade at PFF of 82.5. You know, you got kind of got to take that with a grain of salt. But it looks like you might have a 3-down guy.
Yeah.
You know, if he continues to develop. Now back in 2021, last year, he lined up B gap 524 times. So it looks like that's whenever they kicked him inside to that defensive tackle spot. Probably had him lined up in the 3 technique.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you one thing, Lou, is that Coach Nielsen is going to get the most out of Jordan Jackson. The Saints defensive line, man. I mean, the depth is unreal. Man, let me get the depth chart up here, man.
Yeah, the depth is going to be crazy.
This is absolutely insane how good the Saints defensive line is. Now, this is the ESPN version of it, and they did their best to try to put everybody up here. I know this one right here shows a lot more accurate count of your defensive line, and I'm gonna highlight all the guys that's considered on your defensive line, and that's all of them. These are all your defensive line people here. With Cam Jordan, David Onyemata, Shai Tuttle, Davenport, the first layer, second layer, Patsinyo, Catavia Street, Elbert Huggins, Peyton Turner, the first round draft pick from a year ago. Carl Granderson is here. With Malcolm Roach, Jaleel Johnson, the former Texan, Taco Charlton, the former Cowboy. And you got Braxton Hoyt, Jalen Dalton, the big interior nose tackle, who's starting to, in preseason the last couple of seasons before he got hurt. And then Sharif Finch. So you can add this brother along with all of this. The Saints, the defensive line is the deepest position on the team. And they add another player in this brother here, Jordan Jackson. It's just my goodness. The Saints coming at you with waves and waves and waves of pass rushers. Guys sit down, more guys, waves and waves and waves of pass rushers. That's the mindset. All right, we got DJ State of the Pelicans chiming in. DJ, something wrong with your device, bro. Pop back in, and we'll get you in there, man. It's saying that you're not connected correctly. All right, just pop back in.
I'm finna head on out, brother. I just wanted to come on and chop it up with y'all for a little bit, my family.
Well, Lo, I appreciate you, bro, for stopping by, my man. And as always, bro, keep your head up, bro. Keep your head up, my brother.
All right, Q. Y'all take it easy, man.
All right,
my brother. Peace. We'll talk later. That's my boy Lo, chiming in up in that thing. So yeah, Kev, Jordan Jackson, man, to an already deep defensive line group. My goodness, the black and gold, man, they coming at you in waves and waves, baby. And this look like this might complete the draft unless the black and gold comes back around and trade back in. But the way they are, I don't expect them to trade back in, Kev. I think that'll probably.
I think we're done.
Draft. Yeah,
I think we're done. And we had projected they probably would take a defensive tackle, but we projected earlier, but we got to. I mean, man, if you think about it, man, when they keep substituting people in, that's gonna be crazy, bro. You got a lot of guys, man, that can keep on coming at you. So in the fourth quarter, a lot of your guys will be, rested, bro. That means a lot. So they thinking on that end, bro. Like this is the first time I've seen the Saints draft in a long time be very, very patient on a lot of stuff and not reaching for a lot of stuff too. They just getting needs, and now you get another guy with a depth piece that's fast and can, spell some minutes for guys. So this is cool, bro.
All right, DJ D Smooth says, responding to a comment in chat, is the Saints 6th round pick a reach? How's a 6th round pick a reach? I mean, most of at that position, bro, a lot of that's just seeing this project guys, guys
Yeah.
raw in potential. And a great comment was made by one of the family members about David Onyemata being picked extremely raw. I think what helped him grow into what he was the fact that he played where others didn't. And you look at guys that were ahead of him missing a lot of time, which allowed David Onyemata to develop into a solid defensive line. And I think the Saints would be smart to keep him. True says book facts and Tuttle went undrafted, now be cutting up when healthy. Malcolm Roach, it's the undrafted guys, man. It's that mentality, chip on the shoulder, almost like some of our drafted guys have chip on the shoulder like they wasn't drafted. Granderson, Shy Tuttle, Malcolm Roach, Huggins. I mean, some of these guys play, and even remember Christian Ringo was the same way. I don't think the Saints bring him back with all this depth, but they were the same way. The Saints would find these guys with this attitude that have strength and speed, and they would sharpen up those edges. I mean, they would round out them sharp edges and teach them guys the proper way how to pass rush. And that's due to Ryan Nielsen and the defensive staff and for the defensive line. And like I said, you put the depth chart on and you look at it, man, that is a lot. It is a lot,
Yeah.
a lot of depth at the defensive line position for the black and gold, man. Look at all of these guys. And then that doesn't even account for the guy we just drafted. So,
Yeah.
I mean, they are deep at that position, Kev. Saints loaded up, man.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like they creating an atmosphere of a lot of hungry guys, bro. And you gotta love it, bro. So I expect training camp to be physical, and you might see a good guy get cut, Q, and go to somewhere else, bro, because you can only carry so many in the season,
Right. I mean, it what it does is it opens up the competition level of the runner.
Yep.
You have a supreme amount of competition that'll push everybody to be better. And that's the same type of mindset that'll translate to the wide receiver room, where you go up there and look at all these wide receivers. The Saints have a lot of young wide receivers there. And of course, we still know that eventually the Saints will add. Whether or not Jarvis Landry will come here, we'll see. But there's nothing on that though, Kev. And to speak about it, Deontay Harty signed his chicken tender. So this happened a couple of the other day that Harty signed a tender to come back here, and I think the tender for what, like $2 million or something like that, Kev. I want to say. I don't think.
And then they got a tender on the other guy too, Tuttle.
Yeah, Shy Tuttle signed his stuff as well. So Deontay Harty signed his tender, and he'll be reported. So it's like $2 million. I want to say, going off of memory for Deontay Harty. So man, it's just a phenomenal and excellent draft. You take a look at this is the draft, family. Are you appeased with it? As of right now, we still got a lot of picks left to go in terms of the draft is running. But for the rest of the 6th round, excuse me, and then there's a 7th round where the Saints have no picks. So in terms of being over, I think this is pretty much what it is, unless they decide to move back into the draft for whatever reason. All right, Rich says, thank you, Rich. It says, too much attention to an already good defense. Where are our offensive weapons? Yeah, well, yeah.
We was kind of surprised. I thought they was going to go receiver in the 6th round. They had actually, there was a lot of good receivers that fell to the 6th round. We were surprised about, especially the guy from Clemson. I think the guy from Tulsa was already projected to be there, but I mean, he was a good project, a really good project. I thought he could come in and definitely get some playing time, but DA said no, bro. We good in that room,
Yeah, and you look at the draft, bro. It started off offensive. You got the guys, you got Chris Olave, then Trevor Penny, and then he went to the safety, and then we went to linebacker. Then I thought they'll bounce back, and I would have liked Justin Ross to be that pick. That's why I was looking more offense, maybe Kenny Brooks.
Yeah.
But never know. It depends, bro. We might be watching this, and maybe Justin Ross or Kenny Brooks falls to the undrafted rank. I don't think it won't. But if they do fall out of the draft, that the Saints will be the first ones that'll pick them up.
That's going to be interesting when this is over with. Who's left undrafted? that's going to be interesting because you're going to have a lot of guys that come up and that can give you some production that's not being drafted, bro. So the Saints are betting on that as well. Like, we have a history of getting those guys. But just because we ain't draft third or fourth and we ain't got the position you think we should get right now, we got something up our sleeve. Now, they still might end up play for Landry. I mean, he could still come here. And Matthew. I mean, they got the money, and that would help out too. So the whole picture of it hasn't been revealed yet. We got to wait till when the season starts where I see, what they're working with. But it's still a work in progress right now,
Yeah, very accurate, Kev. Much love to the fam. Appreciate y'all chiming in here. Brother Randolph asked if, putting a depth chart up for the secondary, the guys that's highlighted is all your secondary members for the team. As you can see, we're deep secondary-wise too. So, and you can see Alontae Taylor is added into that. So you see Paulson and Debo there, and the rest of the guys are available in there. So with it being said, it's pretty awesome. But we're going to bring in Rich. Brother Rich Rules, welcome to the stream, bro.
Hey, what's up, brother Q? You hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. You're loud and clear, my friend. Welcome on
man. What's up with all these defensive players, bro? Just like Dennis Allen went bonkers, bro. Once he got the green light to do what he want to do, bro. This is, man. Come on, bro. We got Jameis back. We ain't got no running backs to look at, man. Tony Jones Jr., bro. He was nothing but a flash in the pan in that Jaguars game preseason last year, bro. He ain't show you nothing, bro. We ain't got nothing, bro. It's gonna be very interesting, bro, to see, what they counting on, bro. Because Michael Thomas ain't no guarantee he coming back, can't catch Mike attitude or in shape like that, bro. You don't know what you got with Olave, bro. And it's like nobody ain't even questioning the fact, like, we just tunnel vision looking at the defense, bro. And you're in a division, bro, where it's gonna be nothing but offensive stuff going on, bro. And I like Olave, bro, but that's pretty much all you got. You don't even know what you got. You bring it back, with this guy,
Traquan Smith.
Yeah, you bring it back, Traquan Smith, man. Come on, man. It's like we're really not doing too much maintenance on offense, bro. And it just, to me, it's just frustrating, bro. It's like they don't know what they're doing, bro. It's all right to get a lot of defensive players, bro, but you got about what? You got about a whole defense, about 11 damn safeties, bro. What are you doing, man?
Well, hold on, Q. Before you respond to that, I kind of feel where he coming from, because I was thinking to myself, you go back, what if the Saints would have picked Eric Bieniemy as head coach? How would that draft would have looked? Coming from that KC offense, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. Now you would have probably seen more of them offensive players that we talked about. We wanted it, and probably would have seen defensive much later. But DA's defense first, bro. I mean, he look, first round, he like, I gave y'all what y'all wanted. I got 2 offensive players. He was gonna get some defensive players, bro.
Yeah, man. But like I was saying in my comment, you're already deep at defense. You're gonna walk in the 2020 season, bro. You're gonna have the number. You can probably be in the top 10 defense in the league, and you just adding all this on top of it, bro. To me, they had room, man, to really try to get some more weapons. Like, I would have loved to see a running back. Now we sitting up there, bro. Well, okay, we think we got some kind of receiver, but we ain't got no kind of running back to say Alvin Kamara gonna be suspended, bro. We can be sitting up there, just rolling the dice, bro, trying to figure out who gonna fit at running back there, bro. And to me, that should have been you should have been paying a lot of attention. I don't know if Carl Micah got any kind of pull to say he's an offensive coordinator, bro. He's been ghost. He should have been front and center, bro, with that draft with Dennis Allen, bro. See, when Peyton was up there, Peyton was calling on shot, and Peyton paid more attention to offense than defense. But they didn't even balance this out. But this is a lopsided defensive draft. And I'm gonna leave it there, Q.
All right, thank you, brother Rich. Appreciate you. And
you got a good perspective on it, though, bro. If you look at it in certain terms, it's a good perspective, Q. I mean, everybody had their opinion of how it goes or whatever, but I can't say that he wrong in a lot of areas, bro, because a lot of us was hoping for running back, and there was a lot of good ones up there, But I guess they depending on a lot of these receivers coming back with another year of experience they just had last year to be better, health, and snatch somebody in the undrafted or whatever free agent fall to you in the season.
let's thank you, brother Rich, for that. Appreciate you, bro, and thank you for your super chat as well, bro. Another thing to add to the conversation is the fact that remember, we still have the undrafted aspect of the draft that's left. We still have that. We're still not done. We still have the undrafted aspect of the draft, which I really do think the Saints are going to pick up maybe a back or two. Chances are that Kenny Brooks could fall to the Saints in that, but whatever it is, if it's Justin Ross, whoever it is that comes to us, that's available, that gets past the 7th round, we'll get the best talent out of that, and I think we'll end up with some pretty good undrafted wide receivers, some good undrafted running backs. We'll get an offensive lineman there, so I think we're going to get some help from the undrafted aspect, and also the Jarvis Landry card, him deciding on what he's going to do. And then, of course, it's the Tyrann Mathieu card. So it's still some stuff out there that we have to remember that's in play for the Saints until it's not, until those guys decide otherwise another way. So we don't have that long to figure out exactly after the draft with the round, with the 6th is coming to an end real soon in the 7th round. And then the undrafted aspect happens right after the fact, right after the draft is over with. You see that happens and they start picking up guys. So we'll see how it looks in shape and fold, because I'm seeing that more than likely we'll have a lot of offensive pieces in that undrafted aspect. So many cards to play. So anyway, fam, before we move on, we're gonna bring Brother Randolph in. But Brother Randolph, welcome to the stream. But we're gonna move to Jordan Jackson. You got Jordan Jackson speaking on his him coming over to the Black and Gold. So let's see what Jordan Jets, the new defensive lineman, has to say about let me get him tuned up here, family, for the family members. Here's Jordan Jackson speaking about his stuff. Put one in the chat if you can hear, fam.
Sure, can't hear nothing.
I got it.
That's Jordan Jackson from Air Force, man, sounding off on his signing off here on what's going on with him. But anyway, very interesting, to be honest with your family, about that, about Jordan signing off here. That's going on. So I mean, what's intriguing and interesting at the same time, we got echo going on, fam. Check your let's see what we got. Randolph, are you on here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Randolph. Welcome into the stream, my brother. Thank you for joining us. What do you think about your draft, bro?
Man, I like it. But I feel the brother that called not too long ago, man, kind of went heavy defense after the first day. But yet again, everything feels a need. But when I asked you to pull up that depth chart with the
Hold on, Randolph, just a second,
Okay.
my brother. Hold your thought just for a second, bro. The
Okay.
family members couldn't hear it. Let me play a little bit of it, fam. Once again, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
couldn't hear it either.
I'm sorry, family. Let me spin that back. I'm gonna tune it back up, and y'all put one in the chat. I thought y'all could hear.
When or where I would go.
Put one in the chat.
And
Can
I
y'all
got
hear
that
that?
phone call. Actually, when I got the phone call, I didn't even think it was real at first. I thought that was going to be a joke. I told all my family and friends, like, it's like, no, it's not the real thing. It's not the real thing. And as I started talking more, I was like, wait, this is actually the real thing. So it's a crazy day. Feel blessed. I'm just so happy. It's surreal.
Who was on the other end of the line that convinced you it was real?
Well, it was the assistant GM. And I guess, I don't know. At first, I was kind of like, yeah, this doesn't sound too real. I was like, I don't know about this one. And then he was like, we got 3 minutes left on the clock. And I looked up at the TV and I was like, oh, wait, this is actually real. So I'm just so happy right now. I can't believe it.
Jordan, I was reading that you were one of the first servicemen that was actually invited to the combine, first one in 5 years. What was that kind of like for you and the experience there?
It was great. Unfortunately, I had pulled my hamstring the week before we went, so I wasn't able to participate in the field events, which I was kind of bummed about. But it was a great experience. Getting invited was surreal. I got that invitation while I was at the NFLPA Bowl. That was surreal. And then being able to go there and meet some of the different dudes from around the country, from all the different teams, just talk to them, see how they work, see how they went about their business. It was cool. It was an awesome thing to be invited to.
Hamstring good now?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Hamstring good now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're all good now.
Jordan, can you just describe the type of player you are, the game you play?
High motor guy, always ready to work, down in, down out, always there, reliable, fast, athletic, just somebody who's always there, ready to play.
And do you see yourself more as a DT or a DN going forward?
I guess I'm not really sure. I can play both. At Air Force, I was able to play all the positions. So I guess I'm not really sure if they want me inside or outside, but wherever they need me, I'm ready to go.
Jordan, you missed the 2020 season. How difficult was that for you? And I guess how easy a transition was to get back into it?
It was a little tough. Never missing a game from high school, and then unfortunately getting injured before that season, needing to get surgery and taking that semester off. It was kind of tough. That was the COVID year, so we didn't know if we were going to have a season. So when they ended up having a season, watching some of those guys who I was supposed to graduate with, finish out that season, play those games, it was a little bit tough. But I knew I was going to have another season to come back and work, come back and be a better version of what I was the year before that. So it was tough at first, but it was something I was able to just kind of grow with, understand, and then come back in ready to work.
Coming out of high school, what was the decision for you to go to the Air Force?
It was kind of a down the road decision for me, forward thinking, just at some point in life, football ends, and what are you going to have when it's all said and done? So that's kind of why I went with the Air Force Academy. Great education, and then if push them to shove, there's a job there ready for you to serve our country.
Hey, thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you guys so much.
All right. That was Jordan Jackson of the Air Force. Brother Randolph, coming to you, my friend. We see the Saints draft here, man, and listen, they finish out 2 picks offensive to start the draft off, and then finish out 3 selections. Defensive, offensive, first 2, last 3 defensive. They got a safety, linebacker, and a defensive tackle, defensive end tweener. So it's pretty cool. See what the Saints are doing, and yeah, they top heavy in terms of the defense. Defensive line is fully stout and loaded up, but we know Dennis Allen, that's his side of the field. We know Coach Payton used to do that on the offensive side when he was running the thing. You know, we'd be crying for more defensive players, but now it's different. Now it's flip flop. But we should get a lot of offensive players, I think, in the undrafted ranks moving ahead. So, what do you think about your draft at this point, there, Brother Randolph?
I give it a B plus, A minus. I think we feel needs a must. The reason I don't give it a B minus, I like to pick up a Taylor, but I kind of feel we could have got him a little later, and possibly went in another area. But other than that, man, with us not taking a receiver like you, I was looking at the board and like with this last pick, like maybe we'll take Ross, but they went defense with Mr. Jackson. He's Jackson, so I can't hate. But maybe that means that that Landry's still in play for us, man. And the reason I asked you to bring up the depth chart earlier for the safeties if I'm looking at that depth chart and I'm being 100% honest to myself and family help me out, are we comfortable going in to the season opener with that lineup? Because remember, there's a chance. I don't know if Mays is fully healed from his injury, and then he has his DUI case that's pending also. And we know Taylor, he's not ready just to jump in and start back there just of yet. And matter of fact, then they said yesterday that he planned to start him out at cornerback and build upon the strength. And then so like I said, man, I give it an A minus, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not disappointed with it, man. It was a different draft this time, and man, I think we had a real good draft, man.
Yeah, it was a solid draft in my account, man. The Saints they felt a lot of needs, especially at the wide receiver position. You're right, Jarvis Landry card is yet to be flipped. He still is deciding on whether he wants to go, and it's the same with Tyrann Mathieu. I mean, a lot of these cards have yet to be flipped, and of course, the free agent game is something else, man. So we know the black and gold going to represent. And I think they'll handle a lot of this. In the undrafted side of things. As you can see, a couple of guys, LSU Austin Deculus gets picked up by the Texans there, and we hopefully some of the guys like Ross but they'll have a lot of really good players that'll be available that will fall out of the draft
What
period.
about the young man from Jackson State? Q, has anyone drafted him yet?
Not to my knowledge, nobody's picked him up yet. They haven't gotten him yet. So, I mean, you're gonna probably see a couple of them, the HBCUs. Picked up an undrafted side of things. It'll be a shame, but nonetheless, at least they end up in the NFL though.
That's it, man. All they need is an opportunity,
That's all.
That's all
they're gonna take it. That's all they need, and they're gonna take it from there.
And I saw earlier a lot of family members were saying possibly draft a tight end, but I was like, our tight end room, we 4 deep in the tight end room now, and and Taysom is the ace in the hole. I could see us getting an undrafted free agent to bring in and compete with Juwan Johnson. And I don't know about Nick, man. I mean, I'll give him one more year just to see. But I think defensively, man, that defensive line is just looking ugly, man. We have a lot of bodies up there, man, to throw at you, man. A lot of bodies, and the secondary is deep now, man. And you grab Taylor second, and man, I'm looking like, where's he going to play? Who's position, playing time could he cut into? You know what I'm saying? Because are they as sold on the Debo as we think, or that's where I'm at with that, man. It kind of shocked me that they took Taylor right there. You know, because I know he wasn't anyone that I've heard that they had interest in, but the young man has ability, he has talent, so hey, it's always a good problem when you have too many good players. They're not enough.
Right. I mean, absolutely. I mean, you look at and this is something that the Saints see Alontae could be a asset to what they got going on. So Alontae Taylor to me is a fantastic prospect. And I think this is like Coach Richard's move right here, where he sees this guy 6 feet, 200-pound defensive back who could play multiple positions, and he can use him however he see fit. So we have some versatility in our secondary with guys like Alontae Taylor and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson that can play multiple positions. So if guys don't pan out, you can see movement there. But at the end of the day, if they need Alontae at the safety, he's there. If Tyrann Mathieu is not the guy, because they're still going through the motions of determining exactly where they're going to be. I mean, they're still listening to offers. You got Tyrann Mathieu, who's being courted by Ramsey, telling him, come on out here and play with us with the Rams. So, I mean, there's still a lot circulating that's going on with both Jarvis Landry and Tyrann Mathieu. So those cards are still at play. But you best believe the Saints are going to come away with good talent in the undrafted ranks. So that's just what we do. We will find the right people. So if you need running backs, we'll get them in undrafted. If we need wide receivers, we'll get them undrafted. Need a tight end, get them undrafted. Need offensive line, we'll get them out. So whatever we need to balance, we'll balance, and we'll move forward. And I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
I mean, if like you were saying, if Ross or the young man from Oklahoma, Brooks, if they drop if we're able to get them, if they're not selected in the last round, and we're able to get them in the UDFA, man, I think those would be good signing, man, sneaky good signings, and I think they could potentially push for a roster spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the great thing about the black and gold. When you are an undrafted guy, you come to the Saints, you're going to have an opportunity to start this. I mean, not getting to an opportunity to get a starting job. Like if you're ready to go, you play. They have undrafted guys that are serious contributors in what the Saints is going to do. Marquez Callaway, when injuries occurred, Marquez Callaway stepped up and became a starter for the black and gold. And that happens. So you just have to be ready when your time is called. And a lot of these undrafted guys, and this has been happening for a while now, is that they come to the Saints because they know they get a real opportunity to make a professional team. And if they stay on their square, handle their business, and be ready to play due to injury or anything else, they can make an impact and make something. And you like I say, I keep saying it's the mantra. JT Gray, who's a Pro Bowler this past season, Deontay Harris-Hardy, who's a Pro Bowler several seasons ago. And then you got other credible defensive players, Shai Tuttle, Malcolm Roach, Carl Granderson, offensive as well, LaJordan, Humphrey, and all these players, all these guys undrafted, people that have the opportunity to come on here and make an impact on the Saints organization, and it won't change. We will get those same guys.
Right. What is your thought as far as the young Mr. Jackson that we took in the 5th round? I really like that. I think we got a real player there.
Yeah, I was looking at tape while he was talking of Jordan Jackson, and he has some movement with him. But the thing about him is he needs to be coached up. It's fundamental wise, and I think
I'm sorry, Q, not Jordan. The young man we got from Appalachian State, the linebacker.
Oh, Jackson.
Yes.
Oh, Jackson. Okay, yeah. I was also looking at film of him. I played some footage, matter of fact, that I found while he was talking. I had something spinning on Jackson, and he's phenomenal, man. I mean, of course, they said that in one of his pre-draft, actually his scouting report, that he needs to kind of work more on his tackling technique, even though some of the footage I was watching I didn't see him having any tackling issues, not the footage that I was viewing, that I was watching from him. But they said he need to crisp up his tackling ability, but his sideline ability has good speed, closing speed, can hit, likes the contact, is an aggressive player, and with the proper coaching, he could be something for the black and gold. To be honest with you, man.
Right.
I mean, this is a good solid pick. And people saying is it insurance for not getting Quan Alexander? I mean, he is a 5th round pick after all, right? So I mean, he has to be able to. There's other guys that you would consider ahead of him. Insofar as you're looking at guys like Caden Ellis, I wouldn't exactly put this 5th round pick ahead of Caden Ellis or I mean inside linebacker. If you're looking at Zach Bourne, who they say is an inside linebacker, put him ahead of Zach Bourne. He got to earn that. So I mean, at some point, you look at Quan Alexander, who's not extremely expensive to come back, but you could afford both of those people. I just put the Sport Track on screen earlier today. I keep all this stuff open. If you look at the Saints numbers right here, economics speaking, here's the Saints economics according to Sport Track. Saints sitting up at 18.9 mil. That's got to be a record after the draft. That's got to be a record. The Saints barely was scraping together $5 million. So I mean, it's Sandra, there's people sitting up here almost $19 million in cap right now. So it's got to be a record. They are patient. They went there and meticulously did the draft. They signed guys back on defense during the offseason. Didn't add any really new blood to the Saints offense outside of the draft picks that we just brought in today. So undrafted wise, they'll face it. Landry and Matthew, those are 2 big cards to fall for the black and gold. But also before training camp, the Saints are going to sign veterans to come in here to go along with the undrafted guys.
So
I'm talking about veteran off the streets. You're talking about Dede Westbrook and possibly Keelan Cole and other guys like that'll be available. You might see one of those guys come to the team and an attempt to do something. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So at some point, I don't think they're done. They have a lot of options, and it's just awesome to see the movements the Saints are making. So very solid draft for the black and gold. They're not done yet, though.
Right. And so with the draft now in the books, looking at our offense, what are some areas you think we can still upgrade at? I'm figuring, I know in the undrafted free agency signing period, I figure we at least sign at least 2 offensive linemen.
Yeah, I think that's true, Randolph. I think a lot of undrafted guys will be offensive players, because you only got 2 picked up in the draft. So the undrafted, you probably have some, or you're gonna have definitely have running back or 2. You're gonna have maybe another wide receiver or so. You're gonna have maybe a couple of offensive linemen come along there. Don't be surprised if you see a developmental quarterback like Quill Glass, if he's available. That fall to you there. You see a developmental practice squad quarterback that you can bring on the team. You definitely gonna see some more offensive players because we only got 2 to the team that can help that depth area. So, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if you're a secondary player here or there, another linebacker candidate or 2. And the Saints are just really in love with defensive linemen right now. So, I mean, that's Dennis Allen's MO. He loves the defensive line. That's where he is. Ryan Nielsen
trenches,
is right. And that's a big part of it. So I could see them probably bringing in more offensive defense, but, maybe about 8 or 9, maybe 12 players to come in to compete. Then they'll thin down the herd. And those guys come in, you might see other guys get pushed off the team. Then also injuries occur. It's all kind of stuff that kind of triculate when we do that. So, yeah.
Like earlier, man, I tweeted, man, like I'm hoping that this is the year that Jalen Dalton can finally stay healthy, because I think him next to Anyamata, man, I think, man, it's just like the brother can't catch a break, man.
Yeah, Randolph, man, Jalen Dalton, I got him on the screen the last couple of years, man. He was a guy that the Saints had in both training camps. This brother was doing his thing. I mean, he was handling business. He was starting in both training camps the last 2 years, and then lower extremity injury took him out for the year, back-to-back years. So hopefully he finally get healthy. That don't occur, or he'd be able to play. But another undrafted guy with a lot of potential is Jalen Dalton. This guy is a natural nose tackle and is a beast. And each year he gets stronger and stronger. Hopefully he can beat those injuries.
Yes. So do you see us possibly still going after maybe a veteran running back? And if so, who do you think fits what we do well?
Veteran running backs. Not sure. I'm not sure on the veteran running backs, brother Randolph, because I was pushing for him to get Mac in
Yeah,
the.
I want him on.
I wanted Mac, and really the Texans played.
Houston, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the Texans got him, but they only paid $2 million for him. You know, so I mean, it wasn't an expensive contract to have with the sign Mac, and I thought Mac was a guy because the Saints at one point was looking to try to trade for Mac and bring him to the team. Then they backed off of it because the Colts wanted a little bit more. But then in free agency, you have an opportunity to get him. But that's a different regime. That was Coach Payton seeing Mac's value, not so much with Dennis Allen. So I mean, he went to Houston. I thought that would be a good pickup because Mac is a guy you can rely on. He's a veteran that does a lot of the similar things to Elvin Kamara. Not saying that he's Elvin, but he does a lot of similar things to Kamara, which means that you can move him in. Now, outside of that, I'm going to have to go and check the free agent list to see what other running backs are available. But I wouldn't be surprised to say, like we talk about, the Saints might reach for a veteran, that you might see a veteran running back as well as a veteran wide receiver come in here. You can see that happen. That happens. That's pretty much a traditional thing that we do from time to time. We get veteran wide receivers or running backs to kind of steady the rums along with these young players we got.
Right. With that being said, Jameis comes back this year fully healthy. Once we get, I'm figuring week 8, week 9, maybe week 10, we finally get our full offense on the field, barring any unforeseen catastrophic injuries or anything. And I'm looking at MT, Chris, Deontay, who we got? Tight end, we got Taysom, Kamara coming out the backfield. But I can't kill. I don't believe I don't even believe I'm about to say this name, and because I can't understand why he's back on the team. Why Q? Please help me understand why in the hell we re-signed Traquan. Just a block.
Familiarity. I think he's cheap, and he's just basically a 1 year prove-it deal for Traquan. He's inexpensive. He knows what you're trying to do, so it's not a large learning curve. His part of his game is he's a really good blocker. He's got good at blocking. But the thing that stifled Traquan, in my estimation, and watching him over the years, is the injuries. If the injuries wasn't a part, well, the injuries are a big part of it, and Taysom Hill is another part of it. Because when the injuries were hitting him, when the injuries was hitting him, he was losing a lot of time, and during that time, you've seen the development of Taysom Hill coming there, and Taysom Hill, when he was healthy, would steal reps from him. So I mean, he's back, and we don't have to. Taysom is not an obstacle to his development anymore, and he's healthy. So what could Traquan do? So really and truly, the pressure's off of Traquan Smith because we're not counting on him to do anything. We're not looking at him as a third round draft pick wide receiver that's supposed to be the guy that occupies the seat next to Michael Thomas. That's over with. You know why? Because Chris Olave's here. So we don't need to look at Traquan Smith in that capacity. So what does that mean with less pressure on him, that he's healthy and you don't have Traquan Smith in this way? Could he develop in front of those guys? Could he beat out a Marquez Callaway? Because that's truly his competition now. Is it Callaway or Deontay Harris-Hardy? Those guys, could he get reps from those guys? So that would be his fight. So it's an uphill battle for Traquan. So this version Traquan coming back under this cheap 1 year deal, and you have the competition no longer looking at him as a compliment to Michael Thomas with Olave here and Hardy and McCallaway and all these guys. It's not the same effect. It's not the same stuff. So we'll see if he can beat the Callaways and the Deontay Harris-Hardys out of reps so he can get time to play. That's what it means. Now, he still is a tall wide receiver that has speed and that can block. So he's an asset in that regard. And like I said, the learning curve is not as long because he's familiar with what the Saints have been doing since he's been here. It's been basically the same system. I don't expect much change with a Pete Carmichael system, maybe a little bit more with conservatism, as Coach Payton was a guy that would throw in the stuff that kind of have you guessing. But outside that's all I see with Traquan Smith. I think it's different now. He don't have the pressure to perform anymore that he had because we're not looking from him anymore.
And maybe with him being healthy and a healthy Jameis, maybe that downfield threat that he was coming out of college, maybe we could see some of that this year. And also with that being said, because our receiver room, now that you think about it, we still have Esau Winston, we still have Quan Baker, um, we still have the young man from Tulane. So we still have a lot of young wide receivers. So our wide receiver room is really crowded right now. How
Mhm.
many wideouts do you see us keeping? 5 or 6?
Uh, you mean when the active season start? I
Yes.
mean, maybe five wide receivers. I will look at probably 5 wide receivers, but then it depends too. Like we know Mike will be there when healthy. Chris Olave will be there. We know Callaway. We know Harris. So that's 5 of them right there.
Right.
So that's 5. Now Traquan Smith's the borderline one to be 6, but a lot of these guys like Quan Baker, who was a 7th-round draft pick last year, we're looking for him to step up, and I think he'll have a fantastic camp because he's a good route runner. He can catch the ball. He's tall. He's 6 feet tall, and he has really good. He blazing speed. So Quan Baker, look for him to kind of challenge a bit. You mentioned Jalen McCleskey, the son of JJ McCleskey, who's a Tulane player, who's also fast. He's undersized. So some of these guys are going to have to make their bones in the special teams room. Some of these guys are going to have to challenge for kick return applications. And Deontay Harris Hardy looked like he'll return to that role because before Coach Payton was trying to kind of alleviate him, pull him more as a wide receiver, but kind of take him away from returning the ball because they didn't want him to get hurt. But it just seems to me now that Harris Hardy is going back to his original role where he had more as a kick returner. He's the most dangerous kick returner and punt returner that you have. So he kind of settles back in that role. So I would say 5, and Michael Thomas, Olave, Marquez Callaway, Deontay Harris Hardy, straight off the back. Those are 4, and then you throw Traquan if he's the guy for 5 to battle with whoever else they'll have that'll be fighting for this list. But I don't see him keeping or having 6 active wide receivers. I don't see that.
Right.
Then of course Taysom Hill is a tight end, and then I can see them kind of finagling with Taysom as a wide receiver every now and again to create mismatches. So that's a part of it as well. So
Yeah.
I can see 5 wide receivers. I can't see no more than that.
Right. And then you got Jawan also converted wide receiver, so we can also split him
tight
up.
end. Right. Yeah, he'll be there. But see, that's the thing though. He is an interesting case at the tight end position because Jawan Johnson, with Taysom Hill flipping to the tight end room. The Saints idea is to have the 3 tight end lineup because they use that kind of block in the red zone, and the 3 tight end look under Coach Payton set up a lot of opportunities for the Saints when they had the right mixture of tight ends. So Taysom Hill flips to the room, adds versatility and mismatches. You got Adam Troutman there. Hopefully, he's the question mark of the room, not so much Jawan Johnson, because Jawan Johnson is going to develop into a pretty decent tight end for you. The issue is Adam Troutman in his 3rd year coming off the sophomore slump. What does Adam Troutman look in his 3rd year? That's the question to what's going on. Does Troutman step the hell up and handle his business? That's the big point of this thing. But outside of that, I'm not really high on Nick Vannett. To be honest with you, he's a cheap addition. And the other guys are practice squad guys. You see him on the screen right there. I got him there, J.P. Holtz and Ethan Wolf and Dylan Sohn. These are practice squad guys. These practice squad guys. You might see them if an injury occurred to another guy in the Jawan, but these are the 4 guys you're looking at. And really it break down to me this way. It's Taysom Hill, and they're going to give Troutman every advantage to seal the deal. He's a third round draft pick tight end. They're very high on Troutman despite his struggles in his sophomore slumpish year. He is going to be the 2 guys, Jawan Johnson III, Nick Vannett on the outside looking at. That's how I look at it. And I really was pushing for a tight end like Kyle Rudolph, but I don't think they're going to give us that. When Taysom flipped to the tight end room, that was the end of that.
With that 3 tight ends set up with Taysom, man, he's gonna be a matchup nightmare for the defense, man. You can't really put a linebacker on DBs. He's just as fast, or he's too strong for him. And Taysom actually can catch too, man. He's got decent hands. So I think him concentrating on just mainly this position of tight end, man, I think Taysom may have a chance to be special there, man.
Right. Well, yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people don't be upset by Taysom, the tight end, like we were upset about Taysom, the quarterback. You don't have to worry about Taysom Hill, the quarterback, no more. He's going to be predominantly one room, which is the tight end room, which is you sink him in and lock him into one room and let him learn that room, he'll be phenomenal. I mean, and that's what I was telling the family members. He blocks, you put the tape on. He blocks, he catches, and he runs good routes. And he's a problem for any line. There are probably only 2 linebackers in the NFL that can keep up with him. Dion in Atlanta and what's the other brother?
In Tampa.
Right, in Tampa. He give him. So it's a handful of linebackers in the NFL. If I'm being liberal, I give you 5 of them. They can keep up with him. I mean, you look at him going up against it, and defensive backs don't want to tackle him.
No,
so I mean, they don't want no part of Taysom Hill. So absolutely. So he comes out the door as a mismatch, a disaster, and then of course
and he
the rest of the guys. Right.
He's seeking it out.
Right. I've showed footage of him hitting somebody and jumping up and down like a jackrabbit. Yeah, he's jumping up and down. Woo! He's crazy. He's crazy. He's out of his mind. Right. He crazy. But that's what we love about Taysom Hill is that Taysom Hill is a matchup problem. He's a matchup problem. One of the family members asked about, he said about LaJordan Humphrey. Yeah, I just talked about LaJordan Humphrey. We're just talking about LaJordan Humphrey. He would be like if we talk about 5 guys. Randolph asked me the question about how many wide receivers active on are active is when during the game, and I said 5. The 5th one, Traquan Smith. I don't think he beats out Deontay Harris Hardy. Marquez Callaway would be difficult, but then again, what is Traquan without all of the pressure? Because we ain't counting on Traquan to do anything. If I will full coach through Kevin White at me, I think Kevin White gets pushed out of the run. Period. I think Kevin White is up out the door. I mean, but he has to step up and show because that's a Coach Payton experiment. That like they used to say, that's a Coach Payton production. That's like the Boogie Down production. That's a BD production. That's that Boogie Down production. That's a Coach Payton production right there. Coach Payton has several productions that's currently on his team right now, and Kevin White is a Coach Payton production. So there's no protection from him. He have to show up and show out or be shown the dough. And Kevin White ain't really showed me anything. He ain't living off a rep alone. That's what he's here for. Over reputation.
Coach, so.
Yeah, Cody Burns is here. So I mean, but he'd be looking at all these guys the same. But it's more upside to me with LaJordan Humphrey is a fantastic. LaJordan Humphrey is one of your better yards after the catch wide receivers. Not named Mike Thomas. LaJordan doesn't have the speed, but he'll go up and get the 50-50 balls. LaJordan Humphrey he's irky jerky, and it takes more than one guy to tackle him. So LaJordan Humphrey should have a future in the room, but also speedy guys like Aesop Winston who showed up, and when Deontay Harris Hardy was suspended and Aesop came in the game, these are guys that can show up for you. So the Saints have a good room of young receivers because of all of the reps that were put on them last year. They have developed. They're gonna show you something special in the upcoming season because they had all that extra reps to develop, and that expedites the process. So I like what we got going on here, and that's maybe to a degree why the wide receivers and the Saints feel like, man, these young guys are showing us something behind the scenes. But I still say we need some more help there just to push the overall competition in the room.
Now, on the offensive line, I'm interested to see the progress that Landon Young has made. I believe someone earlier was saying that he was playing weak. That the game that he started and he got hurt, I didn't see the young man playing weak. He held his own. I think with more reps and a full off season, coming in healthy, I think he can push for that backup tackle spot. Or if we flip, he can because I don't know. Dennis said that he was planning on keeping Penning at left tackle and leaving Ram at right tackle, but which is kind of far-fetched because as you've been mentioning numerous times, Ram has it in his contract for incentives for if he switches to left tackles and makes all pro and first team and everything. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, and Hurst has it too in his contract about starting time, play time, whatnot. But let me tell you something, bro. The reality is you're absolutely right about the Ram going over to left tackle. Thank you, baby. The great thing about what's going on with the Saints offensive line is a lot of people keep it even and it's doing it. I see why a lot of people are having that mistake. It's not because they're crazy; they're just not thinking. They're looking at the depth charts of whether it's ESPN or NFL.com is showing that all uniformly showing that Ryan Ramczyk is a right tackle. Then they say, okay, Armstead is going. So there's a spot where Armstead is, and you got to fill it with alignment. So bam, empty spot for Teron Armstead is Trevor Penning. No. Number one, I'm not going to put this guy is not Tony Buselli. That's number one. So I'm not going to take him and say Tony Buselli, Willie Rofe here. You go, you good enough. No, this man is good, right? Penning is good, but he's like 5th or 6th best tackle in this draft. So I wouldn't put him as a blind side offensive tackle for a 28-year-old Jameis coming off of major injuries. So it's Ryan Ramczyk, because Ramczyk is number one, your best offensive player. That's number one. Number two, he's your highest paid offensive player. I'm giving you reasons. Number three, usually when it's a tackle, the tackle that's paid the most is the blind side tackle. Usually your best offensive lineman on the team is the guy that protects the quarterback's blind side. There's no more important spot on the offense is to protect the quarterback's blind side, especially when he's coming off a major injury. So that's why I keep saying that Ramczyk, they're looking at the depth charts and saying, no, Ram is going to stay right there. No, he won't. That's not how it goes. And when they fix it, when the Saints, when you see the training camp start, and when you start talking about it, say, yeah, Ram is the left tackle. Crazy part about it is, like you said, Brother Randolph, we've talked about this years on years. When Teron Armstead was here, I said, well, the deal is they're going to pay Ramczyk, make him one of the top 3 highest paid offensive linemen in the game, top 5. And then what they'll do is when Armstead moves away and moves on to somewhere else, they'll move Ramczyk to blind side tackle. The only way Ram stays right tackle if Jameis Winston becomes a left-handed quarterback or you draft a left-handed quarterback. That's the only way that happens. Any other way should have Ramczyk, your best offensive tackle, best offensive player, guarding the quarterback's blind side. That makes sense, and that's tradition. And of course, the right tackle position is occupied by Penning. Right.
When he was at right tackle, so I think he came to the league as a right tackle. But like you said, Penning eventually that's going to be his spot.
Right, but you got to look at it. The first round draft pick, and this is what I've been saying about Cesar Ruiz. It's a gap in the thinking, because when I tell people, I say, listen, you've got to justify the first round pick. People don't get that. Not a lot of the great Saint think tank family members, of course, they get it because they know how it works. But some people don't get that. And I tell them, I say, listen, if you take an offensive lineman like they took Penning in the first round, that guy, a first round draft pick carries a starter level grade, unless you just got first round draft pick guys across your line or your defense line, whatever, and that guy's just there as a sweet caveat to be a reserve. And those, besides that rare occurrence, when you take a first rounder, even a second rounder up into a third rounder, so see, some people, depending on which teams you got, they see those picks first and second and thirds, depending on who you are, as starters. So if you look at the Saints' first 2 picks, those got to be starters. And that's why I said that about Cesar Ruiz. Cesar Ruiz has to be a starter because you have to justify the first round pick. You can't draft them as a first rounder and then have Kelvin Throckmorton, who's an undrafted guy, playing ahead of him. It don't work like that. Number one, the draft says the drafting position stipulates that player is going to get a certain amount of money, and that undrafted guy is not making more money than your first round draft pick. So you have to justify the pick because of the money. Why you got this guy making $5 million and he's sitting behind a guy making $600,000? Could you explain that to me? And that's when people will start asking the questions. You have to justify the pick because the pick represents money. And that's how it goes. That's just how it is.
Let me throw this scenario at you. Do we throw Penning at right tackle and Hurst at right guard if Caesar's still struggling?
You're going to have to, well, you're going to have to, if Cesar Ruiz struggles at the right guard position, it's because he's not a guard. And that's why I keep with the narrative and saying, listen, justifying the pick is a 2-part thing. Actually, is a sum of a whole. But what I'm saying is, to justify Cesar Ruiz drafting at the center position, to be a center, he's not a guard. That's why he's struggling at the guard position. Now you trying to force him to be a guard. Remember the philosophy. When you bring people onto your team, you got to and magnify their qualities, the best things they're good at. And doing that helps them gain confidence in what they're doing and how they're helping the team. His best word I'm searching for, his best ability or his best help to the Saints is at a center position. We've seen Cesar Ruiz as a guard. He's not a good guard. There's times on tape when you see Cesar Ruiz, they have two guys blitzing in there, and Cesar Ruiz is looking at both of them and don't block none of them. I mean, how many times you see Cesar Ruiz look at the man and then go somewhere else in the man, like Katavius Street? Katavius Street is on this team, and people know Katavius Street because he's the one that broke up Drew Brees. Katavius Street, who's on the team right now, who they signed in off season, was the dude that got through there on Ruiz and squashed the piss out of Drew Brees and broke him up. Remember that? That was Katavius Street beating the hell out of Cesar Ruiz. But is that Cesar Ruiz's fault? No, that's not. That was your fault, Coach Payton, because you should have known that guy was going to struggle at the guard position, because you won't try to get away with playing him at a position that he's not good at. But then people point at Ruiz and say Ruiz is garbage. Yeah, he garbage. He playing out of position. That's what happened with any player that you play out of position. He's not comfortable in doing that. He's not. And some of these guys, you can't turn everybody into a two-way player. It don't work like that. Some people can do it. Some people can't. Sometimes you got to realize these players' limitations before you destroy their confidence level. And then when you destroy their confidence level, that's over with. You might as well get them on up out of here and trade them. It happened with Kenneth Vaccaro. When Vaccaro was balling that year, that next year came, they changed the defense, and then they benched him in that third year because he wasn't getting it, and that destroyed everything. Then they had to get Vaccaro up out of here. So confidence is a big part of the game. You don't want to bring guys onto this team and then you play around with their confidence because you're trying to change them into something they're not. You got to realize what they're good at and then build that first. And if they get good at that, then switch back to that shit and go to a guard. That guy is a center. He became a first-round draft pick as a center. So that's why I keep telling people that you play him at center to justify the pick of him at the center. If you wanted a goddamn guard, go draft the guard. But the guy's a center. Play him at center. At least see if he can play the center position. And if he can't play the center position, he probably won't beat out a guy like Landon Young or James Hurst. He won't beat out Hurst at guard. He won't. Straight head to head. He won't beat James Hurst out as a guard. If you match Cesar Ruiz and James Hurst up at the guard position, Hurst will beat him at the guard. He ain't beating no Hurst at no guard. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what it has to be. But go ahead, Kev.
You remember that guy that beat out Cesar Ruiz, that kept having no concussion? What was his name? And we kept saying, like, how is Ruiz a first round pick and this dude that was a journeyman mostly through all his career? How is he not the first round pick at guard? He kept having those concussions, and that's how Ruiz got in the starting lineup. Can't think of his name right now.
Yeah, though. I can see him. I just can't call his name out. I can't call his name out.
But he won the job. And we was playing like, okay, if he won the job, then how bad is Cesar Ruiz at guard?
I'm saying he's not a guard, man. And that's what I'm saying. They're trying to justify him playing the guard position because they're saying we're trying to learn him two things. It's a difference there. Cesar Ruiz is a center. You know, he's struggling at the guard position. This is his third year. Cesar Ruiz has been here for 3 years.
Yeah.
3 years. This will be his third year. He's not a guard. He's not. He's a center. And some people could play both positions. He can't. Not right now anyway. So if you're serious and you really want to see development from Cesar Ruiz, move him to center. Start him at center. If he struggles, that's a whole nother thing. But you got to start him at center. He will not beat out Hurst. If they matching Hurst and him at the guard position, you won't beat him out. He's just not good. He's holding the guard position because of the first round grade, and he's not a guard. That's the reason why, and that's the messed up part about it. No, you can't justify the pick, turn him into a guard, and you know that he gonna miss all these blocks and get beat like a drum. He's a center. He got drafted as a first-round center, play him at center, move McCoy to guard. And if he struggles and he don't pick it up, then move him back, and then Cesar Ruiz is gonna have to be traded. or he's gonna have to get it. The pressure's on. It's his 3rd year. The pressure's on Ruiz to be a center, even though it wasn't his fault that they was pushing him out into another position that he didn't belong. And that's why I give Andres Pete so much credit. Andres Pete played 4 positions, even though he came out of the college. He never played guard before, never.
True.
But he was drafted as a 1st round pick, blindside tackle, and the Saints didn't even need him when they picked him. They already had what they had: Armstead and Ramczyk playing.
At that, dang, I can't remember what year was that.
I forget, Kevin, but I remember that but he came here, they were like, oh well, we don't need him there. Then they had to convert him. They convert the man into a, what was it? Hold on here. Pete came before Ramczyk, wasn't it? Hold on, I'm gonna have to look it up. Y'all feel it.
Ramczyk, yeah, he was there for Ramczyk. Yeah,
he was there before Ramczyk, but Ramczyk and the Saints came in with Ramczyk. And Coach Payton made the choice that Ramczyk, when he came in after, would be that right tackle. Well, Pete was then say, okay, we're gonna do something with him. So we moved him to left guard. Then he went to right guard. Then he played a little right tackle when injuries occurred. And then between him learning the guard positions, whether it was left or right, depending on what day it was, and Peyton wanting to see what he can do, he would flip out to left tackle to cover Teron Armstead in the many games that Teron Armstead missed for the Saints. And people was calling Andres Pete garbage, but they were using him as a blindside offensive lineman. You don't play garbage blindside. Your linemen are consider him garbage. He playing the blindside tackle position when your best offensive lineman go out. So that was showing you something. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is not everybody could do that. And by the way, Pete won 2 Pro Bowls at a guard position he didn't play when he was in college. But not everybody could do that. And I'm saying it's unfair to treat Ruiz like that. Now, with Penning coming in, Penning will occupy the right tackle position. Ramczyk the left tackle position. McCoy, and I say start Cesar Ruiz for the season, work with him through the camp, get him ready, move our guy McCoy to guard, and he'll become a Pro Bowler. If Ruiz struggles, then you make the switch, get him on up out of there. Then you will have to see about, now you know what you need to do with Cesar Ruiz, trade him or do whatever you got. But at the end of the day, Cesar Ruiz could have never been the pick for the Saints. That's the truth of the matter. So the situation will pretty much correct itself if he can't step up to the center position. Then you know what you're dealing with. Then you can justify the pick and say that Coach Payton made an erroneous pick because it attached to him anything. We gave him an opportunity to play the center position. He just couldn't cut the mustard. So in essence, from an organic standpoint, it'll rectify itself. Either he plays and learns the center position, or get the hell up out of here, because he's not beating out James Hurst. He's not a better guard than James Hurst is. I'm sorry. Andres occupies the other guard position. He's not better than Andres Pete as the other guard position. So then he has pressure.
He has to play center.
He should
if he don't play center, then like you said, it's time to get rid of him then, because there's nowhere else he can play.
There's nowhere else he can go as a first rounder. And guess what? Who that nation gonna call that out? Why is this guy getting beat out by an undrafted guy or a 4th round pick guy? What's up with that? It's
talk to Sean.
Better talk to Sean. Yeah, Sean. Let Sean get him. So anyway, much love to the fam. I appreciate y'all being a bit. I got you, Randolph. I know your sound dropped out, man. Brother Derek said, okay, Big Q, why move McCoy to guard? Because I answered this question before. Why move McCoy to guard? Because you got to justify the center position. Cesar Ruiz is not a guard. He's not. He's a center, but he's a 1st round draft pick center. So it's the same thing what I was just saying about the fan. I don't want to go over this whole thing again. I just did a whole spiel about it. But what I'm saying is he's a 1st round pick. You got to justify the pick at where he was picked. He's not a very good guard. He can't beat out Andres Pete for a job. He can't beat out a James Hurst for a job. If it's him and James Hurst competing, James Hurst beats him easily, because he's not a guard. He's not good at playing a guard. He's a center. And Coach Payton took him with a 1st round selection. So you have to see if he could play the center position. You got to put him at the center position to see if he could play the position, because he's not good at playing anything else. He doesn't know anything else. He's a 1st round draft pick. So you got to justify the pick. So McCoy can't play the guard position, Kevin.
Yeah,
he's done it before. McCoy can't play the position.
This whole situation with that is really messed up, because McCoy shouldn't have to move from the center. Now he was hurt last year, but he was still out better.
But Kevin, that's not my idea. Your idea. That was Coach Payton. Coach Payton wanted to move McCoy. Now, why would you take a center if you already got a center? Now, you knew when you took McCoy that McCoy could play the center position, but he also could play the guard position. Coach Payton, this ain't none of my doing. Because I would have, if I was the GM, or the coach, I would have never drafted Cesar Ruiz. I wouldn't have drafted him.
No.
But this was Coach Payton seeing something in McCoy's game that he didn't like and wanted to move him off center. So the question is, Q, why would you move him to guard? Coach Payton was anticipating moving him to guard anyway. That's why Cesar Ruiz is here.
I don't understand.
That's
that
why he's here. That's the Coach Payton philosophy.
Because McCoy was doing pretty good at center, so I don't understand why he would have wanted to move him.
Coach Payton decided to do that. I'm telling y'all what happened is that Coach Payton made the charge. He seen something in Cesar Ruiz's game at the center position, and he wanted to move him off center. That's why Ruiz is here. But as we went into it, he then began to change his mind after the selection, and I want to see more from McCoy. That is his verbiage. Everything I'm saying, you can go back and listen to the shows. I cover it all at nauseam. Like, why are you doing this? Why is Cesar Ruiz here? Why are you messing with McCoy? That was the questions I was answering when everybody else was shaking their head and everything you wanted to do.
They said you was making wild accusations.
I'm making because I'm telling you what Coach Payton was doing. But at the end of the day, Coach Payton wanted to move McCoy off center. He wanted it because he seen Ruiz was a better fit for what he was doing. But then in the end, he didn't do that. He kept it the same. Now, what I'm saying let's do what Coach Payton originally thought to do, which was move McCoy off center, see if Ruiz could play the center position with McCoy helping him, because McCoy is going to help him anyway to teach him the job. He been doing it when he played the little center position he played. It was McCoy telling him what he needed to do and all this kind of checks and everything.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is I'm not saying nothing new. All I'm saying is let's do the original plan that Coach Payton initially had when he selected Ruiz, which is to try him at center and move McCoy off center. This ain't me. This is Coach Payton. So I'm saying let's keep that plan and see if it works. You got to.
You got to, because there was a lot of players at that spot that you missed out on. And if you just give that up, it's like we didn't have a first-round pick that year.
Right.
If you trade him right now, it's like we didn't have a first-round pick that year in 2020.
It's intriguing, man, to be honest with you. But like I said, I think the offensive line is going to be something intriguing. To be honest with you, we'll see. You also have the caveat of Doug Marrone being there. So I hope you get what I'm saying there, brother Derek. That's why we were saying this is Coach Payton's idea. This ain't coming from me, man. I'm just telling you what the man was saying. I got a pretty decent memory, and I was challenging him the whole way. And like Kevin said, Kevin was hearing, and all the family members, this guy's making wild accusations. Really, because I'm telling you what he's saying and challenging what he's saying, bro. It's not name calling. It's what are you doing here? Why are you doing this? Why do you think? And all of it was based on Larry Warford moving on from the team in an attempt to blame Warford for the failures of the Minnesota Viking playoff game. Like he was the only one struggling. He had a terrible game, but Armstead was getting pushed around. Ramczyk was getting pushed around. Go back and watch the film. The whole offensive line stunk. So that was what I was looking at.
That's facts. None. This ain't even new news right here. This is all old. We've been talking about this for like 2 years.
Been saying it, bro. Old news. Been saying the same stuff. And when he did it, I was challenging it. It don't make sense to it. You do it, Derek. When you say, well, why would you do that, Q? That's the same questions I was asking. And people were saying, Q, the coach know better. And I said, bro, hold on, bro. You can ask these people questions. They're not gods somewhere where they hit you with a lightning bolt up your ass because you asking them questions. You're supposed to be able to, in essence, you're supposed to question the creator and ask them who else have the answer if it's not the creator. So if you can ask questions to whoever you want to ask questions to. I'm not going to sit up here and be a hypocrite and say, well, you can't ask me no questions. I'm Big Q. I don't even act like that. I said, whatever questions you got, if I got the answer, I answer it. If I don't know, fam, I'll tell you I don't know, or I'll try to look it out, don't I?
Well, you seen how that happened, Q, when a person who followed the team that asked Peyton the question, and what he tell him? Peyton told him to keep on cutting that meat. Don't worry about why I ran that play.
And who got on him for that? Who got on him for that?
The butcher.
Man, I got on Peyton for that when he was talking to
you. Got
like
on him, yeah, but nobody wanted to hear it. Wild accusations again, but okay.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I think with Doug Marrone coming in here as the offensive line coach, he has his hands cut out for him in turn. His time cut off because to get Cesar Ruiz where he's supposed to be. It's going to be a challenge for him because Ruiz, you put the tape on as a guard, man, it's just so many real key breakdowns that he don't see. What is he looking at? It's his footwork and it is the power, and then at points in times you see that he's not strong enough to play the guard position. Like the guys coming in, he looks overwhelmed at times. You know,
Yeah.
so I mean, this is his third season he's been here, so it'll be intriguing to see what the vision is for Caesar, because this is the big question about what goes on with the Saints. Because McCoy coming up on a year, you gonna pay McCoy.
They're gonna have to pay. They're gonna keep
whether
him.
you're center or guard, you're gonna pay McCoy.
And think about what that do. You said something very important about confidence.
Zach
Can
Street,
you
that's
imagine?
right, Linda.
Can you imagine how Cesar Ruiz felt, that he felt like maybe that's my fault why the franchise is hurt right now, because Drew Brees at that time is the franchise quarterback, you know, Hall of Famer, and it's because of my missed block he got hurt. And as you come in as a rookie, that's a lot of pressure to go in.
That
You're going
is.
back in that room, they watching tape and like, dude, bro, you got beat, bro.
But Kevin, we said that though. That's the cold-blooded part of it. Like I said, you put Cesar Ruiz at guard, you're gonna get Drew killed back there.
And that's what happened.
And that's exactly what happened. When Katavius Street came around there and came in there, and he just ran right through Ruiz. And boy, Drew was throwing that ball and caught Drew in the Statue of Liberty motion. And ain't nothing Drew could do. That ball came down on Drew with all of his weight.
Man.
And crushed all kind of bones up in Drew. Drew wasn't right after that.
Nope.
Crushed them all up, crunched them up like old stale corn chip bag.
That's when Drew
He got
said
up
time to
shaking
go.
his stuff all bunched up and stuff. Remember that?
Yeah, he was.
I
Yeah,
said,
he was
well,
walking. Yeah,
don't-
he's like, it's time to go.
And I said, you know what? Don't get mad at Ruiz. Get mad at your coach, because you should have known not to put a guy who don't play the guard position in the guard to protect a 39-year-old quarterback who can't move that well. I mean, this ain't rocket science, bro. But that's what I was saying. That's why it don't make sense for you to move McCoy off center, but you drafted that guy, so you got to justify it. You can't go back on that. There's no
Not
going
now.
back. You got to commit to the path. You
Yep.
got to commit. Like what Andre 3000 said back in the day. Spaceships don't come with rear view mirrors. They dip and they keep going. Remember that?
Yep.
You're on a spaceship. You don't have a rear view mirror. There ain't no going back. There's
You
only
gotta keep-
one way you gonna go, and that's forward.
Yeah, that's facts, bro.
Spaceships don't come with rear view mirrors. They dip. And then what he
Facts.
said, such and such, and the atmosphere was. I mean, I forget, but y'all get the idea. But anyway, fam, we're gonna stay where y'all, Kev. I'm gonna bring in Prime and Randolph for the final time. We're gonna close the stream down because it's getting we're at the almost in the center part of the 7th round. It appears the black and gold draft is over with. I don't think the black and gold gonna move into it, but I know that tonight and tomorrow they'll have the undrafted situation going on, and I'm pretty sure that I'll do a stream to cover the signings of the undrafted players. As soon as the draft over with, you're gonna see a steady stream of undrafted signings the Saints gonna make, and it probably be completed sometime late Sunday. That's just how it all rolls. When that's Saturday night's over with, that Saturday night into that Sunday night into that Monday is always how they get these undrafted stuff. So we're gonna get this over with and move on up out of here. All right. So Brother Prime, Brother Randolph, we're gonna bring y'all in for the final time. Then we're gonna get the hell out of here and move on.
Who that, baby?
All right, Brother Prime. Look like the Saints draft. That'll be it on the draft, bro.
So what did they pick up? What was their last pick?
Jordan Jackson, Air Force defensive tackle.
Hell yeah. And I'm only saying hell yeah because I'm an Air Force veteran.
Okay, cool.
Hell
Cool.
yeah.
There you go.
Hell yeah, I'm happy about that. It's been a good draft, and I was listening the last 10 minutes of what you were saying about Ruiz. Now let me ask a question: whose idea was it to draft him in the first place?
It was Coach Payton's idea to draft him.
Because if I'm not mistaken, Coach Payton, I mean, I'm not mispronouncing the man's name. He has only been gone 2 or 3 months. He has made some very questionable draft picks. He has reached for a couple of people because really, the consensus about the EM book pick, a lot of people was not too thrilled on that pick. And I guess he was looking at, I got a Drew Brees clone. But my thing is, moving forward, we got to stay with Jameis. We got to support Jameis. Jameis is going to have a good year. And I'm getting sick and tired how the national media can't let this shit go about what he did 4 years ago. It's like they act like the man raped somebody, molested somebody, and robbed the bank or robbed the government, or overthrew the government, and he's still giving his young brother a hard time. That's just pure, to me. That's just purity, jealousy, and stupidity. especially as Tampa Bay fans, these Yuck fans that I read about making comments about our draft picks. And I saw it on the Facebook feed. They're bragging about, oh, well, we got our Alvin Kamara. Damn, y'all still biting off of us? Come on now. I'm going to tell you right now. I enjoyed your story about the guy we picked up from San Francisco, how he messed up Breeze's ribs. He's going to do that to Brady. Watch. When Brady get a good hit, a good couple of hits this year, he going to leave soon. Because how can you support a quarterback that now more and more information is coming out every week about how he really wanted to go to Miami? Shouldn't that make you feel messed up as a Yucks fan? What you got to say? What y'all got to say about that, panel?
They ain't gonna say that because they done got a Super Bowl out of it.
Yep.
So they you know, when they ain't won in so long, they gonna just, you know, they kissing the ring right now, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, absolutely, man. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, by getting Tom Brady to come back. I mean, remember prior to Tom Brady's arrival, the team missed the playoffs 7 years in a row.
Yep.
So I mean,
Right.
he comes in, they win a Super Bowl. They probably that probably be the end of it right there. But he accomplished the goal because really he got the ring, the pressure's off, and he got the statistics. Now this here is just window dressing at this point. But
Well, I'm
he's a
just gonna
guy
say this.
that's holding on. So it was a good deal for Tampa Bay.
Well, I'm going to say this. I had to get on camera for this one. I'm going to say this. I put money on it that Tampa Bay will not go to the Super Bowl this year. It's going to be wasted. And I also predict that he will not make it through the whole season. I really don't think he's really playing with his health right now. He's playing with house money right now. Boy, he better hope he don't get wheeled off on the wheelchair. What y'all think? Y'all think he's going to make it a whole season? I don't think he's going to make it a whole season. I don't even think they're going to get past the first round of the playoffs either, because they're assuming. You know what they say about assuming? When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, and they're assuming that the NFC is weak, so we'll be the representative. No, it's not going to be like that. It is not going to be like that. So I'm going out on them right now. I say we win a minimum of 11 games. That's a 2-game pickup from last year. We win 11 games, and I would be surprised to win the division. And I think, and I already said this a couple of times, I really think with Jameis, I could see us going back to the Super Bowl in the next 2 or 3 years. I really can. And I'm glad they didn't waste their pick on a draft choice, because didn't one of those quarterbacks still drop down to the 5th to 6th round?
Yeah.
Because why won't you take a flyer on somebody improving in Jameis, and you got to be a good quarterback to throw for 5,000 yards? Stuff like that just don't happen. So, Hugh, how many were since this draft was deep on receivers? How many receivers from that site you was on earlier didn't go undrafted? They didn't go drafted. I mean, they went undrafted.
It's a lot of them. Let me look and see.
The Saints probably gonna pick a couple of them. Oh, did inside linebacker from LSU get drafted?
Yeah, he went to Dallas.
Oh, okay, good for him. Good for him.
And that was a surprise. They stashed him away. They know he's a long-term project. But that's what we talked about him earlier. Like if someone pick him, they know he's not gonna play this year due to the injury, right? So they're gonna try to get him healthy. They're gonna take this whole season to get him healthy. And if he comes back straight, man, the Cowboys had like about 10 picks, aren't you? If he's still there, well, if Q ain't there, yeah, the Cowboys had like 8 or 9 draft picks, bro. They was always on the board, bro.
Right. It's they had about 10 picks I want to count. The last pick.
Well, it's gonna be interesting to see what Philadelphia gonna do with all the people they picked up.
Man, it's gonna be banging in the NFC, bro. And our conference is probably just gonna be 2 teams between us and Tampa. We should win the conference, but when you look in the playoff scenario, you see the Rams loading up. You see Minnesota trying to load up a little bit. I mean, it's gonna be tough, bro. It's gonna be tough.
I agree with you, but I still like our chances. I know we got to take it. We have to take it one game at a time, and I stayed positive the whole season last season. I kept on saying all season last season that at least these young receivers are getting some reps, and now we know that Callaway got some promise, and I said that earlier. But Traquan, oh God, but they're keeping him just because he can block real good. And But
I
I'm
don't know
telling you,
about that one. Yeah, there was some
that
questionable
cornerback we
guys.
got, that's scary. That young brother got 4.31 speed. That's
Mm-hmm.
hella fast for a cornerback.
Yeah, he's fast. It's probably how they're gonna probably use him in
That's
some blitz
fast for a
packages,
safety.
and yeah, that's gonna be. Yeah, I want to see how they use him, bro. Because even if you do sign Matthew, you still could use this guy and on special teams too.
Yep, punt return, kickoff return, and give Hardy a break.
Yep, call some fumbles or something down there, pick it up, scoop and score. I'll take that.
Yep.
Oh
You know?
yeah, man.
That's-
You know
that's
this
a
whole
cultural
draft
shot, yeah.
process is a turkey shoot. Now, you see, for us people like myself, I'm 59, but also those of us that's over 50, I'll probably push it down to 47. Boy, you remember the days when the draft used to be much longer than this?
Oh yeah, used to be real long. It didn't get much coverage either. Like
Sure
you
didn't.
just be listening somewhere and you'd be like, "Who was that?" Yeah, you didn't get coverage like it is now. They got coverage now going all the way to the 6th and 7th round, like highlighting like it's the first round. So I'm like, dang, when they start doing that. So, but yeah,
It started with ESPN, I think, back in at the mid '80s or something like that. That's how long they've been televising the draft now.
mm-hmm. Yep, it's expanding. Yeah.
Man, but it's gonna be exciting. Hopefully the Breakers win tonight, because, like I say, the Saints should use the Breakers as their forming team.
Sure, and if possible, if we could snag some people out there, if you
Oh,
think
yeah,
a guy good enough.
Because their running back, that wide receiver I told Q about earlier, number 9, who's real good, their running backs are not that bad. Them boys are hungry. And people got to realize, people that get drafted late or don't get picked up, those players are hungry because they got something to prove.
Justin Ross. That's why we was like, if they didn't pick the last guy from Air Force, me and Q was like Justin Ross. He should be a guy with a chip on his shoulder because that guy was on a national champion team, bro. And so for him to fall off to like the 7th round, still ain't picked yet, like he would need a chip on his shoulder coming in. Like, I'm gonna show all y'all was wrong.
Yep, I agree with you. And I look at it, all these players that people drafted from Georgia, we're gonna find out how much of it was all of them was that great, or was it the system, or was it the rotation, or the combination of the rotation in the system?
I don't know. I know in the SEC, you got to be good to win a championship, bro. You battling every week against mostly some top-notch player. And how they got the playoff format now, I'm not going to poo-poo and say that they wasn't that good because, man, look, we had to, we covered the Tigers season all this year. Them dudes was, hey, bro, Georgia had a good team, bro. I'm not going to, they had a good team, bro. So I don't know individually how all of them going to be, but Nakobe Dean, he stood out to me. I wanted him, but he going to the Eagles, I think, right?
I don't remember where he went. I know.
I think he went to the Eagles. I think, but
which way it is?
I don't know. He was on last night. I don't think he was popping in for today. I think he probably do the recap after everything is said and done. I think he'll pop in. Then I'll get a hold of him.
Well, I appreciate. I'm not going anywhere right now. I'm gonna let somebody else talk. I'm gonna stay and listen until you in. But I appreciate you letting me in. And I know you tired, bro. It's been 6 hours.
Man,
you don't work the full-time job.
5.5 hours.
You deserve a hand. When I heard yesterday we had a Rudy sighting, so he came out of his man cave, huh?
Yeah, Rudy was in the building. He was showing some love, man. Good to see old Rudy.
Rudy.
You know what, man? This is a trip out too. I didn't know this. I see Pittsburgh, like the Haywood family, right? They went and got another Haywood, the fullback.
Wow.
Connor Haywood. So I'm like, man, we could have used a nice fullback. He could block, catch, run. I'm like, damn, could have used that on offense, but.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, and I've been saying this for the last couple of years, and they're finally gonna do it. Peyton had to leave, but turning on Taysom Hill into a tight end, he's basically gonna be an H-back probably. Let him get in and block some people.
I would rather have I don't know, man. Got these young guys coming in hungry now. I'd rather had a young, good fullback we just drafted to come in and do that. But
we might pick up one. We might pick up somebody that's undrafted, because they always do pick up a couple of diamonds in the rough. Always.
And it's hard now. If you look at the offense, you don't see too many fullbacks that got that that range that can actually come out, run routes, and catch too. That's another component that the defenses don't be worried about now. Like, man, I ain't worried about the fullback. But he could come out and break you on routes and hit you up the middle. Like, damn, man, he could do that. So now you become really explosive. And we used to have that back in the day when we was really good on offense. We had a fullback to come out the backfield and could get you yards. But we went away from that. I don't know why.
Well, the whole league, I think basically the whole league went away from for the most part about fullbacks.
Evolution. Yeah, except for the 49ers use
49ers said nah.
But that guy's like a he does a little bit of everything though, Kev. I mean, he does the tight end, H-back, tight end, fullback. He does it all. Lines up when they need him to. So yeah, he's a weapon.
So Debo hasn't got moved because, like I was telling a coworker of mine that's a 49ers fan, I say, boy, y'all better not let go of Debo because y'all not gonna have shit.
If they ain't got him, they need to keep him though, because if they were gonna move him, they could have moved him like AJ Brown and got something for him. Then because the Titans traded AJ Brown out of there, and they were able to then pick up use the first round draft pick to get Trey Burks. So the time has passed, it appears. But you never know.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, this thing about this boy, the quarterback that used to be quarterback for Cleveland. What's his name again?
Who's about Baker Mayfield?
Yeah, nobody wants Baker Mayfield because when I heard that story about when he was in college or whatever, and the police came and he left his girlfriend behind him. Yeah. Bro, that is such a punk move. Oh, man, I don't want nobody like that on my team.
Yeah.
So shit, he might have to go play in the USFL. I don't think nobody wants him. He's seen as a cancer because look how he reacted to your whole situation. And how you think Jameis felt? Jameis kept his cool, kept his mouth shut, and look where he's back where he wants to be. And trust me, he's going to be there for a while. He really is. And also the quarterback in Miami, that young brother, he kept his mouth closed. But this boy here, making all these daggone commercials and having won a Super Bowl ring.
Living at the stadium, huh?
Yeah.
He like Reggie Miller living at the Wendy's.
Is this something about that? If I'm saying something wrong, y'all, like, I know we don't draft LSU players like that, but what about former Saints players that was really vital to the organization? We don't get their children. I see that.
Yeah, well.
And I don't know if you can see it was vital.
Well, I guess after Al Toon's son had, didn't they were like, forget that strategy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Nick Toon, it don't always get passed on. Yeah, Nick Toon and
Oh, I remember that bus. I remember that bus as a wide receiver.
We were excited about Nick Toon. Like, man, okay, cool.
As far as Al Toon, and it just didn't carry through, man.
Yeah.
But listen, fam, we're gonna cut it at that.
Oh, we did get one former Saints player. We got player from the 70s, linebacker, who played for the Saints, and his son used to play for the Saints. He was on the roster for a couple of years, like several years back.
And we have his son?
Oh, what was his linebacker's name? He was a white guy that was a real good linebacker for the Saints back in the 80s.
Damn.
And his son played for the Saints for a little while.
Oh, at that time.
Rich Marty. Rich Marty's son played for the Saints.
Mike Marty, yeah. Yeah, Mike Marty.
Man, I really pulled back on that one. That was a long one. That was a way back when.
Yeah, I don't remember nothing past the Dome Patrol on defense. I'm like,
Oh yeah, the Dome Patrol.
So hey, are you doing the Pelicans post game tonight?
Yeah, that'll be later on, Kev. 8 o'clock on the Pelican post game report channel, bro.
Okay, right, Q, I got a question. I got a Pels question for you. You think they're gonna sign back Zion?
Yes, we're gonna cover it tonight.
Yep.
Okay. We're gonna play the interview, break down the interview, and it'll kind of quiet a lot of the crap that we've been saying all season long about Zion Williamson leaving. The national media been lying about it to create stories and agendas, and the man never said nothing to the contrary, and he just once again showed there was a bunch of liars again. So we'll play some of that, and we'll go over the depth chart. We'll talk about the end of the season, and then projections moving forward.
And trust me, the hate for New Orleans period sports teams is because there was even talking about the Pelicans, what kind of job they were doing. They were talking about everybody. Boy. It's just amazing the amount of hate the national sports media has for New Orleans.
It's a Louisiana thing. They don't like nothing. When LSU won a championship a few years ago, they had to find something like, man, Odell Beckham giving out money, man, and we got to suspend them and take away scholarships. And like, for real, man, come on, bro.
Wow.
And they mad because they beat that dude Clemson, and that whole weekend, if you remember that, that's all they talked about, that dude and how his dynasty gonna be. He about to win another, championship in college. Man, LSU smoked them, bro.
Sunshine
smoked them.
That was you that made the comment about calling that earlier because
I called him Sunshine.
that's from that. That's I forgot what movie that was from.
What's the name of that movie, Q? I can't remember now, but he had the long hair. He was the quarterback. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it wasn't Forget the Titans, huh?
It could have. Yeah, with Denzel Washington, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the movie. Yep. That
Remember
was it.
the Titans.
Remember the Titans. Yep, that was it.
Remember the Titans.
All right, fam. Listen, fam, I'm gonna cut out on this. I appreciate y'all, brother Prime, Jim, Kev, and the rest of the family members out there for following the stream. 5.5 hours long in this thing, the black and gold. Final draft here, man. Chris Olave, Trevor Penning with the picks, 11th overall, 19th overall with the second round pick, Alontae Taylor's defensive back out of Tennessee. And then with the 5th selection, the Saints got DeMarco Jackson, inside linebacker out of Appalachian State, and 6th round pick Jordan Jackson, a big he's a tweener defensive lineman out of Air Force. So
yeah, I saw him play. I saw a couple of Air Force games this year. We embarrassed Navy and the Marine Corps, and also embarrassed Army. Beat the shit out of both of them.
So there you go. Jordan Jackson is on your squad here. The Saints did pretty solid.
He's
draft,
smart.
Man.
He's smart. You got to be smart because
solid draft by the black and gold, man. Very solid draft here.
Before we go, I'm gonna tell you right now, Q. Watch out, undrafted. We're gonna bring him in. JoJo Doomon. He's coming, bro.
I don't know, Kev. They might get him before it ends, bro. Quite a few selections left. The Bears might end up with JoJo, man. JoJo. There you go.
Thank you. What's Boys to Men?
No, he just dropped because he got the 2 ACL injuries. People just dropping on him, bro. He played pretty good at I think he went to Wisconsin. Nebraska, my bad, Nebraska. I'm thinking about the other linebacker. Yeah, he was pretty good, man. But them 2 ACL injuries, they like, I don't know about that, So, but
it wouldn't be bad for a 7th-round selection. I mean, that's hit or miss.
Yep, you're not gambling.
I say we get 2 wide receivers. We're gonna pick up 2 wide receivers. Watch what I tell you.
Yeah, they're gonna have
to that room.
All right, my brothers. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all as well. All the family members out there has been terrific. This will end the Saints draft coverage for 3 days, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We were in the building. Much love to the fam. We will return more than likely to be Sunday.
You earned your paycheck, PQ. You earned your likes.
Man, for real, bro.
All right. Much love to the fam. I appreciate every last one of y'all, man. And I'm going to holler at y'all later. Remember, tonight we'll be on the Pelican Post Game Report. So if you want to drop by, holler at us 8 o'clock tonight on the Pelican Post Game Report. Much love to the fam. Who that? I'll see y'all later. Peace.
Yeah. Well, all right. Like you always say, welcome. #1 sports talking D. We ain't like the Falcons. We won't blow the lead. Look, all we talk is who that, who got cut and who back. Rookies and the vets, players you should look at. It's the sports coma, you don't wanna miss it. Got the pre-game, party, post-game statistics. Get a visit from Sway, maybe DC or 5. It's the hottest thing smoking, Big Q and the guys. Go to YouTube Live, make sure you subscribe. Interviews inside the Saints locker room high. Talk to Drew, Jordan, Zach, Peyton, New Orleans, who that nation. Best believe when I say we bleed gold and black. Ain't a miracle or rivalry could ever hold us back. No, Beastquake, Bounty Gate, let the truth be told. It's the sports coma, all we know is say Super Bowl. Yeah.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network. for the New Orleans Saints.
TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. Check out the Pro Shop. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. So check out the Pro Shop and